Madrid. Civilization here is almost as old as the game of chess. Some claim the queen was given her powers to honor Queen Isabella. That, my friends, is a chess legacy. Passion for chess used to thrive in Madrid. For the first time in 30 years, Spain's capital plays host to the Candidates, the most important tournament in chess. At the Palace of Santona, the stakes are high. 8 of the world's best players competing for the right to challenge for the most coveted title in chess, the World Chess Championship. The Candidates is grueling. The winner requires mental endurance and unbreakable focus. There are those familiar with the biggest stages in chess, yet still chasing unfinished business. And others from the next wave of stars with little patience for yielding to those before them. Mis amigos, the next challenger to the world champion of chess must come through Madrid. Like Queen Isabella before them, the Candidates is all about leaving a legacy. It is day 4, round 4. It's the Palacio de Santoña, the beautiful, beautiful building downtown in the heart of Madrid, and a beautiful, beautiful interior full of art you can't really find anywhere else. Playing host to the 2022 FIDE Candidates. You could not have a more historic venue to host a historic event. The players will be making their way through the Palacio as usual to take their seats in battle on the intellectual field that is the 64-square chessboard. The players will be coming in, as we know, soon, and we will be taking a look at them as they arrive, of course, as usual. While they get set to come downstairs, we get set in our chairs up here. International Master Danny Wrench here alongside Almira Skripchenko. Once again, Almira.
Well, I want to sit in those chairs.
I'm warming up. I know, you keep saying you want to go downstairs and play. I'm like, hey, you're here to host. But you were also here on the rest day, hopefully enjoying yourself. What'd you get up to?
Well, one thing of my bucket list, I went to the Prado Museum. I spent the whole day in the museum watching all these paintings. I've been dreaming about this since I was a kid. So Rubens, you know, Titian, Murillo and Velasquez and so many others. We'll talk about this later, but it inspires me so much.
I am not going to be able to keep up with you and your great taste and knowledge of art, but I think I do recognize a couple of the names of the great artists you just mentioned. I did not have as interesting of a rest day. Thanks for asking. But I will tell you anyway, I basically hung out in my hotel room.
Well, you ask all the questions here.
I know, I'm kidding. I hung out in my hotel room, chilled, rested, caught up on some work. It was pretty great. So anyway, we needed the rest. We've had 3 rounds, and the reason we needed the rest is because round 4 is ahead. But before we talk about that, let's remind everybody of what went down in the first few days. A surprise or not surprise that the 2 guys who've already played for a world championship, Jan Nepomniachtchi and Fabiano Caruana, are the 2 guys leading the field at this point, Almira.
Well, Jan and Fabiano are certainly in form, and both of them are looking for their second win in the Candidates Tournament. But, you know, I wouldn't be so calm if, when I'm looking at the standings, there are 4 guys chasing them, and those 4 guys are Duda, Firouzja, Laporte, and Nakamura. And we also see Liren and Timur Rajabov at the bottom of the standings. They're struggling so far.
No, you're totally right. Obviously, it's a cliche thing to say, but it's true. At this point, it's still anybody's game, anybody's tournament. You know, as I look at the 4 people with 1.5 points, it's hard for me to decide who had a tougher road, who has been more impressive on the way to get there, right? Alireza Firouzja has already played 2 blacks. He plays his 3rd black out of 4 games today. So when you look at that score, you have to be impressed with the young man. Of course, everyone talking about Hikaru, the fact that he had undeniably, I think, the most exciting games round by round so far. A loss, a victory, this incredible draw we saw. So that's amazing. But as you said, Liren, you know, continue to right the ship. So it's anybody's game. The two previous challengers, Nepomniachtchi and Caruana, are right there at the top, but it is still anybody's game. So before we get set here for the round 4 matchups, let's take a look at them, right?
Let's have a look at the pairings.
Okay. Quick thoughts on Rapport versus Nakamura. Gotta be that Rapport can't think too much about that bad record against Hikaru.
Well, he's certainly affected by the score, but I think that in this tournament, well, you have to let it go. And Richard Rapport is going to press hard with white, and he's going to be all in today.
Nepomniachtchi is leading the tournament and has the white pieces against the youngest player in the field, Alireza Firouzja. Of course, that's going to have us on the edge of our seat. Duda Rajabov, quick thoughts on that one?
Well, once again, Jan-Krzysztof is having white today. It's his third white in the tournament, so he will try to convert this against Timur Rajabov, who is trying to find his game still. So.
And Duda hasn't really had any better chances than he had in round one when he had white, as we saw. So. He wasn't able to get that victory against Rapport. Will he figure out the white pieces today? And then the Ding Liren versus Fabiano Caruana. You see a 5-2 score. Obviously, we know that that's been a lot of the pre-hype banter coming in. Of course, we're going to continue to unpack the context of that particular matchup. But
well, I had a look at those games, and actually, even recently, Ding has won a lot of games with white. So, as you would say, he has Fabi's number.
He has Fabi's number,
when
but
he's playing with white,
especially with white, right? So, okay, as we say that, we want to continue to talk about these games, but let's do it while we look at the beautiful faces of our players, of our champions. There's one of the gladiators himself. Looking pretty dapper in that suit.
Metal detector, that's like, Hikaru is showing his credit cards.
Ah, he has a metal credit card.
Yes, of course.
That's what happens when you're rocking an American Express black card, Hikaru. When you've got the black card, it's a metal card.
So you have to give it all away. That's what's happening now. So.
I'm not going to lie, Hikaru, I know a Hikaru, and that is not a happy Hikaru about what he is being grilled about right now. He's like, look, it's a wallet. It's a metal credit card. I'm going through every single thing here. I'm not too thrilled about the fact that I'm being tortured about this.
And also, I think that FIDE had a request for him to dress differently. Hikaru has addressed it also on Twitter. I find it's exaggerated, because he's wearing a suit right now, but I don't think that was something wrong.
I don't think there was anything wrong with his outfit. I agree, but I will say this: There's that coffee again. Anyway, hi Chris. Anyway, but it is an anti-cheating measure, right? Obviously, to be fair to FIDE, while it is certainly not the favorite thing Hikaru's ever done to empty his wallet.
How many cards?
He has a lot of credit cards.
Actually have.
Obviously, FIDE trying to detect whether there's any metal of any other kind besides a wallet for good reason. We want to make sure that all the players are completely clean. But okay, you could tell that was an interesting process to go through. Glad we caught it on camera. Let's talk about what we might catch on the board here. Rapport is white, so even though he's got this 0-3 record against Hikaru with a couple draws sprinkled in, he does have the first move today, Almira.
Well, and
there he is.
Well, I've done my homework, and you will be surprised, but Richard Rapport was the one who played last the variation that Alireza Firouzja used against Hikaru, and I think that we will be able to show it to you. So
later today, that's right,
yes,
a little
later
teaser
today.
alert. Teaser alert, we might have a nice little breakdown for you of some things we learned about that epic Firouzja preparation, and then an epic defense by Hikaru Nakamura. So
another
teaser.
rock star.
Another rock star with a pinstripe-looking suit. It looks like an Italian cut of some kind. As a guy who knows very little about most of the things he talks about on TV, I know even less about suits.
And do you know, Daniel, that all the tickets were sold for this tournament in 24 hours?
To see the stars.
For any concert.
Well, we have some other players to see as well. Rapport and Nakamura will be an interesting battle, but Fabiano makes his way. He did. Looks like he just got up. That is a jacket and an emblem many people know of the Chess Club and Scholastic Center in St. Louis, one that Fabi sports proudly. He's going to have the black pieces in this battle. And go back to what you quickly said when we had the visual of the pairings up. It's not just that Ding Liren has the plus record against Fabiano, it's that he has a very good grip on him when he's white.
Exactly, and Ding Liren won his last game with white against Fabiano Classical in the last candidates, which lasted for over a year, so it still was 2 years ago, but I think that Fabiano is also choosing quite a different opening against Ding Liren every time, so he's not sure.
Yeah, but he can't seem to escape, no matter what Fabi does with black, Liren seems to be well prepared as white. And something about the style of these two guys, I feel like if we see Fabi playing white in the second half of the tournament, we might be saying a different kind of thing. But I do expect Ding to maybe get an edge and press, just if history repeating is something that happens here today. So interesting shot here. We see only Report and Nakamura at their boards. Everybody else, oh, and there's Tamor Rajaba, but everyone else apparently has some better things to do. But
these chairs do look impressive. I know as I have a closer look at them, like I understand Ding's reactions. So you do not feel comfortable
in the chairs.
Yes, in these chairs. So it's more of a gamer chair.
Yeah, well, it's got the tall back, yeah, and the top neck. It is more of a gamer's chair. Speaking of gamer's chair, Jan Nepomniachtchi has a very impressive looking gamer's chair. One of the few top grandmasters who's streamed. Not as much as Hikaru, but he does from time to time. But okay, let's talk about this one. I know Ding Liren, Fabiano Caruana, maybe he's had a lot of pre-hype focus, but I really think this matchup here, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Alireza Firouzja, is going to be the one that gets us fire on board today, Almira.
Well, and Jan has a lot of things to prove, I think, after the World Championship match. He took sort of like a spiritual retreat. He didn't play a lot.
Yeah.
So did Alireza Firouzja. They both of them wanted to analyze their games, maybe their weaknesses, who knows, and to come back even stronger.
It's an interesting point because two very different paths, right? Jan Nepomniachtchi lost to Magnus Carlsen in Dubai for the World Chess Championship. Alireza Firouzja was qualifying right around that time in the Grand Swiss. But you're right, these are two guys who have played the least, I guess, coming into the candidates compared to all the other players. So how will that affect their preparation? Jan Nepomniachtchi maybe going to try to bring something out of the bag of tricks he didn't get to use against Carlsen in Dubai against Alireza, perhaps. Here's Ding Liren again.
And I wanted to say that they haven't played, of course, that many classical games as well against each other. So I've looked at some of the statistics and the games they were playing online.
Yeah.
And Jan wins quite often.
Yeah, Jan has had a good score against Alireza online. But okay, on to Ding Liren, who finally comes to the table along with along with Fabiano Caruana. So many games. Well, here he is, the top player from China. If there's any way, if there's any time for Stella to get her groove back, if you will, for Ding Liren to find its form against Fabiano with the first move, a position where he's been confident before and familiar, he's familiar with this chair and he's often gotten good results. So okay, before the games are played, now that we've taken a look at all four quickly, we get to take a look at the vote chess, and we're gonna cast a vote. I'm gonna say that Ding gets the victory. I'm gonna shock the world on that one. I'm gonna go with a draw in Report Nakamura. I'm gonna go with a victory for Jan against Alireza Firouzja.
I don't have to vote.
And I'm gonna go for another draw, fourth draw in a row for Jan-Krzysztof due to there. Those are my quick picks. Remember, use the command guess, and you will get a direct link to do so. You can also just go to chess.com/events yourself. There's cash prizes. There's diamond memberships. There's all kinds of stuff at stake. I went through that fast. I kind of blacked out a little bit. We'll see whether my results come through or not. But we're about to have our first moves, and we didn't want to miss it. So your thoughts?
Well, the last game, Fabi played Slav, and he sacrificed 2 pounds. You remember? And Ding was walking all over the board with his king. It was a crazy game.
It was exciting. Go.chess.com/candidates-guess is the direct URL. But again, just use the command guess if you're watching, whether it be on YouTube, Twitch, or anywhere else. You'll get a direct link, and you can go get some cash prizes and some diamond memberships. And look at this. Is it going to be D4? I thought we would maybe.
We don't know yet.
We don't know. I wonder if that was a. When did this tradition start of players telling arbiters a move that they don't intend to play? Like when did that first start? Do you know? You're the historian here. Do you have any info on that?
Well, first of all, it started with the media attention that was brought to the chess world,
okay.
And the symbolical first move is like the symbolical first kick. You have this in football,
first
baseball,
pitch, all this stuff,
the same. So, but then, you have to play with your opponent a little bit.
Yep.
To mess with his head. So
you have to.
Maybe A3 or B3 would be more appropriate under those circumstances.
Here we go. Well, it was not a troll in this game though. Turns out, it was just his plan. He plays d4. Often, I have a visual of these two guys playing in Italians and in complex Spanish games. But as I recall on those games, I realized that Fabiano was probably white in most of those games. When Fabiano's white, they get a lot of those e4, e5, double king pawn theoretical battles.
He might go for Catalan and knight c3. You think this is one of the surprises? Because Ding likes to play Catalan positions very much, so g3.
Yeah.
Just to show. And
the Catalan would have been g3 instead of knight c3. For those wondering on the reference Almira made, but so far we're still just in regular open theory. We've actually transposed into a Rogozin Queen's Gambit declined.
And look at this. Ding is thinking, you know, he is not.
Yeah, he wasn't expecting the Rogozin as possible.
Yes.
Not very likely that Ding is surprised on any theoretical level. Remember, at this point, everybody, of course, he knows the Rogozin well, but maybe not expecting Fabiano to go for a Rogozin. Fabi plays lots of different traditional Queen's Gambit declines, but the Rogozin itself, just to give a quick macro of what it means, it's defined by the bishop coming to b4 versus, let's say, the traditional bishop e7 in a Queen's Gambit. So this is an aggressive approach, and Queen a4 check is a move that forces black to put the knight on a square that you normally don't want the knight on because you have to guard the bishop due to the check. So obviously we're going to keep our eye on this theoretically and add some context, but this is interesting to see that Ding took pause there before going into the main line with Queen a4.
Well, it's also considered to be very solid lines.
Yeah.
So let's maybe let's give an overview of like of every game.
Yeah, no, and we're gonna continue to look at all the games here as soon as we can. We'll get you caught up on the openings of the other games, but I'm just wondering, why do you think? We'll look into it. We'll see whether these two guys have ever played a Rogozin before. But we see the move Queen c2 now. This is still very much theory. Let me just point out that this eval bar, because this is a little bit of a new feature for many people tuning in. If you hold your mouse over it, a cool little feature we've added is that while the games are still in the opening, it actually tells you the percentages of how often the positions, what the results are and how often they've been played. That is until you see a novelty. Once you see, knight a5, right now the computer is trying to look into whether there's opening Explorer games. But the moment we're out of the opening, that's when we switch to the traditional eval bar.
Well, I don't know how you do this. I can barely look at the position because I'm like glued to it. I'm trying to figure out. And you have this feature here, this feature there.
Yeah. Well, I almost just look at the colors. I'm just a color guy, visual guy. Just as long as I see that it still has a gray in the middle, I'm like, oh, we're still in the opening stage. The moment it switches, I go, wait a second, we're in novel territory. And I think we have to pause and really appreciate that because we are on move 7, and Fabiano has played a move that has never been played before, according to the opening Explorer, and certainly has taken Ding Liren by surprise.
That's exactly what I wanted to tell you, because like I saw knight a5 and I'm thinking, oh my god, like I have no clue once again.
Yeah, I have no clue what's going on here.
So like I know that there were several moves in this position, b6 also one of those, and, but knight a5, what an opening surprise. This is
it's a principled move that hits the c4 pawn to try to force a decision. So we understand it. We'll come back and look at the opening theory in a little bit. In the meantime, let's back out and get our first sort of high-level look at what's going on in all 4 games. We'll choose which way we're going, but let's just pause here and look real quick on Judah Rajabov, interesting one. Report Nakamura, looks like it was an e4, e5, anti-Berlin as well. But I think we should head over to Nepomniachtchi Firouzja, because that's maybe this will be the English attack that delivers for the excitement I wanted on day 3, Almira.
Mm-hmm.
I can't wait for that.
Yes, we were discussing this opening the night of yesterday, and Firouzja didn't go for the move h5 used by Duda yesterday.
He played the traditional. So Almira is referring to this position where Jan-Krzysztof Duda played h5 against Fabiano Caruana, just slow down g4. Alireza instead plays bishop e7 and queen d2 and castles. So this is the main line, right? And one of the things we highlighted about h5, Almira, is h5 slows down white's attack, but it also comes at the risk of opening up your king. So once you put the king there, you will almost never see a move like h5 played anymore. We're going to see a traditional English attack here.
So here we have like a classical position in the Nidor defense with the opposite castle, so who is going to be at the citadel first? I would like to say. Yes.
Yeah. This is really mainline stuff. So the player's playing quickly here, and I cannot wait to see what the novelty is in this game, everyone. Why? Because it probably won't be a novelty until we're in the mid-20s at least. Like, this looks like a game where the players are going to be playing a lot of opening theory for some time. So knight bd7,
g4,
and here goes
sure.
g4.
So white launches, is the first to launch the attack.
So this was the structure I was hoping we were going to get in Fabiano Jan-Krzysztof Duda. So let's maybe talk a little bit about the structure here to set the stage for what's going to happen before we look at others real quick.
Well, I just wanted to say that normally you would reply with b5, of course g4, b5 is very natural. So here you can try and chase the knight first, play g5 immediately.
And he does so.
Okay, he does so. And
black has two main moves here, to move the knight or to play b4 first.
Okay, but I was most thinking about knight h5, but you see, Alireza proves me wrong. Yes.
Well, typically in this line, they do favor b4. I think because now if knight d5 comes, you can take with the knight, and then play bishop f5. And okay, this is still just a ton of theory, so I'm not saying like black favors this because black's better or anything like that, but this particular move order, white now has to make a move, usually rook g1 or something, before you can play bishop d3, because the trade on d3, if the queen takes, sometimes this g5 pawn is still hanging. So this move order works out a little bit for black. But, okay, right on cue though, Jan plays the move knight to e2.
What I wanted to say is I wanted to use this moment also to point out that this move before is very important because like while you're attacked, if you have a chance to create your own threats,
yes,
you have to use this moment.
Yeah. No, that's a really good point from Elmira, because anytime you're looking at a position just like this, kings on opposite sides of the board, both sides rushing ahead, every time you have a chance to gain a tempo, that's usually a good thing, because your pieces need to get as close as they can to this king before your opponent does the same on the other side of the board. So g5 met with b4, the knight comes to e2, and we see that we've already had another move from Alireza in knight e8.
So not knight h5.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this is going to be a theoretical battle for the ages. Alireza Firouzja not afraid of whatever Jan Nepomniachtchi has prepped in this English attack, and we're going to come back to it in a little bit and see where it's evolved to. Backing up again, there are two games we haven't looked at yet, everybody. Duda Rajabov and Report Nakamura.
Let's have a look.
I think we'll go there. What do you think, Elmira? Another g5.
It's, well, I wanted to make a joke. It seemed that Hikaru spent like some time at a camp, where he was trained to be a gladiator, but in some kind of chess dystopia, with no pawns in front of his kings, so this like happens again. So
right as you said, Hikaru spent time at a camp to train to become a gladiator. Perfect timing. He looked at the camera as if he heard and kind of gave a little bit of a nod as if confirming that he heard you. He's like, you're not wrong, Elmira. Camp Gladiator exists. Anyway, but okay, jokes aside, yeah, this is yet another time where Hikaru as black has played g5 early against Fabiano. Obviously, he did it against Firouzja and was met with the sacrifice that we saw on Sunday before the rest day. This is not going to be a sacrifice, but this is just a very aggressive way for black to play in this position. And is the e5 pawn capturable here? Like, am I allowed to take this pawn? I mean, I want to.
You want to? Let's see, because I wanted to go h5 here, because that's certainly Hikaru's point, and it's the point in these positions all the time. But can we just go back at bishop c6, d takes c6 at the opening stage? Because as you can remember, Fabiano played a little bit differently. So actually, Richard Report, first of all, starts with e4 this game, There is a dramatic change, So he is targeting Hikaru's preparation. another points. So he's going for the same opening as Fabiano used against Hikaru in the first round. So
Yep.
he goes for the same structure, bishop c6. He gives up his bishop. And, you know, Fabiano used the plan with knight bd2, knight b3.
Yes.
So Richard, you know, goes for castling, of course, first. And then here, after bishop d6, he goes for bishop g5.
Yep. Which is kind of a typical idea when the bishop isn't going to be on the square e7 to white. So again, first of all, really important that we highlighted, Almira pointed out, again, knight d2 was played instead of castles by Caruana against Nakamura on day one. But despite Fabiano getting the win, Report wants to do something different. Bishop g5, h6, bishop h4.
Or was it first castle, knight bd2? I still don't remember.
No, it was knight bd2.
Sorry,
it was knight bd2.
Okay. Okay, but here, of course, it's a typical idea when you play. Well, you want to unpin, but it offers also you a possibility to be very aggressive starting from the opening with black. And Hikaru is using it immediately. You know, there are not very many positions where you can do this.
Yep.
So bishop g5, h6, g5, bishop g3, and now bishop b6. We need to analyze this line. So it's a fun move, and a move that Hikaru is playing quickly, by the way, putting Report into the think tank. I mean, this is okay. So I'm not wrong that knight takes e5 is a move. Even the computer agrees it's a move. But Almira is right that likely h5 will be the prep from Hikaru, looking to go all in on a kingside attack before white has not only completed development, but maybe prepared to defend on the kingside. This would be a fun one to see. It's not like it's just over though, because you can move the knight and you're not getting the bishop trapped because this trade happens. So that wouldn't necessarily be what black wants to do if the knight comes to f3. Maybe you can, I don't know if you can take first, but then if I take with the f-pawn.
I think
maybe
you take
G4?
And then you try to get castled long as quickly as you can, right, to launch an attack.
No, here I want to play h4, but I was looking at f takes g3 first, because here I will
F takes
open.
G3. Okay,
because
yeah,
here
makes
it seems that black has sufficient compensation to, well, to
Yep.
me at least. So I was thinking that here you could use queen d4 check. So after g4, the knight probably goes to h4, or I don't know
we'll
where.
go here just to show how bad it is.
No.
Yeah. Queen d4 check.
Yes, you have knight g5 and knight h4, but this one as well. What?
Interesting. You also have knight takes e4, by the way, because the pawn is pinned.
Oh, this I haven't seen. You know, I do not allow those things in my games. Go like on a normal square.
Oh my gosh, this is okay. Another wild game ahead of us. Another really aggressive approach from Hikaru on the king side, but. One player who we haven't had a chance to get to know a little more, might as well take the opportunity to do so right now because he's on the clock. Richard Report thinking for almost 7 minutes already. Let's take a closer look before he makes his next move in our latest chess.com player profile.
Playing some of his best chess, Richard Report steps into this year's candidates with reasonable expectations to place well. Throughout his career, Report has been no stranger to the top 10 in the world rankings. Using his solid performances at the series of FIDE Grand Prix events, Report secured his first bid to the candidates. The Hungarian-born competitor is looking for his first opportunity to become a challenger for the World Championship. Report surged past the 2,700 barrier before he reached 19 years old. Known for his offbeat openings, Report is also considered by many as the most unpredictable opening innovator in the field. Also unpredictable is the current status for which country Report will be representing. Hungarian-born, Report is in the process of moving his chess allegiances to Romania. Either way, Report would be the first from Hungary or Romania to win the candidates.
Richard Report, one of the most interesting characters in the event for sure. Obviously, Danya highlighted some interesting points, a lot of interesting points, but especially one about his federation switch recently. Almira, so much to talk about, but we look at the 3 draws he's had so far. We shouldn't discount that he might have even had an opportunity to get a win yesterday. Oh, sorry, I keep saying yesterday, my apologies. It's going to be a long few weeks in Madrid on Sunday. But your thoughts on what stood out to you, not just in his first 3 games, Almira, but in our player profile about Report?
Well, maybe first of all, like in this tournament, Richard missed a few opportunities, of course, but I feel that he has such a fighting spirit, and this is what is the most, it's one of the most important qualities for this tournament. His chess and his games are so creative, and well, you're never disappointed. So I think that he might be actually a perfect challenger for Magnus Carlsen. I'm looking at this, well, statistics. He certainly doesn't have a perfect score against Hikaru. But for example, if Hikaru would have to qualify, he doesn't have a perfect score against Magnus either. So, you know, it's even worse. It's like, I think, 1-14. So, you know, it doesn't really say anything. It's just, you will rise to the challenge. So it's
well, of course, because we know a match is so different than any tournament anyway. We talk about that because let's be real. A lot of storyline going into Nepomniachtchi Carlsen was that Jan had a plus record against Magnus, but everyone who unpacked that stat said, okay, Nepomniachtchi has a good record against Carlsen, but a world championship match, totally different animal, totally different amount of time you have to prepare. So I think you're making a great point that because of Rapport's creative style, because of his willingness to mix it up, if he was in a match setting where he had a group of seconds around him, right, where he had time to prepare, what would he be capable of in a match like that? I would not mind seeing that.
And that's actually, I think, one of the reasons why Richard took this very difficult decision, well, I imagine, to switch federation, because he was given this support. You know, he will be able to build a team, to train well, for 10 hours a day, so if he wants, you know. And I think, well, this is a very important factor.
Well, that's it. Do you have any inside information on that? Was that part of like what he was able to secure as his federation switching? And
no, but I can imagine it's like, for me, it's a very difficult decision, you know, it's a life-changing decision. So I think that he was given this support by the main sponsor of the tournament in Romania.
Well, that makes sense. I think a lot of people from the outside looking in and wonder, you know, why a change now, right? You're a Hungarian-born, you know, chess grandmaster that has been your federation forever. Why would you be motivated to change to Romania? But it makes a lot of sense, right? If you have an opportunity to take your career to the next level, however that support might be coming in. Like you said, if he was in a spot where he was preparing for a match and got that kind of support, what would he be capable of? All right.
Danny, if we could go back
let's, speaking of what he's capable of, let's analyze this game a little bit, because we had a move from Nakamura. We had two moves from Nakamura.
No, basically, like, let's get back to the position where Hikaru, sacrificed a pawn. We went through 95. I just wanted to show why bishop e5 was not possible.
Yeah, bishop e5 is the other way to capture, but bishop e5 would not be as good.
Maybe simply queen d4 as in the variation that we've seen previously, and queen b2. What do you think? And then I'm not sure if you can castle long there. Maybe. Like, even with the open b file, maybe you can castle long. What do you think? Like knight to 3? I think so.
Mainly because
queen b2. Let's say knight bd2. Can you castle long here? That was my question.
Let's do it. I know you're talking to a Sicilian player here, so you're asking me, can I castle into danger? Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I guess you're asking the wrong guy, white or black. But okay, jokes aside, I think it is possible, because even though the b file is open, I think you could still argue that black's attack is probably coming faster than white's here. White's pieces aren't well coordinated to quickly jump over here. And so
you cannot play knight c4. I will simply take it.
Simply lose a piece because the pawn is pinned to the lady on d1.
Rook b1. I can even.
In something like this, probably the queen doesn't take a2. You go to some other square, and again, we would have a lot of things to talk about in this game. I would not be unhappy if we get something like this. Kings on opposite sides of the board. What we see in the game, Rapport recognizes that he doesn't want to take with either the knight because of h5 or the bishop. Instead, plays the solid queen d2.
So nice preparation from Team Hikaru.
Yeah, knight to d7, and now d4. And Hikaru is...
I think that he's going to play f6 because, first of all, this is a standard reaction, and he already used it against Fabi.
Yeah.
Well, the context was a little bit different.
But same idea, you're right.
Same idea.
Yeah.
And queen d2, but this is also such an odd-looking move at first.
It's funny, yeah, because the queen looks misplaced there, especially with the knight undeveloped. But in many ways, it makes sense that the queen may have chances to jump into the center at some point. Also, you free the d1 square for the rook earlier than you normally would in case firepower is needed on the d file. It's interesting. It's obviously original territory. For anyone following, theoretically, we'll get some stats here. In fact, we've got some stats being confirmed by our own Peter Dockers right now. So apparently 9 bishop to e6 was a novelty. It would make sense because that was where we saw report, spot, pause, and think, right? So no surprise there that bishop e6 was the first move. And as you said, good prep from Team Hikaru. Although even with prep, Almira, kind of thematic ideas, right? You already said, similar to what he did against Fabi, we'll probably see a position that's centered around the tension of what happens here. Can white break through on the dark squares and maybe expose these moves as weaknesses? Or is black able to keep things closed long enough to maybe get the king out of dodge and then get an attack going? This will be the story. Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to figure out the mystery behind the queen d2 move, because it can't be that trivial. You know, he didn't develop his knight, neither on d2, neither c3, so there must be a point behind. So if you play f6, well, I was looking at queen c3, but it looks very strange here to me as well. There are the similar ideas in why to, well, I think of it, in Rossolima Sicilian, which I play. Very often you have the same kind of structures, and white is attacking the pawn on e5, but playing like queen d2, queen c3.
I actually
so
really
if we
like
can
that
extrapolate,
idea.
you know, so
I'm showing it on the board because I think you might be onto something. Because if Almira's instincts are, whenever you see a mysterious move, queen d2 is definitely mysterious. It makes sense that there's a very unique or specific purpose. And this idea of maybe putting the queen on c3, I bet Almira has spotted exactly what that mysterious idea is, because the knight can develop later, and that queen is perfectly primed to put pressure on all the right spots. So, all right, there's one game, Almira, we haven't looked at yet. By the way, Hikaru has played f6, so you're 1 for 1 on predictions. We'll see if you're 2 for 2 with queen to c3. But obviously, we know that there's a fourth game as we look at the flavor of ice cream before us today. We got so many exciting games. I can't wait to get into them. Duda and Rajabov is the only other one that we have not looked at yet. So let's do so right now. The opposite here as far as opening theory, just real quick context, we see a novelty early on by Nakamura. This position, we won't even talk too much about it because obviously we're looking at a four knights. I mean, this is about as classical chess as it gets, Almira, for beginners looking at, right? King pawns, everybody's developed all their minor pieces, everyone's controlling the center. Beginners take note of the quality chess before you in this game with Duda versus Rajabov.
Well, first things first then. Let's have a look at the opening. Jan-Krzysztof Duda chose d3 once again because he wanted to avoid the Berlin defense. So he didn't want to go for the endgame, which well appears on the board after, let's say, if you play castle, knight e4. And what is interesting about this position is this move knight c3.
Okay.
It's a completely different move order than we usually see. Like first we go c3, you know, we don't give the option of playing knight d4 a little bit later, so knight bd2, knight f1. But here, the difference is that the bishop was developed very early on g5 once again. So he wants to play knight c3, knight d5, a very simple idea, you see? And then...
we'll just show it for fun. If you're not careful, and it may not even work right away, but if you have a pin on the king side like this and your opponent can bring a knight to d5, sometimes you desperately wish you could put your bishop back on e7. It doesn't work here, partly because white isn't castled yet. Black can actually be aggressive with the move g5. Okay,
so like knight g5 is losing.
Knight takes g5. I believe this must be the move. Yeah, okay. Knight takes d5. It's a reverse. A pin sometimes becomes a reverse sort of discovery. But if it wasn't for that idea, the point is this is just a good tactic to kind of be aware of, that if somehow your opponent can bring extra firepower to a pin on the king side, things can become very bad very quickly. But as Almira said, knight to c3, spying that square, looking to bring pressure on f6, and Rajabov is taking a bit of a think.
So what is very interesting, once again, is that white haven't castled yet. That offers sometimes a very unique opportunity, especially with this move order, knight c3, knight is coming to d5, to play g4. So maybe not immediately here, but if you castle here, you know, you have to consider this option. And also maybe not immediately, maybe h3, g4, but this looks very dangerous. So, or queen d2, castle long here.
Yeah.
Maybe that is what he's thinking. That's the plan. Knight c3, maybe queen d2, if you castle also. So we're having, once again, a very dangerous position with the opposite castling.
Yep. How many opposite side castling games might we have today? Who knows, right? That would be a lot of fun. But again, this is such a modern idea, right? With computer influence over some of these classical openings, you look at these positions differently than you used to, because the beginning people who set the table for all of us in chess history we're just playing the simple moves, right? Get the king out of the center and then we'll figure it out. But now we look at moves like h6 very differently. We know that that pawn can never return, so you're already spying ideas like ultra-aggressive stuff to castle long, even at the risk of even losing the pawn in some positions, right? Because the rook will take the g-file. So I love what you said there, because there's a reason Rajabov has paused here, everyone. It's a classical-looking position, almost looks too simple. There is a lot of very dangerous things potentially facing him if he makes a wrong step here.
Well, I would be thinking too, you know, playing my first candidates.
You would be thinking playing your first candidate. It's not his first candidates. Rajabov, one of the most experienced players, but it is his first time facing Jan-Krzysztof Duda in the candidates. So, all right, we've taken a look at all 4 games. We've seen many. I'm so glad that the crew here just already put Nepomniachtchi on camera here, because I'm looking at that English attack and just excited to dive into the theory. It looks like maybe Alireza Firouzja has been the first to surprise his opponent there with this interesting idea with d5.
So that was the last move played on the board?
Yeah, Black has played this move d5, and Nepo...
Normally you would continue with f6. You're the Sicilian player, yes? You have to open everything.
There are some sacrifices you make in the Sicilian with your eyes closed, and then you ask questions later.
Oh.
Right? I mean, you just do it, and because you know you have no choice but to open up these lines. And we'll get into that variation as soon as we have the board up. But
well,
yeah, Jan Nepomniachtchi, what?
No, I wanted to say that Tal made it look so easy.
Yeah,
you know,
he did.
Whenever there is a Sicilian, and especially there was one game which is coming to my mind, is when there was a game.
By the way,
yes,
we are predicting a lot here mutually together. This is it's what I said. You play this move, and then you look at the camera. Look at the camera. Smile for mom, Jan. Smile for mom, and then you get back to the chess. Okay.
Well, just wanted to say
the
that
reason we're saying this, everyone,
yes,
is that kings on opposite sides of the board positions, you have to, there's all kinds of things we value in chess dynamically. Obviously, you value checkmate at the peak of every pyramid, right? Then we value large amounts of material. Then maybe you get in these gray areas where sometimes small amounts of material can be valued less than what we call the initiative, right? And in positions when the kings are on opposite sides of the board, those are the exact type of positions where the initiative might be worth more than a pawn. And so a move like f6 is a move you just play because your goal is like, look, I don't even care how you're taking that next. So you have 3 pieces you can do it. I know that the only way white is going to get the pressure that he needs in this game is to open up lines and then try to do everything he can to throw the entire army at this side of the board. And so it is a joke. In fact, as a dragon player, I also, shame to say, I played the dragon for way longer than I should. It's like sacrificing your b pawn in the dragon, right? When you have a bishop on this diagonal as black and you have an open file, if you could just magically take that pawn off the board, in a lot of positions, your position is just legitimately better without the pawn. So it's just important strategically to understand why you see players at this level sacrificing material. Black is sacrificing a pawn to open up lines, and Jan doesn't even want the pawn. He's sacrificing a pawn right back to open up lines, and Alireza has already captured it. So, oh man, Almira, I am excited about this game. This game is what I've been waiting for. This is my English attack Sicilian finally arrived.
Well, I think both players have such a potential of creating chaos.
Yeah.
So like both of them together combined, here it is.
I did call that one. I said we would have fire on board in this game. This is the game I think that is going to get us. Hopefully not a 35 move force draw that looks crazy. Hopefully it's real spicy.
Well, that's what I wanted to say. Who analyzed this position deeper? Because well, for the moment, I think they're still following their preparation.
Yep.
And one thing that I wanted to add is that while you're sacrificing the pawns, you're also gaining squares for your pieces. You know, knight g3, knight f5, knight h5. This is very important. You're opening all the diagonals. Look, this moves f6 obtained everything, like bishop h3, bishop a5, f5 is also possible then.
Yeah.
And the knight on c1 for the moment is, for me, is much better than his counterpart on e8 because it protects everything.
That's a really great point. In fact, this is like the reverse square of, who said it? Was it Tal or Korchnoi said, with a knight on f8, there is no checkmate. This is sort of white's f8, if you will, with a king on b1. With a knight on c1, black has no fun. Oh my God, I just made that up. What a great rhyme. With a knight on c1, black has no fun. I'll be here all week, everybody. Don't you fret. But Almira, you know, again, makes a really good point that who's more prepared? That's what we don't know yet, right? They're both still playing very quickly. Speaking of the preparation and what was new on this game, once again, shout out to the team helping us with these stats. According to our own, again, chess journalist extraordinaire Peter Dockers, he said that in this particular game, Firouzja's 15 bishop to c4, instead of the move a4, has only been played 11 of 632 games. No, it must have been the move before. Okay, sorry. It was this position. This move a5 here has not been played as often as other moves. And so this is maybe the beginning of getting us into some original looking territory.
But it looks very natural though.
Yeah.
a5, a4.
Yeah, f4, a5, f5 was played, and then okay, sorry, no, it was this position that Peter was referring to. Firouzja played bishop to c4. That has only been played 11 games of 632 instead of the move a4. So a4 is normally the move here. There are still hundreds of games in this position. Firouzja chooses the move bishop to c4, and obviously we're getting novel territory that is about to get as crazy as you can get in any of these Sicilians. But interesting facts there that it was Firouzja who really kind of deviated first with this move bishop c4 instead of the move a4.
But once again, these are the two moves possible in this position. You cannot ignore it. So, well, both players were certainly aware of this move. So, if not a4, then bishop c4 is the next plausible
logical
move.
Yes,
right?
right?
No logical move, of course. So, you need to take on f6 here with which knight, Danny? You have three possible captures: bishop f6, knight df6, knight ef6, and this might give you a headache.
Yeah, and again, play these positions with so many games for both sides. It's such a tough decision because if you take with this knight, it feels like you're fixing your worst piece, quote unquote, the piece on the back rank. But then you're leaving g7 open, right? So I'm not saying it immediately is good, but immediately you're looking at ideas like this. Okay, and the computer kind of likes it, right? Because now g7 has no protection, which means, by the way, queen g5 and mate is on the board. Like, it's threatened. And even if you take here, there's rook to g1 in a lot of these positions, and g7 is just, you're just crushing through. So just to show you how dangerous these positions are, take a snapshot. Yes, the position is equal right now, but if you take with this knight, now you've given up g7. But if you take with the other knight, you keep an eye on this, but you keep this long-term dysfunction. Whenever the major pieces are not communicating, there's always a chance for tactics to go wrong. So if I had to guess, he will take with this knight, because I think that line I just showed is actually maybe dangerous, but I don't really have an answer.
And once again, if you take with, well, whatever the knight is, after knight f6, bishop h6, maybe there is a possibility, like, let's say knight df6, this one, let's protect with the knight on e8 the g7 square, so knight df6 that you
Okay,
showed.
which one you want to look at,
The
knight
second,
df6 or knight df6?
Knight d.
Okay.
Knight df6, so if I play bishop h6 here, maybe I can even take on e4. You see, that's also dangerous.
Yeah, well now you can, because here there is no rook g1 because the knight guards it.
Exactly. So maybe this is a possible explanation. Otherwise, after bishop f6, maybe bishop h6.
Yeah, I don't think you can take with the bishop.
Or knight g3, even like we said before.
I was even thinking like I could maybe take the pawn. I could maybe play knight g3. Like I think your instincts were right that you have to take with the knight. And the more I look at it, the more I'm pretty confident will be this one because of what you just pointed out. This knight is now critical to black's defense. So.
But then knight g3. Let's say knight f6, knight g3 once again.
Okay.
And still threatening bishop h6 or rook g1, and protecting the e4 pawn as well at the same time. So how are you going to? So king h8 maybe.
Right
it's
away.
It's a very natural.
Yeah, get the king out of the way.
Defensive move.
All right, well, there's no way we're going to be able to get to anything deeper than these players will. It'll be exciting to learn more about what they've cooked up at home. I'll leave us with one more teaser. We'll come back to the teasers on that one because I actually want to get back over to the Liren Fabiano Caruana battle, given that we started with that one, probably gave it the least amount of attention, and now we've seen many moves on the board. We're going to have to dive into the analysis of that one and see how we got here. Kind of a typical Rogozin idea we can already see with the move c5 having been played for white. This is something that you see in these structures, and you can tell that knight came to c6 like it doesn't normally want to do in a QGD, i.e. the Rogozin. But Fabi's on the clock here.
And this is such a powerful chain, you know. Sometimes when you're looking at the position, it reflects a simple war battlefield. And you know, whenever you have this powerful chain formation, these are the warriors.
Yeah.
It's really like used by Greeks, Romans, and
I like where humanity has evolved. If we used to have warriors killing each other in gladiator fashion in large coliseums, now we have people peacefully battling it out intellectually over a chessboard. You know, as much as I love a good Russell Crowe movie, I like where we're at here a little better.
Well, I think that a lot of philosophers agreed on this, that, you know, sports is sort of replaced, you know, this form of aggression.
Yes, sport and gaming replaced violence in a lot of very healthy ways. We hope that continues to be a trend for humanity. Knock on wood. All right, let's dive in here actually to some analysis because I want to see how we got here. This is, we left the position, Elmira, with queen to c2.
Knight a5. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then knight a5. And the prep we have here, team says, so knight a5 has actually only been played in one other over-the-board game. It's not a full novelty because it's been played, a couple of online games as well, but there's a good reason that Ding paused there on knight a5. We see he's down by about 13 minutes on the clock because he didn't quite know what to do there. Let's see how he handled it. He played c5.
Well, he forces you to make a decision, first of all, with the pawn, because it's very important. Because if you take on d5, then we will have, once again, a very thematical exchange and the structure in the center.
Yeah.
So this is what Fabi is actually, he was trying to achieve here. He was forcing either for white to play c5 or to take on d5. So take on d5 is like a simplification.
Simplification, it's also a very typical structure, but for Fabi's goal, I guess, would be that now the bishop is open, right? You have a little more freedom. You have both c6 and c5 on the agenda in these types of positions. So Ding decides not to give Fabi that clarity and instead plays c5.
And c5, of course, is the move which you play when you want to claim an advantage with white.
Yeah.
It's not like c takes d5, you say, I don't know what to do, you know, let's clear the waters. It will be a calm game. But c5, you know that this is going to be a fight.
Yeah, I love that. So c5 played, doesn't clarify things. Black still has this bishop, the bishop to solve. And now we immediately see b6 as a response. The knight comes to c4. I love this idea from Fabi. I don't know where this is going, and obviously white is still finding the light position. But if we just add, the evolution of the idea, as you said, Almira, right? Knight on a5 forces a decision. You have two decisions. You can push or you can take. If you take, you help me solve the bishop problem. c5 doesn't help me solve it, but now when I put my knight on c4, I'm trying to force you to help me solve it, because if you take it, I will take back with the pawn, and that diagonal is forever open for my previously bad light square bishop. So it's a very interesting idea from Fabi at home, and we see although he's thinking right now, he earned about a 15-minute time advantage on the clock before this turn started.
So what was played after knight c4?
A3 was played.
I think it was rather forced.
We get the bishop, make the trade, and after a5, rook to c1, we've caught up with the live position. So actually, Fabi was at an hour and 55 minutes at the start of this turn. So he had earned actually 20 minutes as an advantage on the clock. And it's maybe doesn't mean anything. Obviously, Liren is looking confident and feeling better now maybe about facing Fabi's early knight a5.
What is the positional idea of a5? Does he want to play bishop a6? What do you think? Of course, a5 also, it's one of the standard moves which you play in this position in order to exchange after b4, a takes b, a takes b. But does he want to play bishop a6, or this is way too dangerous here?
I would guess what he's worried about is that there some sort of just immediate threat to open the files and enter in with the queen, right?
You mean bishop a6, rook a6, and then take on b6, and then queen c7 immediately.
Yeah, something like
something
this.
Like this.
You take back, and then
and you're controlling the c file forever.
And yeah, that's kind of the point. Everyone is as tame as this looks. You're like, what? You're afraid of a queen trade offering? Whenever there's only one open file on the board, whoever controls said file controls the fate of the game, if you will, right? Because
this position is really
very tough for black. I love it when you see simple positions, because I think they're really educational to show just the geometry of chess. That's very dangerous and interesting, because when I was teaching students actively, I always said that open files were like commodities, which is supply and demand, right? Different than stocks, because commodities, the value of something goes up, the less there is, right? So when there's only one open file, whoever controls it literally can win the game because of that only file. And in this type of position, white is playing king e2 and bringing the rook over, and you'll note that black doesn't even have time to challenge, because by the time you get there, white still owns the file. And so this is a really instructive example of, I think beginner players look at this and go, oh, this is boring, it's simple, the queens are off the board, there's nothing to do here. But the subtle point that these rooks are disconnected and that white controls the only open file is arguably enough for the best players in the world to win a game. Just that. We have a move. Oh my God, he played bishop a6. What is Fabi going for here?
I simply wanted to say first that rook c1 is, anticipating this exchange. So maybe we'll have this position. But then maybe he doesn't want to change the queens. So if you take on b6, queen c7, and I will do, well, it's an awkward move, but maybe queen a8, let's see.
I like that. Or you know what else? I mean, so I was proving the instructive point about the open file. You could actually play this right away, and that would already be a huge. Just notice the one difference there is that, now you're actually, you can do this. Now you're getting there.
You're in time.
Because you're in time. Okay, the instructive point I made about the file is still real, everybody, but it's just interesting that the move order is incredibly important, that Fabi can go for the endgame because of tactics like this, where you don't defend the pawn. Notice that. You don't play this, because now white comes up, and then white will get the file, and the advantage will be massive, at least positionally for now.
But Danny, I don't take. I will play your move, king e2. Rook a8, king e2. Now that I can leave my king in the center, I will play it here.
Oh, wow. So if rook a8, you'll play...
Yes, king e2.
King e2.
Yes, exactly. So I want to play this position. You can still play rook c8. We will exchange queens. And I don't know what will I do after this.
But I think he's holding, because they're blitzing out this line, which is going to be interesting. I can't wait to see what small subtlety both the players saw that maybe we did not. Because I think the one bad side for Fabi is, I'll say this, I don't think we're headed toward an endgame that he'll have any winning chances. This is going to be, does white have something on the file here? that maybe Fabi missed, and that was kind of my instinct, is this feels very dangerous for black to have the disconnected rooks and the file to belong to Ding Liren, or is Fabi drawing? But this is not a game where we're going to have a lot of excitement or chances for black. So
one weakness that I can spot at the b5 squares, so I have this crazy plan of playing knight b1, knight c3, then and knight b5. But maybe you can still do something about it by playing knight a8, knight d6. You're just in time.
Yeah,
so something
barely,
like this, like
maybe.
A lot of positional
But
maneuver.
I love what you highlighted just as another instructive thing, that helping players learn to see the forest through the trees. The really subtle thing Miller just pointed out is that this is an outpost square. And sometimes you have to recognize the weaknesses before you can recognize how to get there. So Almira sees this square, and now she's immediately pointing out ideas like this, which is, again, a really important thing to watch out for. Because if you imagine putting a white knight on b5 and a white rook on c6, like that is a stranglehold and something that Ding Liren would probably be able to take home. So, all right, well, we are going to have a lot to take home here in round 4. Let's back up again, because we've now officially really looked at all 4 games. The bird's eye view will get us there. But before we do, want to give a real quick shout out once again to all the, first of all, shout out to the Chess Kid team and the amazing things going on. If you guys haven't been watching the Chess Kid Candidates Tournament, it's pretty awesome. It kicked off yesterday in the first rest day. But all right, also, if you're wondering what hiring a coach for your kids might look like, wonder no longer. Again, we have the American coach, FIDE Master James Canty, giving free lessons on Fridays at 6 p.m. Eastern every single week. Chess Kid TV is the place to be. Again, that rhymed. I am on fire today. Of course, you can follow all you need to from the Chess Kid official accounts on YouTube, on Instagram. You see some of their socials right there. Subscribe to twitch.tv/ChessKid, also to get alerts when they go live. So, all right. Like we said, 4 games are underway here.
That's such a great opportunity to have a trainer, a coach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We think it's pretty cool, and yeah, I mean, there are a lot of people interacting, and James, of course, is awesome and entertaining. So, all right. Well, we're gonna back up here, leave you guys and gals with the bird's eye view to take you home. Here's a great look of Jan-Krzysztof Duda. When we return, it's more live from Madrid. Round 4 of the 2022 FIDE Candidates is just getting underway. The beautiful chess garden will take you out, and we will see you on the other side of this short break.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. This curriculum is designed to work with Common Core standards and global educational guidelines. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds, Chess Kid helps you organize your students and monitor their progress. Each child receives a weekly report card that shows how many lessons, puzzles, and games were completed. You can also organize kids into clubs and send them messages. Chess Kid is the online home of scholastic chess for thousands of kids, parents, schools, and coaches. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
I was told by the locals of a chess school.
And there's people out there. We should go while they're opening the door for us. Let's go.
Let's go. School of Chess.
Don't cost nothing.
Dodging traffic. A game as old as chess itself. And half as dangerous.
This is the most dangerous part of our career.
Game on.
Gotta give the people what they want.
Game on. Keep going. Don't stop.
So we tell them that chess education gives you better life decisions as we get hit by a car crossing the road in a non-crosswalk. At 5:20.
5:20. What time we got?
Oh,
Starts
it's
in
actually
20
really
minutes.
close. Dude,
I mean, should we just stay and crash?
Of all the places we could film in Spain, the fact there's going to be a class and we're here, we can film other stuff, but we got to stay for that.
Yeah, I agree.
People say crashing weddings is fun. We're crashing a school. If the chess is not taking place, check it out. Flamenco dancing. Huh? You thinking what I'm thinking? You want to be my partner? Are there partners in flamenco? We're not even graffitiing a building. We're like trying to help local kids, and yet somehow I see this going poorly. This would be like, you know, being at the public courts and like Federer comes.
¿Queréis entrar a la clase ahora? Cuando vengan los tutores, le preguntaré, ¿vale?
But we are walking quickly. I heard the word seguridad, and I was like, no seguridad, Mike Levidad.
Yeah.
I said Feliz Navidad, but we got to go.
You know, they obviously kind of knew that we were, you know, we kind of knew we were a big deal. They opened up their arms and...
So this is why when we were kids, our dad told us to say open sesame, which gets you into the building, but if you say open address, you do not get into the building.
You don't get into the building.
No,
So-
it's open sesame. You got to remember that. Dad was right.
I play a lot of it.
Yeah?
I love it.
You could have gotten us into the building. You play on chess.com?
Yes, of course.
Do you know who that is?
No.
You don't?
You don't need
Sorry.
to. No, you just need to use the app.
He's the face of chess.com.
Do you have a diamond membership?
No,
That's
I
like the
don't.
paid membership.
Yeah, no.
I'll give it to you.
Seriously?
Yeah.
For now, you get a pegatina.
There you go.
Pegatina?
So just next time you're on the site, just send a message to support and say, I met Danny in Spain. Say, I met Danny, and Danny said I could get a diamond membership. Okay? All right?
I love your work.
Okay.
I love your work.
Thanks,
Big
guys.
fan.
Bye-bye. So it's funny, Danny, we were sold a bill of goods. They flew us here
Yeah.
to do real work.
Yeah.
And I realized our entire job is just to go around giving
Hand
out
out
stickers.
Honestly, let's, oh, well, there you go.
I can't even do that well.
FIDE Candidates Almira. Taking a look again at the amazing scene that was the opening ceremony at the Four Seasons here in Madrid. You were there, right?
Yes, I can definitely say
You came a
that
little
I'm
later,
there.
right?
A little bit.
A little later, you were tired. But flamenco dancing was one of the highlights. Like I said, it saved me a trip. Now I don't have to worry and go find a flamenco performance on the rest day because it was that good. Shout out to our partners for putting on a great opening ceremony there. And shout out to everybody who's with us. If you're just tuning in, where have you been? Your mom has been calling. She wants you to watch chess. We've got a great day ahead of us. 4 interesting games.
Well, I've been told that people are watching us while working, you know. It's
They're
like-
watching while
yes,
working. The numbers would say
exactly.
that they probably are. If your boss comes by, just like make sure you have a spreadsheet to pull up, you know,
Exactly,
so
like
that
something.
you look like you're
Something, you need a perfect alibi, you know.
perfect alibi. Just a bunch of tabs open, right? Easy to toggle back and forth. Okay, but we are going to be toggling to this game a lot, Almira, because it's to me the most exciting so far. We're going to have a lot of interesting tactics to talk about ever since Firouzja played this thematic move d5 in the center, and then we saw Jan Nepomniachtchi respond with a pawn sacrifice of his own. If you're looking at the upper right diagram, there's a reason the black king has been blown open. It's because Jan Nepomniachtchi has sacrificed a pawn, giving the young man from France here something to think about. Almira, I understand, though, you when we first saw the d5 push, you had a bit of a story you wanted to tell about that.
Oh, yes, of course. No, that's like I'm trying to link different historical moments, and since those sacrifices were so natural for Tal, I remember that when he played his, well, that candidates were not always played in this format, so there were matches, tournaments. So they switched in, I think, in 1965 to matches, and then at some point Tal had to face Bent Larsen, and their score was tied. So they had to play the last game, and it was one of the craziest Sicilians once again that you could have seen. And of course, Tal sacrificed, like Firouzja played d5 here with black, but of course it was so easy for Tal to sacrifice the knight on d5, and it was a very beautiful game. Tal won it, and he won the match. So, and we know that's well, what happened later, of course.
We'll see if you're prophetic, and that maybe whoever wins this game goes on to win the candidates, right? I mean, okay, it's not out of the question that either of these two are potentially capable of winning the event. Jan Nepomniachtchi, the last winner of the candidates, co-leader with Fabiano Caruana. Alireza Firouzja, the talk of the town, as they say, for many people. This game is not going to disappoint. Let's again just talk about the craziness we see here, right? We've seen knight to g3. By the way, we were right. Knight df6 was the right move. You had to keep this pony guarding the g7 square in view of bishop h6 and all kinds of g-file nastiness. But after knight df6, Jan Nepomniachtchi quickly responded with knight to g3, and Alireza Firouzja has been on the clock for, count it, 18 minutes and 25 seconds. Look at that. By the way, shout out to the team with the move timer, the move number, for especially our most experienced over-the-board chess viewers. The move number is critical because remember, you have to reach move 40 in order to get more time on the clock. So we will continue to talk about, especially as we move into hour 3, that's when you really look at the context of where the players stand on the timer, what move number they're at before reaching move 40, and we start to see some extra drama.
And well, there was one other point that I wanted to talk about, is that when there is so much at stake, why I wanted to tell this story, Tal stayed true to himself. Both players are in this game as well, so we see a very complicated battle, and that's what even though with so much pressure, you know that every move can be fatal. So they are still playing in their style, they're in their element, and this game is going to be once again very wild.
I love that point, Elmira. It's poetic, right? It's like even with everything on the line, you play your game, right? You don't change your style because of what's at stake, right? You have to trust what got you there. And I mean, okay, Firouzja has been saying that, you know, he doesn't feel the pressure no matter what Carlsen says, no matter what anybody says. Alireza's like, yo, I'm 19 as of like a day ago. I play chess for a living. How cool is that? Right? Like he's like I'm cool. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, I really feel again that funny storyline how many people, even our own profile with Danya Naroditsky, by the way, shout out Danya, amazing job on those, is that the expectations seem to be lower for Jan, right? But he doesn't feel that way. Jan has more experience now than he's ever had, you know, and he's also staying true to his aggressive style. He's going for a win against this kid today as white.
And yes, well, Alireza is still thinking, you know, he's, well, facing a lot of threats in this position. Once again, we were talking about knight f5, rook g1, bishop h6.
By the way, we have a little more context if we go to the analysis board so we can add some variations here.
Maybe.
Apparently the first really official move was right here. That g takes f, so everything, as we said, bishop c4 was the first less popular move than a4 from Firouzja. But as Elmira said, it's logical, we're getting main lines. One thematic breakthrough, I'm willing to sack the house to get attacks. Jan Nepomniachtchi responds with it. But in this position, the move that has been played was knight to g3 first. So like an intermezzo, right? You free the f5 square, and this is the move that had been played before. G takes f6 apparently has only been played in a few correspondence games, but never in over-the-board high-level chess. And that could be scary for Firouzja. If Jan Nepomniachtchi has jumped into some correspondence analysis, that's where you find some real novelty chances.
Exactly, that's what I wanted to say. This correspondence database, which professional chess players have to consult every time they prepare for their games, is a very scary database. You know, it's like if this game was trusted by Jan's team, it means that this is probably the line which is given by the computers at the very deep level.
Which means we could be seeing very, very deep prep in a game like this. For those who don't speak fluent chess terminology, correspondence chess is as it sounds, right? Now you can play daily chess on chess.com where you have maybe 3 or 7 days a move, but correspondence chess historically was played over literally mail, right? They would send letters to each other, and before the dawn of computers, correspondence players were playing maybe the highest level chess. It wasn't as revered as over the board chess, but a lot of great novelties came from players who had weeks to analyze a move, right? And so if you're playing a move that has only been seen in correspondence games, you're probably playing something, as Almira said, that your team of seconds trusts, that has been checked by computers. It's a subtle move order right now. It's very similar to the move that had been played before, but what will the differences be of taking first and then knight g3? Well, we're going to find out.
First of all, what I want to say, they're playing in the style of the Renaissance masters. It's a very romantic game, you know, a lot of sacrifices. Knight g3, well, what is the difference? First, because you can always take on g5. You know, if you don't play knight g3 first, but you leave the pawn on g5, this gives you this option.
So you want to take on?
No, just before, just to explain. So maybe that was a possibility, because for me,
like here,
f6, g takes f6. When you f6, g takes f6. If knight g3, you can take on g5. You see, so you should definitely consider this option as well. Maybe it's losing, but oh, there's bishop c4 and queen d7. Now I saw it, so you cannot play this. You see, you're losing in one.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the position. Yeah, it's.
No, now it's very trivial. So you cannot take on g5.
Yeah, you just win
so
the knight.
That's the threat after knight g3 as well. You want.
In the live game, it's the threat in the current position too. That.
No, now that's why the knight on d7 is gone. So he took knight f6. So it's very important also to take with the d7 knight.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. Well, Firouzja has his work cut out for him, but he's been making a lot of people work in the chess world for the last couple of years on his way up the rankings, breaking records along the way. Let's remind everybody of just how big and bright this kid's future is with our chess.com player highlight.
Considered by most as the rising superstar in chess, Alireza Firouzja makes his candidate's debut here in Madrid. The only teenager in the tournament, Firouzja is the youngest player ever to break the 2800 rating barrier. Born in Iran but representing France, Firouzja strikes fear in his opponents with his array of surprising tactical shots. Alireza qualified for the candidates by taking first place in the FIDE Grand Swiss. He also followed up that performance with a strong finish at the European Team Chess Championship. Coming in with heavy expectations, Firouzja has a more than reasonable opportunity here to become the youngest winner in candidates tournament history. With that, the teen prodigy would take one step closer to potentially knocking Magnus Carlsen off his championship perch.
You know, one of the comments there from Danya really caught my attention, even though I've seen the profile a few times. We've highlighted that Alireza Firouzja is the third youngest player to be in the candidates. Both Carlsen and Fischer got there earlier, but they didn't win it on their first time. So if he is to win the candidates, he will be the youngest player ever to win the candidates. And right now, with a very solid start, especially given that he had 2 blacks, he might be on his way to doing so, Almira.
Oh, well, that's a very important observation, because we all know how many attempts Fischer had before winning the candidates, and how difficult it is to win this tournament. So you're absolutely right. Yeah,
it could be. Nepomniachtchi, of course, is his opponent today. Depending on how that goes, we'll see what he can come up with Duda, Caruana, and Ding. And I think the thing we have to highlight about the 3 days remaining after the battle with Nepomniachtchi today is the kid finally starts to get some whites, right? He gets white in round 5, and then a second white in a row in round 6 before getting black as we prepare for the back half of the event. It's just important, right? At this level, Not to say you can't get winning chances as black, but it often takes some cooperation, maybe some overpressing, some sort of missed line, or maybe they guess wrong about what you were going to do. Most of the time, these players are getting their W's when they have the first move. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do when he gets the white pieces.
And especially, it's like when you're preparing with black pieces, you're saying, oh no, this again, you know, like how to equalize in this opening. Well, our viewers, of course, already know how difficult it is to, to play with black at this high level. But how many openings you have to overview before the game.
So hard. These guys make it look easy. You know, top players make it look easy to remember all the things that they're doing, but okay. Anyway, right now, I don't think he's trying to remember anything, Elmira. I think he's trying to figure this out because it's Jan who has struck first, sort of returning the favor of what Firouzja did to Hikaru on Sunday before the rest day, right? Where it was Firouzja who surprised Hikaru. Here it is definitely Nepomniachtchi who has brought a little more firepower to the table. These positions, of course, relatively the ideas will be known, but he really doesn't want to misstep here because you can blunder away the game at any moment in a sharp position.
And can we have a look at a very natural move which comes up to my mind, like I'm so afraid of what's going on.
Yeah.
So I want to play King H8.
Okay.
You know, just King safety is very important.
Yep.
So just what's going on in this position? Because one of the ideas behind knight g3 was, of course, to take the bishop on c4, but now that we know that we're no longer
because the queen's
losing
protected,
the knight on d7, so if
takes, black is fine because the rook and bishop defend the queen. I think you're more likely to see white keep the tension, whether it's taking here or even just play moves like rook g1 and just kind of slowly get the pieces in a position where some tactics could go wrong for black. I kind of like this move though. Sorry, after king h8, e takes d5. I don't know why I like it, but I kind of feel like this is just the type of position I expect, Elmira, where like
just keeping the pressure.
White is down a pawn, but here comes knight f5. Here comes bishop h6. The longer you let the engine think here, it's going to get back close to equality, and white's pressure is just going to continue to mount, right? And with an open g file, it just... The reason I'm liking Jan's chances more and more is because from a practical perspective, this position is going to be so much easier for white to play. Black's missteps are potentially fatal, whereas white's missteps, okay, I mean, at this level, anyone can, but you get what I'm saying, right? This is going to be a very dangerous position for Firouzja.
It reminds me also of the game that Jan played with white pieces against Fabiano Caruana in this tournament. Once again, you know, he sacrificed a pawn for a long-term initiative, and even though that the computer didn't like his position, once again, from a human perspective, it is always difficult to defend those positions.
Yep.
But I really think that King H8 here is well necessary.
Yep. So it's a prophylactic move. Get the king out of danger before you even have to deal with the rook on the g file. Wouldn't be surprised if we see it. Again, it's hard to make other moves. Maybe we should spend some more time pointing out basic tactics. We want to make sure everyone knows. I mean, you can't really do anything with the d pawn without this guy hanging. You don't want to take here because white will take with just a natural rook. Actually, you could take with either one, to be honest. But I was about to take with this one, but then I was like, maybe I want the d file. Wow, wait, Alireza has taken on f1. And the computer likes it a little more for white. I wonder which rook it is.
I think that he wants to use this moment to push his pawns. Maybe that's why he took on f1.
Like d4?
Well, d4, maybe b3, a3. Like he needs to do something fast.
Yeah.
So a3 maybe, because b3 is give it all.
Right.
What do you think?
But I mean, I guess, you know, white's going to keep this closed, and to me...
What I'm looking at once again, but still, like I'm looking at it's more positional approach, knight d6, knight b5, knight c3, you know, but this is way too slow, probably, in a position where, like, you cannot lose a tempi.
Yep. No,
So-
it's likely true. And if you're taking now, like, I'm guessing things like queen g2, or just something that attacks the queen, threatens to move the knight.
And also, white's king is relatively safe there because, like, you need to bring your queen and your bishop on the dark square.
Yeah. Yep, the queen and the bishop coming in, and the point is, it's hard for, although maybe this is actually risky because at some point black will have ideas like you're pointing out, so perhaps white would maybe even trade here and go bishop c5 in some positions. But okay, just to set the stage, making sure we're pointing out all the opportunities to go wrong. This is a weird trade to me for black, because these are the positions where white's job is just going to be easier. I'm going to take back either way. I'm going to put my knight on f5. I'm going to start to bring pieces over to this side of the board. And I don't think black is mustering up anything nearly as dangerous against white as what Nepomniachtchi is going to have on the g file. So, wowzers.
Let's take on f1.
Okay, take.
Yes, something we need to take, and then
I almost did it, but the more I look at it, the more I actually want the rook on this file. I think that's important.
Of course, so we can try b3, or let's try b3.
Sacrificing.
Sacrificing, so I will take. I like it.
Maybe I'll just take it. I'll just take it all.
Something like d4 now. Bishop h6, and we are completely lost probably here. Knight f5 is coming. Yes, I don't like this at all. No, this is...
Yeah, this is super scary. I mean, again, Almira's playing in the spirit of what we said earlier, if you've been with us, that pawns are less important than the initiative in positions with kings on opposite sides of the board. I say that loosely. Obviously, pawns matter, but the point is that sacrificing material is very common when you have an attack. But black has no way. Black would love to just take all 4 of these pawns off the board in order to meet the pressure that white has. But black can't just do that. A3 will be met by b3 most likely. And again, it's only a matter of time before these types of things start happening and black's king comes under serious firepower. So if I'm a Firouzja fan, I'm a little nervous in this game.
I was thinking about sacrificing an exchange also for black. Like whenever you will play bishop h6, I will simply leave my rook
just
there.
give the rook.
Yes, give the rook. Maybe something like...
like you play like here or something.
Yes, queen
like,
c7.
And if I go here...
And I desperately want to bring my knight on e8 into play, but...
yeah, you'd love to put the knight on c3, but you're so far
can I
away.
play knight d6 here, or it's too dangerous?
Wait, I have checkmate.
Queen g5, of course. So you see, when I start blundering, that means that the position is very dangerous. Like I cannot see all the threats here.
Yeah, no, this is...
So bishop h6.
We see Jan did capture back with this rook, agrees that the d file is the place to be. Oh man, we're going to keep an eye on this one, because we could be getting in some very dangerous territory quickly. We'll see if Firouzja has an idea that we haven't discussed yet, but I'm...
Yeah, I was right about king h8. You know, this
Yeah,
doesn't
maybe
allow
king
you
h8 should have been played
to
actually
make
instead of
me
bishop takes f1.
Yes.
So, all right, well, let's back up to the bird's eye view again and remind everybody of where the other 3 games sit. Interesting that Liren did not choose to execute pressure along the c file, instead shuffled the queen to b3. I think Duda Rajabov will give us some interesting maneuvers long term, a bit of a closed position there. And then you have Report Nakamura. I guess first meets the eye, you call it a boring position. Kind of a Berlin endgame that wasn't really a Berlin, but still a very equal and tame looking position over there. It's funny though, Hikaru is very dangerous in these positions long term. They're dead equal. Objectively should probably just be a draw if both players play well, according to the computers. He's played these Berlin endgames, right? So many times. And maybe in like just 10,000 online games alone, let alone like the games that people, remember battles against players like Maxime Vachier-Lagrave or whatever. So I give Hikaru always practical chances, openly acknowledging Hikaru bias-itis over here, because I've seen him do it too many times. So we'll see how that game goes. Objectively should be kind of a tame one though.
Well, but he has won a psychological battle. So, you know, he's playing black. Don't forget it. So
that's true. Even if he draws, that's not a bad result.
Of course. And once again, if Richard didn't get anything out of the opening, that means that he's sitting there looking at this endgame and like saying, okay, maybe this is a draw. And this is when Hikaru can seize, well, the opportunity and to play for a win, actually.
Yeah.
Because you're just not feeling well about the position with white. Okay, what can I get?
Yep.
Because very often, what I see is that the players do not switch the gears, and Hikaru does.
Hikaru knows how to switch gears.
Yes.
That's a great way to put it.
Sometimes you're okay with the draw beforehand, of course.
Yeah.
And whenever you're given a chance, it's okay. Maybe if it's slight chance, maybe even if I play for 2 hours, it will still be a draw. But Hikaru switches gears perfectly.
Yeah, I think Carlsen is another person who we know switches gears. But I agree. I think that's a good observation of one of the things that Hikaru does really well is you come in with a plan, as the old saying goes. You come with a plan until you get hit. Right at the is that a Mike Tyson quote? Everyone has a plan, or is that?
No, I can. Well, no, this one I cannot.
Something like that. But sometimes everyone has a plan, and certain players who just psychologically were okay with a draw, they don't push when given the chance, right? And if you have a chance to hit, right, Hikaru is someone who doesn't miss it. So, but honestly though, just looking at the chess on the board, the game I'd like to dive into next is Duda Rajabov when we have a chance to do that, because the truth is, I don't think we're going to see anything concrete in the Report Nakamura game for a minute, but I want to see how they got that structure where Rajabov has willingly taken on the double pawns and now has played rook to g8, trying to kind of flip the script here on the king side. Let's back up to where we left it, because we said how dangerous this position was, Almira, after knight c3. Bishop d7 was played.
And he didn't castle.
Yeah.
First of all, yes, of course, this...
Knight a4, going for the bishop pair. Rajabov says, no, thank you. I will save my bishop, even at the cost of losing a ton of time. That's an interesting decision. To save the bishop, losing all of this time, feels risky to me.
No, but sort of like if you switch the colors and if black could do the same, you'd play like in the Spanish Open, you play a6, b5, knight a5. So it's the same procedure,
that's fair.
actually. So
Yeah.
if you're allowed to do so, you always go for this bishop.
You know I get scared about pawn storms. Only two things in life that scare me more than pawn storms. b4, apparently not a big of a deal. Almira calms my fears. Castles for Duda. And then knight e7 is the choice that Rajabov takes. And that's how we got the double pawns. Okay, now it all makes sense. It's interesting because I guess what black is saying is, as we see the live position, you're looking at both the analysis and the live. Rajabov plans to put that king on the queen side. And so this was really the move that he committed to that idea with. Because once you allow bishop takes f6 and double pawns, you're more than likely not castling short here. So after the bishops get traded, you've opened up the chance to put the king on the queen side. And we've quickly caught up to the live game. But it came with a positional price, Almira. I mean, if you were just to take some pieces off the board here, white's almost winning in an endgame because of just how bad these pawns are. If this king can make a journey up the board, you've got long-term chances all over the place.
Well, here I disagree a little bit because this position becomes very concrete, and these ideas you also find in the 4 knights opening where black plays knight e7, doubles the pawns, and then pushes f5.
Okay. Right as you said concrete, I was in my head, I was like, aha, this is the key. This is
exactly.
what you're going to say.
Because
F5. Yeah.
if you can play f5, of course, then it means that, you're right in time and you have enough compensation here.
Yeah,
so.
For sure. And especially if you can combine f5 with even getting the king out of the center, you might take and then play f5 again and just continue to open up things on this side of the board. King h1 was played. I guess the threat was potentially queen h3 in some awkward positions because the pawn was pinned. Because I was wondering if there was some chances to do something like queen h5.
Queen h5 immediately. Well,
it's probably just terrible, but I saw queen h3, so I was wondering if that was why. But let's just play it.
Mm-hmm.
We have an analysis board. Oh, the knight's hanging. LOL.
Oh, you see, you start blundering because I was also looking at the other side.
Well, I was so obsessed with the positional idea. I wanted to clamp down this side of the board, right? And now it means why both queen h5 and queen f3 don't work, because both of them clamp down, but both of them blunder the knight.
I wanted to tell you that maybe you could start with knight b6 first. Is it possible?
Okay, so you take,
Yes, and then play queen h5.
or even queen f3. One of these.
One of these. What I wanted to show is that after queen h3, just
Yeah, this is the problem.
let's say make a random move. And
Yeah, I know what you're threatening. I'll let you play it though. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Just wanted to show it. So rook g2 is
Rook
the
takes
threat,
g2,
of course.
awesome.
So
And the knight is pinned to the queen. So, in fact, even if you play king h1, still rook takes
Still rook
g2.
g2.
And you're still threatening checkmate, and the knight is still pinned to the queen. So that's why, if now we're trying to unpack mysterious king moves, that's why Duda played king h1, to get the queen off of threatening h3. But I'm not. I don't think I'm totally wrong about this idea, right? If it wasn't for the knight, which I blundered, right, openly admitting, then this idea is coming, right? You're trying to put the queen on these squares. You're trying to maybe clamp down to prevent black from fixing these ugly ducklings of pawns over here.
But that's actually the feeling that you get. You don't like f5, coming. You're starting to look for the solutions. Queen f3 is the first one. Queen
And-
h5 is the second one.
both are blunders.
Both
Yeah,
are blunders,
exactly.
exactly. So that's how it goes. So he should play f5. Oh, he
The
didn't go
castle's
for
long.
f5.
He doesn't
of
play
course.
f5. I'm actually
That's a very
a bit
interesting
curious.
way
So
of...
just to make sure that we look at f5, I think Almira and the computer were both right that f5 was objectively maybe, and it's it's the theme of the day, right? You've got double pawns. The whole reason this line is playable for black is, despite how weak they are, the concrete reality is that you can't stop f5, as I just learned. All my moves were blunders, right? But he doesn't go for it. So the question is there some chances now to take, and
I would play a4 immediately.
oh,
here.
just a4 even?
Yes,
Here we
because
go, all in. By the way, how many opposite sides castling games do we have today? I love this. This is chess. This is my kind of chess right here. Kings on opposite sides of the board. Let's go.
But maybe a4 allows f5. Okay, let's see.
Let's do it.
It's a race.
What else we got to do? Takes, a5. Here we go. Let's go. Open up this side of the board for an attack.
Let's take on a5 just to see how
I think I
how
actually want to take
fast
with the
can we
pawn.
get. Ah, you want to take with the pawn.
I think so.
okay.
I think that maybe that's even better.
And then queen b3 would be one.
These sort of things. This is. I'm glad my instincts were correct to choose this game next, because I
But if
really believe that we're gonna get some exciting chess in this game. Believe it or not.
May I show an idea in that position just in case? If we are opening all files, for example, let's get to our position, which we analyzed very quickly, just in case. So I think that here, if you take, let's see, take, and you were mentioning queen b3. As soon as you're leaving, from d1, I can take on g2, rook g2, and you're losing. Because I have
so
queen
let's-
g4, queen f3, rook g8.
Let's show that.
Just
So
to-
like.
You have to be careful. Let's say like you're
Yeah,
doing...
so I'm just going to make a move. Like d5's a move, right? And the moment you try to start bringing pieces to this side of the board for an attack, you neglect a king with no help, and black immediately executes a mating net on this side of the board.
So even in the position which might look very simple here and
Yeah.
equal, there are a lot of tactical
tactics.
ideas. Yes.
I love positions like that, because I think you said it well, right? Even a position that looks like, look, there's no minor pieces on the board here. There's no tactics here. What's going on? But guess again, right? You have to watch out. Anytime your king has no minor pieces protecting it, sacrifices are in the air, because at the highest goal, if we ranked our pyramid in chess, checkmate's at the top. Doesn't matter how much pieces you had to sacrifice to get there. If you can checkmate your opponent, you win the game.
And
Love
it's
it.
actually a very interesting feeling, because how did I come up with this rook g2? Because I feel relieved. Okay, no more knights on the board. That's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
and during the game I feel exactly the same. Okay, you can breathe. Let's have a look. How can I mate my opponent?
Yeah, I
and,
like it.
And then you miss rook g2.
Yep. All right. Well, interesting stuff here. Let's we'll see how Rajabov captures back. I'm sure it'll be a takes b6, and we'll likely get our position we were talking about. But looking at all 4 games here, remind everybody of where each position stands. Alireza Firouzja still on the clock against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Yeah, I've got a bad feeling for Firouzja in that game, so it's going to take some defense. And this is this is not endgame defense. This is run for your life defense checkmate, right? Sometimes it's more fun, you know. But that's going to be a tricky one. As we said, report to Nakamura in an endgame, and we were just at due to Rajabov. So I think Dingley, Ren, and Caruana is probably what the doctor orders. Should we go check in with what's going on over there?
So let's have a look at the long-term positional torture.
Yeah, I was going to say, this game is a potential rabbit hole to go down, because all I want to do here is like give myself a selfish chess lesson and just analyze why didn't they go for this. So I'm going to avoid that and just kind of look at the live position. But I want to understand why there wasn't more there for
but
Dingley
look at
Ren.
this. I cannot take the pawn.
Rook c8 and queen b6?
Yes. What, was it played on the board, rook c8?
Rook c8 was played on the board. It's right there, right?
So rook c8, queen b6. Let's make it like queen c2 maybe. That is Fabi's plan, but queen a5, and I protect the knight as well. Could this be a blunder?
The eval bar says it likes white. I mean, all right, we're going to dive into all that this move is and figure out whether it's a blunder or not, but I bet Dingley Ren is going to be checking variations for a minute. So, but while he's on the clock, we're gonna remind everybody of why the hype for this guy is so real. More than 1 million people are tuning in daily from China. I saw that stat from FIDE. This guy has an entire nation behind him and a lot of people's high expectations for his what would look like a match between him and Magnus Carlsen. So let's learn a little bit more about Dingley Ren in our latest Chess.com player profile.
It took some good fortune, but Dingley Ren arrives at the candidates with some very legitimate reasons to think he can secure a bid to challenge for the world title for the very first time. A visa issue originally kept Ding out of the last opportunity to qualify. But when a spot opened, Ding was next man up based upon his hot streak of late. The timing couldn't be better for Ding. An entertaining and unpredictable player, Ding enters the candidates rated higher than any player in the field.
The chat went nuts. They love their man Dingley Ren. We said this is a ninja move. Humans don't find it, and he found King F1.
I'm absolutely stunned once again. This is such a difficult move.
The strongest player in China's history, Ding is the only player from that country to earn a 2800 rating. Launched by an undefeated streak across 100 straight classical games, Ding has sat amongst the world's top 5 for the past 5 years. Once out of the tournament completely, Ding now aims to bring China into a World Chess Championship match for the first time in his native land's history.
Dingley Ren has so many interesting storylines. I mean, we can talk about how he got here. I mean, Danya did such a good job summarizing what a wild ride that was. Before we do that, let's just talk about what he faced in the first few rounds, because he started out with a loss, right? Despite all the pressure and all the expectations and everything he did to get here, how do you recover from losing with white in the first round of the candidates, Almira?
Well, you make a draw first.
You make a draw, so you stop the bleeding.
You stop the bleeding, and well, yesterday's game was not well, true to his style, because I think he was completely winning with white, of course.
Yeah, against Report, yeah.
Against Report, so I think he's still looking for his form.
Yeah.
Because he arrived, I think, quite late.
Yeah.
So he didn't have enough time to adjust as other candidates did, and he's also alone here. So he's supported, as you said, by the whole country is supporting him, but here he's alone.
We see him play rook takes c8. We'll see if he grabs the pawn on b6. But let's stay on that, because he arrived late, and also maybe all those pressures of how he qualified. He had to play these 30 games in May, right? The crazy expectations on him. If he finds his form, and let's say maybe even gets a win against Fabiano, right? This is the kind of guy who I could see just getting better as the tournament goes on, right? He arrived late, maybe tired, right? Tons of expectations, right? Exhausted from the journey. But if he finds his form nobody's going to be happy with who Ding Liren becomes on the back half of this event.
You know, once again, he hasn't played a high level, I mean, over the board chess for quite a while. So he still wants, he's adjusting himself. And also, you are completely right. This is a tournament which lasts, well, 14 rounds.
We're going to be in Madrid for a while.
And, well, if he wins this game today, he's certainly going to tune, you know, how do you call it? Tune your cars, you know, to be faster.
He'd also be, I did my predictions in very quick fashion, admittedly. So maybe that was good, because I was worried. We really wanted to catch the players before they started. So I jumped in, gave the command for everyone to go vote. Hopefully you're playing along, chat. But I predicted Ding Liren to win this game and Jan Nepomniachtchi to win his game.
Okay.
What a shakeup that would be if one of the co-leaders goes down to his, you know, in some ways nemesis at the top level. Fabiano has not done well with black against Ding Liren. And if Jan Nepomniachtchi gets a win over there against Firouzja, but yeah, this is going to be a tough position for Fabi to hold, especially against a player as technical and as precise as Ding Liren.
But you were given also the official numbers, and I was curious, because nowadays we have the same numbers of viewers watching Hikaru. So millions watching Hikaru
So
against
millions watching
Ding Liren. You know, it's a novelty.
Yeah, he has a lot of support behind him. China is looking to have someone in a World Chess Championship match. They've had many of the best players in the world in the women's side of things competing. You think of Ho Yifan, you think of Xu Wenjun, you think of some just household names dominating women's chess for the last decade or so. But they'd love to see someone competing for the World Chess Championship against Carlsen, and Ding Liren is the best chance they've ever had.
Last candidates tournament, they were represented by two players, Ding Liren and Van Hao. So I think that was also a first. And Ding is trying it once again.
Yeah.
Okay, Fabiano went for a4, not the immediate queen c2. That was the plan.
This is a huge decision from Caruana to sacrifice that pawn.
Active defense.
Active defense.
He doesn't want to hold this position passively, even though it's probably, well, easy to hold it. I don't know, but once again, from the human perspective, well, do you want to be tortured for 100 moves?
Yeah, I don't want to be tortured for 100 moves. That was a trick question. Did I pass? Okay, I don't want to be tortured for 100 moves. But
so now I know what opening choices I will have against you.
Yeah, open Sicilians. That's what I want. Sharp.
No, I'm always like bishop d5.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, let's analyze this a little bit, because it's a move that the computers aren't thrilled about when black plays the move rook to c8. But perhaps there's just some really deep feel Fabi has for black's drawing chances here, because you're going in for a force line that gives up a pawn. And Ding Liren has accepted this offering. And after a4, what you're saying is, look, I'm down a pawn, but this one pawn is actually holding back both of white's pawns. We get our first en passant meme of the day to remind everybody that if you play b4, well, first of all, if you play b4 right away, black is actually bringing the queen into one of these squares, but I'm just showing en passant. The idea is that this pawn holds back both of the pawns because of the rule of en passant. So if you take pieces off the board, one pawn can actually hold back two pawns in scenarios like this. And this is very basic, so apologies for those who know that, but it's an important rule, because this is a pawn we call a backward pawn, right, Almira? A backward pawn is a pawn on an open file that can't push because it'll be captured either one or two squares. And that allows Fabi to have multiple threats here, including queen c2, including queen to b8. If the pieces come off the board, maybe black is like, look, yeah, I'm down a pawn, but I'm actually holding on just fine.
Yes, and look at this knight. Not only he's fixing the structure, but the knight on g2 doesn't have too many squares now. The b3 was a very important square to take away from this knight, because you had this maneuver of knight b3, knight c5, supporting the a pawn in the long term.
That would have been good, but you can't get there right now.
So probably the knight on f6 is even a better knight, given the long-term perspective. But let's see, a4. Ding has to do something about this immediately.
I think he should
Otherwise,
try to break
queen
it immediately.
c-
Either queen to b4, or even, I said b4 wasn't possible, and I was trying to highlight the educational point of en passant, but I think b3 is more interesting. And the big reason is that now if you play queen to c3, I can play queen b4 and offer an exchange.
And if I play queen c2 first, queen b4 as well, yes? So
I guess it's probably the best.
okay,
Yeah,
and if I can I bring my rook into play now? Because that's the only
Like
piece,
rook
you know,
A8
yes,
even.
rook 8 or rook c8. Now rook c8 you will probably take on a4. Okay,
Yeah.
So. But if you simply take here,
I wish I could take with the
Yeah.
rook.
for the moment you will have to exchange the queens and maybe to hold this position.
Yeah.
How is this? If you, let's see, queen a4,
Takes or rook b1. I think rook b1 is also interesting. Or rook. You could go to either of these squares actually because of the back rank problems that black faces. But just to show the idea, like if you go here, let's say black, frees the back rank in some way or another. How is white making progress when black's pieces are just perfectly placed here, right? That's kind of Fabi's point is the computer says white's better, but he's like, look, yeah, you can have this eval all you want. You can have this eval to the end of the game, but it might still be a draw because you're up a pawn, which is why the computer likes white, but how do you use that pawn? Another question.
but okay, let's take on a4, rook a4, rook b3, I need to protect, and I will use my knight
Yeah.
b1, knight c3, of course,
Yeah.
one day, so
So I want to get my knight over.
yes.
Do I also want to
Let's-
just
And
run here?
well, if you run here, then that's my point. I will give up the a pawn, but I will certainly start checking you and rook b7 and going for the pawns on the 7th rank.
Yeah, I like it.
So it's not so easy to defend this
Just knight
position.
b1 first, I think, and even
Knight c3.
here, and if you go back to the 7th rank, I push a4. So okay, so this is going to be Ding's plan, right? So Fabi has sacrificed a pawn. As you see the live position, the queens are still on the board, but this type of variation on the left is quite probable, I think, in a game like this. Black has to figure out a way to stop white from using that extra pawn.
But you can use the same maneuver, like improve your knight by playing knight e8, knight d6, and then knight c4 also. So
Yeah, so like something like this. And now if you play a5, I have knight c4. So this is going to be tricky. If Fabi already has some sort of just intuitive knowledge, or maybe he's looked at this type of endgame before and feels confident in his ability to hold it, then that would be quite impressive, I guess. Just from the perspective that it looks so scary to us human players. We're mere mortals compared to the gods before you, in Ding Liren and Fabiano Caruana, giving up a pawn like this. But maybe black can hold this endgame. I say we, as in the royal we. I'm talking about myself. Maybe you're not, a mere mortal, but.
no, it's that I was trying, yes, to find out a way, well, to continue, because okay, now all our pieces are on optimal squares for white and black, so now you have to continue. So are you playing something like f3, g4, h4?
Yeah. Principle of two weaknesses.
Once again, so you need to open the second front.
Yeah. I like f3. I even like h4 or g4 right away. It's like,
Because once again, you have to sit and wait.
yep, you have to be patient and again, to show some instructive stuff for viewers, like when we say these moves like h4 and g4, like what are you actually threatening when the position is completely symmetrical? Well, let me just like paint a picture real quick to show what would happen if nothing occurs in this game and you do eventually get these types of majorities. And remember, you'll have improved your king somewhere. That's not the point. Even in a completely symmetrical structure, if you have more space, which means your pawns are further advanced up the board, there's always the chance for some tension because you have this long-term goal in any chess game, which is to queen a pawn. So in a position like this, if you're eventually threatening a move like g5, again, the computer's not going to like it, forget that. If you take it, you're giving me an outside pass pawn. If you refuse to take it, I can take it, and now I have an isolated pawn, which long-term is a weakness and target for my knight. Sometimes, you know, this king is on a different square, and you're threatening to take, not even just because the pawn, but maybe to get an open file for your rook. And so these are just a couple examples of the type of things you're threatening when you have, even in a symmetrical structure, when you have control over the board. And what I mean by that is your opponent's pieces are stuck to this side. Because if they get too jiggy with it and start getting fancy over here, well, you're going to push your pawn and you're going to win at some point with the extra material. So that, when we say principle of two weaknesses, that's why this is sort of a tale as old as Soviet chess, right? It's about massaging the advantage. Don't beat your head against a wall. If your opponent has proven a blockade and you can't push because they're going to stop it, then don't do anything. Leave it be and look to support expansion and weaknesses on the other side of the board. You often see amateurs, Almira, misplay endgames precisely because they get so obsessed with one idea, you know, their one advantage, that they forget. Part of the problem with being worse in a position, everybody, is that you have nothing to do and your opponent can torture you. So you have to look for these principle of two weaknesses ideas, and hopefully that's something to kind of, you know, take away and learn from an endgame like this in terms of why there are winning chances, even though it looks sort of tame.
Of course, and while doing so, you should also be careful. For example, especially in that position that we've seen, when you play f3, you create a weakness in your own camp. This is the so you have to prepare.
Yeah, you have to prepare these.
You have to bring your king, then play f3, g4. You have to be very patient.
Yep. No, it makes sense. So Ding Liren plays queen b4 first, rather than the b3 move we played that kind of reached that line we had. But I think it's...
Maybe it's just a transposition.
Yeah, I was going to say it could just be a transposition on queen to c2. White can still play b3, so it's quite possible.
But what other moves Fabiano has at his disposal here?
Yeah.
Can he play... well, something artificial, I don't know. I want to bring my rook into play. I mean, Fabiano's rook into play, so I need to...
Which is why the moves we looked at, queen
c2,
rook a8, it's hard to find better moves because any other... By the way, there's a direct threat in the position. We should always keep pointing this out. White is threatening to win the pawn on a4. So let's not forget, queen b4 was played to win the pawn on a4. So you have to deal with that, which is why the queen has to find some sort of square. And that's why we looked at then b3 and try to get the outside past a pawn. So, all right, well, Fabi's going to be thinking here probably for a minute, really critical that he gets ideal defensive spots for his pieces if he's going to hold this game. So while we watch this battle, we have some fun to throw to. For those of you who saw one of the videos at the break, you might already have a little teaser of the fact that Mike Klein and I, Funmaster Mike, caught up with the city of Madrid and bounced around. We had some fun times, and so we actually tried to go to a local chess school. Let's just say we didn't get in, and we'll let you enjoy this highlight of that trip as we wait for the next move to be played here.
Right.
I play a lot of it.
Yeah?
I love it.
You could have gotten us into the building. You play on chess.com?
Yes, of course.
Do you know who that is?
No.
You don't?
You don't need to. No, you just need to use the app.
He's the face of chess.com.
Do you have a diamond membership?
No,
That's
I
like the
don't.
paid membership.
Yeah, no.
I'll give it to you.
Seriously?
Yeah.
For now, you get a pegatina.
There you go.
Pegatina?
So just next time you're on the site, just send a message to support and say I met Danny in Spain. Say I met Danny, and Danny said I could get a diamond membership. Okay? All right?
I love your work.
Your work, big fan.
It's fun to be a star when kids just recognize who you are.
No, I just said that you're not supposed to talk to strangers.
The kids in Madrid were very friendly. In fact, one of the pieces of footage that didn't make it there is Mike was just handing out stickers to just random little kids, and their parents were totally fine with it. You know, not suspicious at all of anything weird going on. I don't know that I look at Funmaster Mike with a lot of trust. Anyway, jokes aside, it was a lot of fun, and we're going to be bringing you some more videos throughout our coverage here in Madrid.
Well, and people play chess here everywhere. So in parks, you know, there is a very long-lasting chess tradition in Spain where so many tournaments organized. So as we can see that there are no more tickets for the candidates, so well, that's why people love chess here.
They do, and we had very mixed bag. Like that was a fun one, you know. Kids who used the app obviously had no idea who we were, which we don't expect. That was a joke, just so you know. We are self-aware, everybody. But we did have people who were aware of the candidates and people who were aware that Hikaru was playing the candidates. That was one of the storylines that continues to just prove his stardom, because so many people. It shouldn't be a surprise. He has 1 million Twitch followers, you know. But every time I'm on the street and someone's like, "Yeah, like Hikaru's playing the candidates," I'm like, "Oh wow, okay." Like it tells you, like people have been following at least that particular ride. So.
Finally, we got there.
And then, of course, they mentioned the other star, Beth Harmon, right? The Queen's Gambit, right? She has instantly become the 3rd or 4th biggest star in the history of chess. So let's take a look at all 4 games and see where we stand real quick in our bird's eye view. We see that F5 has finally been played on the board by Rajabov in that lower left corner. The Nepomniachtchi Firouzja game is going to get spicy with Alireza committing to A3. And don't be surprised if the game that we haven't given a lot of attention to, Report Nakamura, at some point offers interesting chances. It's equal, but it could be a moment where a player could go wrong. But all right, Amir, we're gonna take our next break before we dive into these games. But before we do, I want to remind everybody that the Chess.com Global Championship is running every weekend. This is your chance to play an event that has the world's best players. You can right now you're qualifying your way into the title player stage, and at some point, lots of superstars are joining. So you want to do that. All you have to do is go to go.chess.com/CGC2022 to get verified and sign up. These qualifiers, as we said, are running every Saturday and Sunday through July 31st, and it's your chance to compete in the largest event we've ever held, $1 million plus in prizes. It's pretty epic. So we hope that you give it a whirl. All right, Almir. I think when we come back, we'll pay off some Report Nakamura, because we haven't looked at that in a long time. I know it's just a Rook and Knight ending, but I think there might be some more instructive stuff there for the fans. And then, of course, we're gonna maybe circle back to the most exciting game, which will be Nepomniachtchi Firouzja. But okay, there is the man who I said is recognized in the streets, maybe more than anybody these days, because of the following that he has grown on Twitch and YouTube. And when we come back, we'll dive into his battle from the black side versus Richard Report, as well as all the other games in round 4 of the 2022 FIDE Candidates from Madrid.
Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join Chess.com today.
How many brilliant moves have you played? When do you play your best chess? How many games have you won by castling in the endgame? How many opponents have you played from New Zealand? And most importantly of all, how many Botez gambits has Alexandra Botez played? Find the answers to all of these questions and many, many more at chess.com/insights. Our new tool that lets you dive deep into all of the fun and instructive data behind your chess. Try it today.
I figure it's time for me to really blend in, you know? Dress like a local. I obviously wear jackets all the time. Okay, so we're ready for the candidates. Every local Madridian visits the chessboard on a daily basis, I hear. They visit and kind of pay tribute to Queen Isabella herself. I hear that this is This is a statue of Queen Isabella herself. Yeah.
We are here at the 2022 Candidates Tournament in Madrid, Spain, and we have our man on the inside, Danny Wrench, who's been with the players a lot, going to the players' meetings, and he's here to tell us about some special requests that a few of the players made. Danny, what have they been talking about?
Yeah, well, obviously we want to and always ask the players and get them in the spirit of the city, right? The place that they're playing from. So a couple of actually kind of unique ones that have been thrown out there, and I'm going to try to represent these as well as I can to FIDE. Okay, but the first one was a lot of bonus requests if you play and win with the Spanish on either side.
Makes sense.
Right?
Yeah.
Makes sense. There was a suggestion, you know, that anytime you move the queen, you drop a dab for Queen Isabella.
Yeah, she's the one that made
Right?
the queen powerful.
Makes sense.
Okay.
But then the players were unanimous on one in particular, which was that every 2 hours into every round, they'll have now a required siesta.
Well, we'll see if any of these rules are implemented for the tournament, especially if somebody plays the Spanish. They got some money coming their way.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem likely, but I don't even want to know which players made these requests, but I've got a couple ideas in my mind.
Yeah, well, you know, and anything that gets the players to play something more than the Berlin, right, the most exciting draw in the world. Now that we have some money on the line, perhaps we see some exciting Spanish games. So I'm actually excited about that one.
There you go. You need some Alex Honnold on this? Yeah, the Alex Honnold of chess, folks. Climbing without a rope.
Oh wait, I can do it. I don't know why I'm doing this, but I feel like a little kid when I get around big things.
Slowly checking our insurance
This is like
policy.
chess parkour. Oh, did you catch that on camera?
Can you tell he's the dad of a teenager?
Always move like a knight, guys. I think I'm gonna go hit a siesta over there with the, seems like the thing to do with the locals.
You do you, baby girl.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll see you guys in a couple hours. Yeah, it's been a long day, Dan. You deserve it, buddy. You deserve it. Go ahead and throw that down and just buckle up, buddy. Yeah. Madrid. Civilization here is almost as old as the game of chess. Some claim the queen was given her powers to honor Queen Isabella. That, my friends, is a chess legacy. Passion for chess continues to thrive in Madrid. For the first time in 30 years, Spain's capital plays host to the Candidates, the most important tournament in chess. At the Palace of Santona, the stakes are high. 8 of the world's best players competing for the right to challenge for the most coveted title in chess, the World Chess Championship. The Candidates is grueling.
The winner requires mental endurance and unbreakable focus. There are those familiar with the biggest stages in chess, yet still chasing unfinished business. And others from the next wave of stars with little patience for yielding to those before them. Mis amigos, the next challenger to the world champion of chess must come through Madrid. Like Queen Isabella before them, the Candidates is all about leaving a legacy. Mis amigos, we have some flamenco, mis amigos. Amir, have you ever been flamenco dancing?
No.
Never.
Never.
Have you ever watched a live flamenco performance
Yes,
before that?
yes, I did.
Yeah?
But
Okay.
it's actually, it's for me, well, it is a form of art.
Yeah.
You have to study years of practice in flamenco just even to try once. So.
I love it. And inside, we had dancing at the opening ceremony there. As Almir said, it is a form of art. We have chess, which is also a form of art, being played here inside the Palacio de Santoña. But before we get back to the games, Almir, let's welcome everybody again to where we are. We are upstairs here at the Palacio de Santoña. And what was the point you were just about to make there?
No, actually, I wanted to ask you a question. If you could compare like our 8 players to musicians or composers or rock stars, who would they be?
I think that's a great question
Maybe
for
we can
chat.
ask.
That'll
Yes,
get us
exactly.
some featured chat for sure. Chat, why don't you answer her question, which is if you had to make a direct comparison of any of our 8 participants to a rock star.
Maybe linking this to their way of playing,
Yeah.
to their style, you know. So I think
I like that. Yeah, so there you go, chat. Let us know. Compare them to their style of play. Compare them to, I mean, if you can find that they look like someone, I don't know, like that would be interesting too, but all right. We're, let's take a look at a bit of a, not a bird's eye of the board, but a bird's eye of everything we have in store here as far as what's been behind us and what lies ahead. Our cross table tells us who they've played and what their results have been thus far. Again, only Hikaru has all 3 different types of results in his under his bar, if you will: a draw, a loss, and a win. Lots of 3 draw scores, and then a couple of other players with some W's: Nepomniachtchi and Caruana. So,
and we have only 3 players with a win.
only 3 players with a win. Anything else stand out to you about that?
Well, that's very difficult to find, first of all, to win a game in this tournament.
Yes.
And what do we expect from a winner in this tournament? What's +3 score, +4 score? Like, I mean, in terms of expectations.
That's a great question. Also a good prediction for chat. Honestly, maybe that's actually a direct poll, because I'd be curious. What do people think? If I had to guess, I think +3 will be good enough.
For a tiebreak, maybe?
And maybe a tiebreaker. But okay, I mean, obviously, if someone is putting up +4, I would bet that 2 people will not be capable of that. So +4 would be for sure a win. And so we look at all 4 games in progress there. I think that Jan Nepomniachtchi's game is maybe one with becoming winning chances for both sides. But your thoughts on where to go? I know we want to go into Report Nakamura in a minute, but anything else stick out to you as we get a glance? Remind everybody where all 4 games stand.
Well, I do want to have a look at Report Nakamura, because I think that this endgame is very sharp, if you may say this about an endgame.
Yeah.
So it's about to be, once again, to become very tactical. And if Hikaru manages to play h3, then to fix this h2 pawn, and then to create some sort of mating net at the same time, it will be very dangerous for white.
Yeah, I'm in agreement, Almir, that this is about to get really interesting. And before we even talk about what's going on over here, like is b7 hanging, what's going on with c5, I want to go to the point Almir just made, which is that h3 is at some point coming. And regardless, again, ignoring the engine right away, just showing what you were saying, is that how dangerous this move is, right? If you play g3 and now on check, you're just in big trouble, because your only way to play the position will be to put the king on h1, otherwise you just lose the pawn, and then we get a queen. But if you play king h1, you're in a mating net for the rest of the game. This is just, it's a cage.
And I think that this position is maybe lost already.
Yeah, it's
because
funny.
Your king is just away
Yeah,
from
just totally
everything.
trapped, right? I mean, you could, you have to deal with the threats, so maybe you bring the knight back to guard c6 so you can kick and then push, but eventually the point is, once you've solidified your plan, this back rank is going to be deadly. So, again, just looking at the live position, we know that there's some questions to deal with over here. Report has an option to consider taking this pawn, but I don't think he wants to give black another open file. In fact, that's a cool thing to show, that if you take and like rook b8 is played, it's actually black who's going to be better at the end of these lines, even though white's up a pawn, because of all of these back rank problems that we were talking about. h3 is coming, the knight's coming in. This is very, very dangerous. And so that's an interesting point. What else here?
Well, I also think that Hikaru wants to fight for the d file, as strange as it might sound, because he wants to play c4 if given a choice, and then maybe if rook wants to stay on d4, for example, c5, and then if you take the pawn, and then after rook d8, you're lost once again.
I love that.
This is the idea. And if rook d2, the rook is no longer active, then I can proceed with h3, and knight f3 is coming with a fork. So.
Yeah. I love a comment from chat. It said Nakamura is equal to Freddie Mercury. That's a legendary singer from Queen, one of your favorite bands, right?
Yes.
I didn't see any other
who else?
bands yet, but we'll keep an eye on you, chat. All right. What else? The position is dangerous, and Report knows it.
Maybe it's time to think about bringing the king into play.
Like king f1?
King f1, yes, because I'm a little bit afraid of all these mating threats. That means that you cannot take these pawns, easily. Knight b7, knight c5. So it's not an option.
Well, and if you don't take them, black can start protecting them. I mean, maybe b6, and eventually I'll go back to the idea of h3. h3 is a really big thorn, because the exciting thing about h3 is the mating net. We talked about that. If something like this occurs and the king is in a mating net, this is devastating. But even if that's not the case, the long-term reason h3 is always a threat is because when you fix this pawn to h2, you're always in a position to have tactics, and especially in endgames with a knight, where your opponent will never have a piece that's great at stopping past pawns. In fact, so much so, look at this. Report is so frustrated by Hikaru's threat of h3 that he says, I'm just going to play h3 myself and take away all this nonsense.
It's a very interesting turn of events. It means that, like, how uncomfortable he feels about this pawn structure, h2, g3, f2. So h3 is a very interesting move. But if you're taking now on h3 with black,
he's going to.
So he's going to take. Well, I wanted to say that, well, you can take the pawn, but you cannot. Let's just show that knight e4 simply loses to rook e3 and f3.
Wait. Oh.
No, just in case. And f3.
Okay. And you win the piece.
And you win the piece.
So, no knight e4. But let's say
maybe
we defend
b6,
first.
yes.
We play this move. I want to point out again that taking this pawn, among other things, probably just rook a8, and black is getting the activity and getting his pawns back, so you don't really want that.
But knight c6, king f7, maybe we should try rook d7.
Knight c6,
king f7,
king
rook
f7, rook
just
d7.
to show also how dangerous it might be if you...
Again, I'm just going to show how dangerous it is. If you go for this type... Oh, wait, that actually just loses a piece. So as soon as I see the eval bar slide, I know that there's some blunder, and then I spot it. But okay, even if you back up, I mean, already this is looking better and better for black. The h3 pawn is weak. By the way, am I able to take here now on rook e3? I can maybe move my king if it's possible.
Maybe you have king d... this is dangerous.
D or f5.
d5, d6, you can actually attack the knight. Let's say knight e4, rook e3, I can play
Actually,
king d6 maybe.
Oh,
No,
you
this
mean
is
king
scary,
d6,
knight
yeah,
d7, yes.
Okay, yeah.
yes.
All right. So the point is, again, and we said it earlier before we had concrete reason to do so, and I said it because it was like Hikaru biasitis. I was like, look, when we were all the way back as far as this position, I was already saying it's an equal endgame, but Hikaru has played a lot of these endgames as black, seen it many times against very strong grandmasters, online chess or not. I think Hikaru is proving that we can stop having to constantly justify that high-level chess can also be played online, because it is. And Hikaru plays more high-level chess online than probably anybody on the planet. And I've just seen him win these endgames as black so often because it's a very tame position for white. Black has a very clear plan to expand, as we've seen, and create weaknesses. And I don't know exactly where the novelty idea occurred or where report went wrong, but I already feel really uncomfortable about this position for the person playing white.
And Hikaru has won a psychological battle here as well, because first of all, Richard played knight a5 with the idea of, well, taking on b7 at some point, and you cannot play b6 because knight c6.
Yep.
So Hikaru played a very good move c5, and he simply proves him wrong, because what is your knight doing on a5 now?
Yep.
Unless you want to play knight c6 after b6, and then your knight has literally no moves.
Which is maybe what's going to happen, but as Hikaru was pointing out, we're not afraid of this line at all. So this is the opposite in terms of spiciness that we have in Nepomniachtchi Firouzja. But on that note, let's back up to our bird's eye view, because I do see chat yelling at us to head back over to Nepomniachtchi Firouzja, because apparently Alireza's last move was not the best move according to the computer, already claiming a +2, maybe more advantage for Nepomniachtchi. So we're gonna head over to that game here and dive into it as soon as we can here, because I want to see what exactly is so concrete about white's advantage.
And he's very low on time as well.
Yeah, and very good point. Alireza has taken a ton of time. We see that they're only on move 23. So again, set the stage for the uphill battle that Alireza Firouzja is facing here. The position is already very, very maybe bad, maybe dangerous. We're going to dive into the analysis. Maybe there's a concrete line for white. But either way, you're playing a position with a king that's not safe and only 30 minutes to make 17 moves. It's a very difficult situation to be in. And it all started, again, as we talked about the opening theory here, this novel, maybe novel move, not necessarily novel idea from Jan Nepomniachtchi to change the move order a little bit, and Firouzja has been facing fire. So what exactly is the concrete problem? The last move was knight to d6. And before that, the eval bar we didn't say was too bad. So it means there's something concrete. I mean, the first thing I look at is that the bishop is blocked. Like, can I just take the pawn? Oh my gosh, right as I say it, Jan Nepomniachtchi takes. Oh man, he gives the frowny face. I've seen that frowny face before. That's a Jan who thinks his opponent just blundered big time.
Exactly, yes. He's absolutely sure that
He's
that
sure
was a blunder.
that Firouzja just blundered.
And it's a very important pawn. Sorry.
Oh man, apologies for the excitement. Hashtag no apology needed, Danny. Sorry, not sorry, because I think we have some crazy chess about to happen here. He's just winning. He just won a pawn.
So was Firouzja looking for rook b8, knight c4, trying to...
Put the queen, maybe I can't go here because of discovery, so I'll just come back. Okay, I guess I have to go to e1. If I go to d2, Almira's point is that the b pawn is pinned, so there's likely some sort of shot with knight to c4. But if you just go to e1, I'm not even sure you can't go to h4, by the way. Okay, no, I guess the discovery comes with c3 too much. So yeah, queen e1 is definitely the best.
Well, he needs to activate his pieces desperately. So that's why I was looking for b8 and knight c4, but this doesn't give you much here.
Yeah, and one of the biggest problems for black's position when you win that pawn in these Sicilians is very often, well, let's remind everybody of kind of the storyline of these games we've been saying, Almir. What did we talked a lot about how in opposite side castles games, both sides are going to sacrifice pawns to open up attacking lines, right? And so black is like willing to blow up in the center with d5, and Nepomniachtchi says, I'll raise you one. I'm sacrificing to open up your king. And that is the story. Both sides want to attack. But the moment you lose a b4 pawn in these Sicilians, suddenly white has a second storyline, which is all I have to do in this game is simplify. Because if you take pieces off the board, if you just start imagining pieces are getting traded here, everyone, white has 3 passed pawns. c4, c5, d6, c6. This game is over positionally. So a risk that comes to every Sicilian player who launches a minority attack like this is that if you get a checkmate assault, then it was a good idea. But if your pawns become targets and they fall, all of a sudden white has 2 things to play for. Not just the attack over here that I started with f6, but just simplifying the game here. So I think that Jan Nepomniachtchi is feeling it in this game, and he's pacing now. That's a confident pace.
But let's have a look at another move. So after queen b4, I was searching for right square for the knight. Let's see, can I go knight f5 here? Or after d6, it's losing immediately, I don't know.
Oh, you said d6?
Yes.
That's a nice move. I didn't see it, but just show the idea of takes. Almir's idea is just to take here and probably just this, and it's over, yeah. And if you take with the bishop right away, similarly, you're losing material in these positions. Even if knight takes, there's like bishop g5, and it's falling apart. So,
okay, so this is not working either.
I don't even think Alireza probably missed this. I think that you could probably argue with the clock disadvantage he was facing. He was feeling the preparation pressure. Maybe he was like, well, like, if he takes the pawn, at least he's opening up lines against the king and giving me some sort of practical chances. I don't know. I mean, I could be totally wrong, but I'm just trying to imagine, like, what was the idea of giving this b4 pawn? We saw Jan's reaction. He just doesn't think it's any good.
Okay, let's try. Rook b8, queen a1. You said then, okay, knight b5. At least something.
And see, the moves I want to play, I'm just going to play like c4. Okay.
You want to play c4, of course.
And
well,
the knight guards this, the pawn guard. This is just so hard to play black.
Yes, the knight on c1 is just.
By the way, your d6 move might even be possible here, or even knight f5, because you're not actually threatening anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's no knight c3 check, there's no bishop b4, so c4 is good, but even what if I play like knight f5 here? Like, okay, computer doesn't like it as much, but I'm just like, that's just another move. Like, what is black doing in this position?
Maybe I still have something like some trick knight e4 to play for after knight e5. So, no problem. But objectively speaking, this position is completely lost after queen b4.
And so then we're coming back to the storyline, which is, meaning when I say the storyline, I mean this is the game. Like, he's got 16 moves to make in an objectively lost position in 25 minutes. And that's why we see the most nervous Alireza Firouzja we've seen so far here in Madrid.
Well, he certainly knows what is the objective evaluation of the position is, and now he's trying to find the way how to create chaos. Probably he needs to keep the pieces on the board, so he cannot go for any sort of endgame. He cannot exchange the bishop or the knight, so how to keep the pieces on the board. That's the only way to continue.
Okay, he's moved. I didn't see it at all. Oh, rook c8. Okay.
That's interesting. He's preparing knight c4.
He's starting knight c4
Maybe.
because that would attack the queen. Although I still love your d6 in response to any move. Yeah,
Okay.
this is the second. Objectively, this might be the second mistake in a row. Like knight d6 and then rook c8. It's harder to really classify this second one as a big mistake because we're already looking. Oops, we're already looking at a position where hard to suggest better play for black. But yeah, I mean, white is picking flavors here. I can't play knight f5 anymore, so that's one good thing of the knight still being here. But what's the move for white that makes rook c8 a blunder? Maybe that's what we just don't see yet. Maybe there's something.
But I don't really think of this move in terms of a blunder.
Oh, neither do I. No, I
Because
think black
it
is already in such a bad spot. It's hard to blame them for further mistakes.
Okay, let's just ask a trivial question. Can I take the pawn on a3? Of course, I'm not thinking about it, but
Because of
you
knight
can.
c4.
Yes, knight c4. So that's, as you can see, this works here. So you can no longer take this pawn.
Yep. Okay. So rook c8 threatens knight c4.
Well, if you take on a3, okay.
But what if so again, I made a point about winning this pawn that is why I'm worried. Regardless of like the concrete stuff here and the time pressure facing Firouzja, it's that when you win the b pawn, the game becomes objectively so much easier for white. Because before, the way my story to win Almira was an attack, right? To justify my pawn sack. So you see what move I'm building to. I'm like, can I play queen b6? Am I missing something? Okay, I am clearly.
No, but it's not that you're missing. That I will not take on b6 here. So
like you'll avoid the queen trade.
Also,
right?
I'm looking, yes, for some way to exploit.
I just want to get pieces off the board because I've won the game if the attack peters out.
I want to keep the queens on board and to aim once again. After queen d7, I can play knight b5 and knight c3. You see, this becomes possible.
Yeah, okay. So you're threatening that. That makes sense. So I need to find a better move. So queen to b6 was my straightforward way to say I've won a pawn. Let me just simplify, but that doesn't work. So what else can I do here? What if I do the same move I was going to play on rook to b8? Can I come back
Queen
to
e1?
e1? Get the queen out of the discovered attack, put pressure on e5. You can see from the eval bar that it's just how hard this position is. I'm making moves that feel very logical, but clearly black has attacked, because now you probably just started attacking. And I would bet on c4, you're probably sacrificing. If I had
Yes,
to
of
guess.
course, knight
yeah,
c4.
you're just like taking and just, and now black is maybe objectively winning. So again, I definitely don't want to paint the picture that this game is over at all, but concrete play here and white's material advantage is just significant on the queen side. So,
but we've tried a few moves, or they're both losing.
Yeah.
So that's not easy.
Queen e1, queen c7. It's not losing.
I
White
mean,
was still
losing
better,
after
but
c4, but queen a3 is losing. Queen e1, c4 is losing.
Exactly.
Okay, so that's queen b6 is not that clear to me.
Yeah. So Firouzja has given Jan something to think about here. And I was like, all right, okay, I feel you. I see you, young fella. You're not going to make this easy. But this tea tastes great, in case you're wondering. That's what he just said with his eyes.
You cannot bring the queen to the king side as well. You cannot play queen h4, for example, if you want to attack yourself, because there is knight a4 coming.
Yeah.
Maybe we can show it just in case. So if I play queen h4, you know, knight
I assumed it was knight d5, right?
I even knight d5.
Yeah.
You know, so.
And then everything is coming. That is Hikaru Nakamura standing with hands on hip, observing. I know that stance anywhere. Hi, Hikaru. Which means Hikaru is probably feeling pretty confident over in his battle versus report.
The only person we should allow to stand in front of our cameras is Shakira.
Shakira?
Yes, to have the dance.
Yeah, if she's or any flamenco dancer in general. Okay, a move has been played, but what? Oh, bishop to b6. Ooh, actually, I wanted the queen to b6. This move, the computer loves. What's the idea? So the queen will find a square similar to queen b6. What's the concrete?
You no longer have queen c7.
Ah, so I can
But
play the
this is
queen
so
e1
deep.
idea.
This is so deep. This move is really very strong.
It's so funny. You put a piece on a flimsy square, and now this idea. Yep, that was it. Because now there's no way for the queen to enter the c file and attack c2. So bishop to b6 forces the black queen to an awkward square, but more importantly, takes away the only ability to attack on the c file. So okay, I played queen e1 because that was the move we tried that failed to queen c7. Maybe there's even other good moves here for white, but this seems decent to attack the pawn. And again, like, if you start making moves like this and you're not all in an attack, okay, this move.
But I want to try queen b7.
Okay,
Yes,
I want to just take here and then go full Fischer on f6 here. Just sap.
Oh, yes, you have queen e5 and rook f6, of course, so this is possible.
I think it is.
No, this is completely winning. So queen b7 is simply not possible because otherwise we would transpose and I will be attacking your bishop and place queen c7.
Yeah.
But queen e5 is winning immediately.
Well, we've got some featured chat coming in for the first time today. Thanks for being with us, all of you, no matter where you are. Tal, Dar, Anton, Ladar. That is way too many consonants in a row for this dude, but or vowels. I'm confused. Nepo found the best move, Poggers. Indeed, he did find the best move, bishop to b6. We did not find the best move. We tried queen a3, we tried queen e1, it weren't working, but this was great. Jan, depth 100, Nepomniachtchi.
I agree with this one.
This is a great one. Yeah, Hesse Timbo, the Brontologist. Nepo deep, deep, deep in the chess sauce. Finding Nepo no more. We're no longer finding Nepo. We found him. He's right there. Playing the white side of maybe a brutal English attack.
Queen d7 is almost forced here.
I think queen d7 is forced, and Jan is about to take a walk because he's got to take Furrow to school. I tried to get to a chess school. I couldn't get in. Jan taken Firouzja to school right now. Lakers 2-3-2-4. That might be the next time they win a championship. Hey, yo, come on. Fans out there being tortured by that dysfunctional situation. 23-24, the next time the Lakers will win a championship. That is the year of the future. So anyway, all right, that was fun. Thank you again, chat. Continue to play along with us. You're the reason we're here. Appreciate all the subscribers coming in today. We saw you. We love you. Thank you so much. Almira.
Almira now thinks that maybe knight d7 was a good move because now we've seen what happened. So maybe to keep the pressure,
rook c8,
rook c8, maybe knight d7 first to prevent bishop b6.
I like that, actually. Did you just refer to yourself in the third person? You said Almira now thinks?
Yes.
That was pretty fun. Okay. Almira now thinks, well, Danny now thinks.
There's Lila, Lila. Just go, why not Almira?
Danny now thinks he's going to show Almira's idea on the board, which she was saying knight to d7 was maybe a better move than rook to c8. Yeah, I mean, I think black is still in a really, really, really tough spot, but...
So while you're talking nonsense, Almira is thinking.
While I'm talking nonsense, Almira's over here referring to herself in the third person. Well, this is the opposite story of yesterday's game. It was Firouzja who brought the prep to Hikaru, right? Firouzja who at one point was up, what, like an hour and a half on the clock, right? And if not for, a brilliant swindle from Nakamura and some very, very deep understanding, that game probably ends in a victory for the youngest player here in Madrid. But this is the opposite. This has been Jan Nepomniachtchi's game from start to finish, Almira. And I think he's going to get his second victory. And I'm going to go on a limb and say he will be the clear leader of the 2022 FIDE candidates after this round. Maybe not a limb. I know what you're about to say. Easy there, Dan. Don't give yourself too much credit because there's no way Fabi wins against Liren. But I think this is over. I think he's going to win this game, and I think Jan Nepomniachtchi will be your clear leader after 4 rounds.
This might as well be what we call a chess miniature. I don't see how he can last for, another 5 moves.
What do we define a miniature at the top levels these days? Because he beat Liren in 36 moves, I think in game 1, 36 or 37 moves. I mean, traditionally under 20 moves is considered a miniature. At the top level these days, I agree. Any game that ends under move 40 with a decisive result that was a, you know what I mean? Brought the pain.
Well, but sometimes you're looking at 30 moves of home analysis, so it's not that easy to trap your opponent, first of all. So when this happens, I think that if he survives till the move 30, it will be a miracle.
Sorry, I just realized my stickers on the back of the iPad for people to see. I just thought it was funny.
So what are you taking before the shows? Commentators need, you know, mental strength and physical endurance to go through the show, as you say in your video.
Yep. Okay, well, this is, as we said, the opposite storyline potentially of what we had on Sunday with Alireza bringing the prep to the table. And on that note, while he might be about to experience a learning moment, he is still very young. He brought it big time in the last game we had before the break. We had a highlight video to show you, reminding you of all that was that epic first ever classical chess battle between Nakamura. By the way, Jan just all over it. Finds Queen E1 like right away. That epic battle between Firouzja and Nakamura. Let's check in with what that highlight video was. We're going to keep this game up. Don't worry, everybody. We won't miss any action. And we will be back after you remind yourself of just how awesome that game was.
Despite their many online battles, Alireza Firouzja and Hikaru Nakamura had never contested a classical game. That changed in round 3 of the FIDE Candidates as Alireza opened with the white pieces and 1d4. Hikaru responded with the Nimzo Indian. Alireza revealed deep and dangerous preparation as he used no time on the clock to reach move 16 and sacrifice a piece on g5, a sacrifice that received the brilliant annotation from Game Review. Though the engine claimed an eval of 0.00, the position was incredibly sharp and treacherous for Hikaru. He sank deep into thought. Engine perfect defense led Hikaru into a difficult decision: pursue a sharp line where he would win an exchange, or enter a worse endgame. Hikaru ultimately selected the endgame.
This position is absolutely amazing.
As wild as it seems, this is not outside of the realm of possibility, right? Because how deep does Firouzja's prep go, everybody?
In the endgame, Alireza quickly created and advanced connected passed pawns on the king side. With pressure on the clock and board mounting, the commentators began to believe that Hikaru might be losing.
Are we moments away from Firouzja getting his first victory at the Candidates?
Another brilliant move sent Alireza's pawn all the way to the 6th rank. Consuming the last of his time, Hikaru got the rooks off the board and targeted a scary position. He had calculated it to be a fortress. Alireza got his connected passed pawns all the way to the 6th and 7th rank, a single move away from promotion. Then Hikaru played pawn to c3 and left the board.
c3, look at that counterplay. Wait, and Hikaru stood up from the board like he... Okay, wait, hold the phone, everybody. We were anointing Firouzja, but something has gone wrong here.
Alireza began thinking. Shockingly, there was no way through, and after using up an hour and a half, Alireza rapidly blitzed out the finish, conceding the draw. Hikaru had used only 3 minutes on the clock after his critical pawn to c3.
I'm flippin' blown away by Hikaru Nakamura in this game. The moment he played c3, Almira, he spent a total of maybe 3 minutes at the board in the last 2 hours. Like, he knew it was a draw before Stockfish did.
Probably one of the most intense draws that I've ever seen.
Hey there, everybody. We're back. We're back at the instructive monitor. And chat, before you yell at us about the glare here, you're gonna want this breakdown here, because our own Almira Skripchenko did some amazing research about the theoretical preparation that Alireza Firouzja brought to the board against Hikaru on Sunday. And we wanted to show you just how deep and smart Alireza's shuffling was in the opening. So, as we said, this position has been played many times at the high level, and Hikaru Nakamura has played black in this position maybe more than any of the world's elite. In this position, Magnus Carlsen tried e3 against Hikaru Nakamura, unsuccessful in getting a win. That game was a draw. In fact, Richard Rapport, the last time he played Hikaru in this position, played e3. The person that Hikaru is playing today also failed to get a win against Hikaru. Hikaru holds this position for breakfast or dinner. I actually don't know which he prefers better. So Hikaru holds this position as black all the time. And in fact, even Lequang Liem tried the move e4 in an online battle against Nakamura. And that's the most important one I want to leave with before we show why Alireza played queen c2. Because it was this move that Hikaru played the same idea of bishop f1, rook f1, g5. But in this line, because Lequang Liem played e4 before the queen being in the dangerous position that she was, ready to help with the attack, Hikaru was able to meet the sacrifice with the immediate strike of e5. If you remember, this is not how he was able to deal with Firouzja's prep. But this move immediately stops white from the idea that we know is coming in these positions, which is e5. And in this game as well, Hikaru was able to hold. So what's the difference between the theory that Firouzja uncorked compared to what everyone else has tried to do here? Well, the move queen to c2, one extra tempo is a patient move by the queen, preparing e4, but it also brings the queen to a position where she was much more dangerous, if you remember, in a lot of the lines we saw. So in that game, after c5, a move that proves not to be as useful as what black needs, Firouzja goes for e4, and after the trade on f1 and the sacrifice occurs, in this position, it is much harder for black to deal with the attack because of the move queen to c1. It was this shuffling, if you remember, that first put Hikaru into the very, very deep think. Because yes, e5 was possible here, and no, I'm not going to be at the telestrator for half an hour to show you how e5 loses, but the main point is that because the queen is on this diagonal and because f4 is coming, this position is way more dangerous for black than when Hikaru played e5 against Lequang Liem. So it was this idea and this shuffling that forced Hikaru to go for the lines in rook takes d4 and ultimately gave Firouzja the advantage that he had in this variation with queen f4. Now, of course, as we know, he was unable to go on to win this endgame, but that doesn't change the evaluation that I think says we may not see Hikaru go for this exact line again in this tournament. I think that he was in trouble in that game before finding this c3, and I think Firouzja would love a second chance to convert on this endgame as well. So anyway, interesting theoretical battle there that just shows us how great Firouzja's queen to c2 move was and how much it was this close to beating Nakamura. Unfortunately for Alireza, he's in the opposite chair today, facing brilliant prep from Jan Nepomniachtchi. So how's that for the glare? Take that, chat. Almira.
I was trying to calculate how many moves white made with the queen, in order to have an advantage in this game.
Yeah, how many queen moves does it take to screw in a light bulb, as they say, right?
Queen c2, yes, queen c3, queen c4, queen a4, queen c2 back. That's full circle.
Yeah, no, full circle. The queen moved 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and if you include queen c1, 6 times, right, in the first almost 15, 16 moves there in order to have the attack that Firouzja did. So anyway, yeah, we've had a good time. Hope you enjoyed that, chat. I don't know how you feel. Oh, chat, you did like it. Yes, my yes. Is that my yes to the glare or my yes to the analysis? The glare. My eyes. Apparently, I can't read good today. I didn't go for the school that for kids that read good.
Well, we know that I'm completely blind, but if we're losing you,
If we're losing me, we're in trouble. No, but okay. Well, I apologize for the glare, chat, but it was a lot of fun, and hopefully you enjoyed that, the breakdown. Almira, you get tons of credit for that sort of breakdown in showing what Alireza Firouzja's preparation was, where it at least started with that queen c2 shuffle. And yeah, not enough glare for Roja MZ. I'll work on it. If you want, I can point the light even more directly at it. You're welcome. So I thought that was a really instructive point because I think it actually plays to some storyline, which is that Hikaru drew that game, but I do believe he got away with one, and that's what great players do, right? And Firouzja didn't quite convert, but I thought the research you did was super important because either Hikaru's team has to work on something in that line, or don't be surprised, I'll call it now, if the next time Hikaru's black and someone is offering that line in the Nimzo, we see Hikaru very first. Because I think that line is actually very dangerous for black with this idea that Firouzja came up with.
This line is very dangerous. First of all, it's now very easy to target Hikaru in his preparation. And also, there's so much information that we have to deal with nowadays that you have to analyze blitz games, bullet games, and sometimes even a bullet game can reveal, your home preparation.
Yep. Even a bullet game.
Yes.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that, well, it's not only correspondence chess that you're looking at.
It's funny because, again, we talk how online chess doesn't need to justify itself anymore. There's lots of serious online chess. But it's right that even bullet chess, because these guys play so many games, that they're not always thinking, I'm going to hide my prep, right? They're just thinking, just play chess and win, right? And so if you look closely enough, it's even some of the bullet games, right? Bullet and Blitz, they might be playing things that give you a little bit of a hint of what they would do in an over-the-board battle. So I really love that point. But speaking of Hikaru, the guy who plays a lot of bullet and often plays his openings that he would play in over-the-board battles in that bullet chess, we see him on the clock here, not quite sure how to deal with this knight d5 retreating move by Report. At least that's what initially confused face Hikaru maybe told me, but no, either that or he's just thinking about how can I keep an edge, because maybe if he plays the right move here, there's still a chance for him to be pressing.
Yes, but f4 is the
Yeah, f4 is on the agenda.
Yes. Well, it seems that he missed something in his calculations because White has improved its position a lot since the last time we saw it.
We're going to dive into that. Yeah, we'll dive into Report Nakamura because I think that you're right that probably something was missed. So let's do that. Let's back up to where did we leave it?
B6.
Hikaru played b6, right?
Yes. So you said that he.
Wait in a second here before we dive in it for the team to catch up with us. There we go. So Hikaru played b6. This is where we left the game, and after knight to c6 check, king e6, knight takes. Played rook a8. This is what we thought was good, but after knight b5 takes and knight c7. This was the exact line we looked at.
No, we didn't, because that was the position without h3 being included, and it looked very dangerous. So now this position is completely different. So
yeah, we were first pointing out, Almira is totally correct that we established that, like in some other lines, we established, I think it was even king f1, that taking a7 was not a big deal, because black has ideas of rook a8, but we didn't really point out that h3 takes away a pawn that, by the way, previously would have captured en passant on f4. So now as we catch up to the game, at the end of this line, Report is showing an interesting idea, which is, hey, your king looks really good on e5, that's a centralized king, but don't lose a piece while you're at it. If you take e4, I assume it's knight takes f6 check, and we're just getting closer to a draw. So Hikaru has to be really careful here if he wants to keep pushing, and also be careful not to lose. I mean, the king is in a tactically very sort of precarious spot here.
Of course, and well, now he has to, once again, switch gears and to find a precise way to equalize here, because, well, the pawn on b6 is hanging as well. So let's say if I put to take it, knight b6, you cannot take on b2, knight c4 check as well. So there's no comfortable way to get your pawn back here for black.
I'll just show some line. I mean, how do we?
First of all, rook b2 here doesn't work, yes. So.
Yeah, if takes here, there's knight to c4 check, so, and then you lose the game. So yeah, Hikaru has a lot to figure out, and one of the things that that he's probably debating right now is whether he should just go for some sort of simplification line and just like peter this one out. But you said initially, his plan coming in would be to get a draw as black, right? But maybe he thought he could push, and maybe now he's like, I want to be a little careful here. They're on move 32, but with plenty of time left, I don't imagine they'll get in time pressure. So we should probably head back to Nepomniachtchi Firouzja, because as far as a game that doesn't have a lot of time left to reach time control, that is Alireza's position as black, and he is thinking right now about how to deal with queen to e1, and I'm not sure you called it on there. You said this game might be over in 5 moves. I think you might be right.
Well, we cannot find a move here. You know, he has only 5 minutes left.
And we have an eval bar and an occasional engine if we want to turn it on.
So,
yeah. Remember, it's not just that he has 5 minutes, everybody. It's that he has 14 moves to make in 5 minutes. That's a very difficult thing to accomplish in a position where you're objectively losing. So it's a hard thing to accomplish if you have an advantage. 14 moves in 5 minutes is a hard thing to do, even if you're better. But it might be an impossible task for today's game.
You cannot play e4, bishop d4. Yes, is winning immediately. I think we're winning on the spot. So.
Yep, e4, bishop d4. Knight to b5 was a move that we kept calling for, but I think we said just queen takes e5, although that allows knight c3. No, actually, in this line, just c4.
c4, yes.
Right? So knight b5, c4. e4, bishop d4.
And
if you
queen
move the
b7,
queen takes e5.
Queen b7, queen a5 realized. So we've run out of options, I think.
He's running out of options. He's running out of time. So what does that do, right? Obviously, Alireza Firouzja came in, a lot of high hopes by a lot of people, although also, as he said, I don't have a lot of expectations on myself, but if you experience your first loss at a tournament like this, your mindset has to go to don't tilt, maybe get a draw in your next game, right? And be happy that you have more whites than blacks ahead in your future.
I'm thinking the FIDE also has something to do with it because, it's like you're playing a tournament, you have a pace. And, if FIDE probably, changed something for Firouzja. For Alireza, he's like maybe he wanted to play once again.
Yep.
Well, you have to prepare, maybe you cannot sleep.
Yep.
And this is definitely, once again, a factor that we should consider.
All those practical factors matter because, okay, let's remember everybody, that 3 minutes, we keep talking about the time control and the move timer. He's now used 15 minutes on this clock. There is no increment coming. So that's literally 3 minutes for now. Still 13 moves with this last move, rook b8. I want to come back to what you were talking about, Elmira, because how much of that is like chess players are creatures of habits in some way, when you're in a rhythm, right? You're in the flow. Then you have a rest day, which should be good. It's not like he went into the rest day on a loss. He's doing okay. He's doing great, even, right? Three good draws, good showing for a 19-year-old kid in their first candidates. But if you change anything and then you're superstitious, right? You have something different for breakfast because it was a free day. You went to a different restaurant, right? Something that I know it sounds silly, but those types of thoughts affect chess players, right? Because if things are going well and you do anything different, you're thinking, oh, did I just upset the chess gods or something like that?
Well, I definitely feel that when you're 19, you want to play every game. I remember that I wanted to play if the Olympian would be, I don't know, at the time there were 13 games at the Olympiad, I wanted to play them all.
In one day.
In one day. and now I'm thinking, oh my God, when is the free day? So I do understand this. But now that I think of rook b8, he found a very interesting way to continue and not to lose on the spot.
Okay, what's the idea?
The idea, first of all, is that you're
attacking the bishop.
You're attacking the bishop, and you didn't open the big diagonal. You didn't play e4. Queen e5. Is it possible here now? Just let me see.
Maybe it was, but Jan still just playing lightning fast here. Plays bishop a5 to come to c3.
Because I wanted to play knight c4 and queen e5. That was some kamikaze idea that I had. No, just when the bishop was on b6, just to see if queen e5 here.
Oh, after
rook b8, yes.
Okay. But here it probably isn't as good because knight c4 maybe? No, apparently that's winning for white. Oh, you can just take,
and rook b6 and knight b3. Okay, then it doesn't work, but maybe rook b6 then? There should be something that Alireza saw, after queen e5, because why not to play it then?
Why play it? I don't...
No, let's get back to the position one last time.
Which position?
Rook b8.
Okay.
Why don't we play queen e5 here?
It's probably winning, but why do anything different? I can take it. Yeah. Rook takes f6, maybe it's still winning.
Knight c4 here. Okay, so it's something like this. Okay.
Okay, but the biggest issue in this position is maybe not even what's facing him on the board, Elmira. It's on the clock. 13 moves to make. He has
less than
1 minute and 50 seconds. And he's shaking his head because he's nervous. You just saw him glance over. You have two enemies in this position. One of them is the board, the other one is the clock, and I don't know that he's going to get out of this, because how do you make a move here? We don't have a good move to suggest for black.
Well, I don't know. My hands are shaking when I'm getting down to 5 minutes and with increment.
Yeah, okay, he does find a move, which is okay, but look at the body language there. Already like super dejected, frustrated, plays knight to c4. I think the thing we have to highlight here is obviously Alireza's in the tough spot, but we got to give Jan a ton of credit. Look at this right here, everyone take a snapshot. This is the Jan Nepomniachtchi that got himself into a World Chess Championship match against Magnus Carlsen. That whole time he's pacing Almira, he's not messing around. He's thinking about the game, so that the moment he sits down, he can make a move and put pressure back on Alireza Firouzja on the clock. This is what he does maybe better than anybody in the world when he's feeling it, is use the clock as a weapon. I expect him to play bishop c3 pretty quickly here, unless he's already calculated some other win. And Firouzja's running out of tricks here. Maybe this is the equivalent of like, well, okay, as long as you don't make a blunder, it's like keeping possession in like a sporting game. As long as you keep possession of the ball, the clock will beat your opponent. You don't have to score anymore, right? There's no more scoring to be done here for Jan. Play bishop c3, whatever, right? Because at this point, Alireza doesn't have enough time to make the 13 moves remaining.
Well, you're completely right. And bishop c3 is a very good move. Bringing the bishop back to the big diagonal, and then simply take on e5.
Yeah, there's nothing. The problem is any move that Jan makes is basically the equivalent of keeping the ball, and Firouzja has nothing to do. This is honestly, I think this is actually less time management mistake by Firouzja and more just that he ran up against preparation. I mean, because Jan has used no time, and Firouzja was clearly out of depth the moment that Jan played g takes f6. If we're looking at this game in hindsight, what else was he supposed to do? He was just getting out-prepared, out-pushed, right? Maybe I'm wrong. Do you think he could have managed the clock better? You think is this also a lesson in time management?
Well, that was also such a complicated position, but on the other hand, this is such a natural move. You cannot be surprised by g takes f6. Like, when it was played, that cannot be a surprise when you're playing this line with black.
Yeah, that's fair. But something was off, because look at his clock then, right? Immediately responds with bishop d8. By the way, Alireza not even taking the time to write his move down. Now he is. Wanted to make sure that if Jan responded, he was ready to play quickly. Didn't want to get down on the clock. By the way, we weren't even talking about d6. That was also a pretty good move for white.
Well, maybe we can simply take on d8 now.
He can take on d8. He can still play bishop c3, which is the move that I just feel like the bishop is so happy on that diagonal. It's just like great. But
bishop d8 forces queen d8, because the knight on f6 is hanging, so...
Bishop takes d8, queen takes d8, and you can do anything, right? Again...
Knight f5.
Knight f5, that looks great.
We can show it on the board. I think it's a very simple variation, so...
Well, I think people can just quickly know that if the queen comes to g3, we have big problems. Jan has an hour. One of the things that's so out of balance about this game is that Jan, we're sitting here like it's imminent, right? And it could be imminent for Firouzja. We could also be staring at this game for another 45 minutes if Jan decides, hey, I have an hour on the clock. I'm just going to chill. Daniel Gould, Nepo is the GOAT. This is the Nepo that could be winning the candidates. I don't know that J.R. Keeb knows that Nepomniachtchi has his own catalog of facial expressions. Hikaru is not the only emotive player. Jan is also a bit of a meme in terms of his reactions to chess moves. So
it will be the catch me if you can situation if he wins this game.
I like that. That's actually a really important point. And what Almira is saying, and again, because on that note from Tizzy Q, is if Jan wins this game, he's already in a spot where a draw is like never a bad result, right? And so even just a half a point lead over someone like Fabi, assuming Fabi draws, might be enough to just continue to play super solid, super safe, which, by the way, makes people play more risky chess against you, and then maybe you get more victories, right? And so this is a huge early game for Jan Nepomniachtchi's chance to win the candidates.
Well, is he talking to himself right now? Like,
Yeah.
just
Taking his time.
taking his time.
There's multiple good moves here, though. I mean, again, if anyone's wondering, Bishop takes d8, as Almira said, and then Knight f5. I keep calling for Bishop c3 because it just feels so warm and cozy. You could even play Bishop c7, by the way, because if takes twice, am I not winning a piece at the end of that line? So if you can't take it, you move the rook, and then I play Knight f5, maybe?
Yes, but this is a very easy position to play, you know,
Yep.
with white. So it's we should simply wait for a move, I think.
Well, like we said, I know we're imminent, and we will certainly not go anywhere else the moment Alireza Firouzja is on the clock. But with Jan Nepomniachtchi on the clock, we'll back up to our bird's eye view and just look at where the other games stand. Hikaru did play the move knight to e6 to stop the f4 fork from report. Shout out to Fabi for holding what looks like a game that he knew better than we did. He's down a pawn in that position, but it looks like it's getting closer and closer to a clear result of a draw. Although, I don't know how he corrals both those pawns. We might have to go look at that in a little bit. I don't know if you see it. But and then the last one we haven't looked at in a while is probably one that we may not look very much at again because looks... Although those doubled pawns for Rajabov are not too great, Almira, those doubled F pawns.
Well, but in this position, you are fighting for the only open file. So as long as you can keep control.
We
of
have
this
liftoff.
file
Bishop c3 has been played, so Firouzja back on the clock immediately responds with queen to e6. Jan played the solid move, Bishop c3, my favorite. But Firouzja's ready, so give him credit for that, right? He knows he has no time. So he's got 11 moves now in a minute. I wonder how these guys feel sometimes about a guy that's been under time pressure a lot in his life, meaning online time. Like, Firouzja can make 100 moves in a minute if you're playing online, you know what I mean? But time pressure over the board, very, very different. And without increment, I wonder how much more nervous he is in this situation.
But I feel that while it's still very important when you're playing online, you don't have the same kind of responsibility on your shoulders.
Yeah.
If you make a mistake online, okay, that's online, you know, that didn't really happen, and that's actually how our brain perceives certain situations. While you're making this mistake during the candidates,
Oh yeah, it's very different.
It's very different. So.
Yeah, he knows that this is going to be a tough one to crawl out of, but right now he can't think about what he has to do after the game. He's got to figure out, is there any way for me to pull off a miracle here? That's why he's working hard on his opponent's time. I think that was Fabiano taking a bit of a walk, saying, I think I'm confidently holding a draw over there against Liren. Jan, head in hand. Nope, maybe he was about to move. Nope.
I'm thinking maybe Firouzja is trying to win the pawn back, the d6 pawn. For the moment, the knight on c4 is protecting the pawn on e5. But if I can...
This is an interesting point,
If
Almira.
I can stabilize the position...
Are you aware of this rule that he doesn't have to keep notation because it's a non-increment time control under 5 minutes?
Oh, no.
Yeah, apparently the rule is that under 5 minutes, he doesn't have to write them down. The arbiter will keep track because there's no increment. Because what's funny is, I know that's the opposite rule. In most tournaments where you have increment, you're not allowed to go more than 2 moves, no matter how bad your time pressure is, writing it down. In fact, if your opponent calls it on you more than once, you can be penalized, right? But apparently the rule is here, because there's no increment, if they're under 5 minutes, he's not actually required to write the move down.
But it's a new rule that certainly didn't apply to classical chess before.
Yes. But I think the increment is the distinction.
No, like before, when you play in all these candidates tournaments, and you had to write your moves down.
Okay. Well, we'll get a fact check on that then. We'll look at that. I'm actually curious about that because I was drawing attention to the fact that Firouzja has not been writing his moves down right away.
Have you seen a score sheet by Viktor Korchnoi? Like when he's in time travel?
Yeah,
like,
just scribbles.
Just
like it's not even.
I don't even know. Like
literally
it's worse
not even
than
legible.
a doctor. Yes.
Yeah, it's a famous thing. In fact, there are a lot of people with reputations who fulfill the obligation of writing it down, but they've got perfect notation for the first 30 moves, and then literally, like, it's not legible, right? So they're basically breaking the rules by fulfilling the obligation to write something down. So these are fun things that happen in over-the-board chess that you would never think are an issue if you're of the PogChamps crew. Never watched an event like this.
So Jan is still thinking. You know, I'm looking at this position, and I know what like he's thinking about, and it's not the move. He knows that. Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. I'm pretty sure there's something which is sort of a mantra.
It's funny because what Amir's saying is the psychology of what's going on in Jan's head, right? And sometimes that can affect you when there's so many winning moves, and because now you become someone who's like, just don't screw this up, which is not a healthy place to be. And more than likely he will not screw it up because he's very good at chess and he's in a completely winning position. But
when you're playing like against an opponent who has only 1 minute on the clock in this situation, and you have more than 1 hour, thing is that you're tempted to play immediately. So this could be, a crucial mistake. You need to take your time. So it's not like Firouzja is responding instantly.
Yeah.
And Jan, I know that he's tempted.
Yeah, I've, lost many advantages by playing too fast when I was both winning on the board and up on the clock, but I played too fast. Here we've got Crisis 8-7 saying, why is it so important to write down the moves? It's a tradition, but it's not needed anymore in modern top-level tournaments. So we actually talked about this in an earlier show. It's not really true. It is still needed for a number of reasons. But we'll see if we have time. I'll let Elmira respond first, and if something happens on the board, we may not be able to provide full explanation. But you gave a couple of really good reasons why writing down the moves is still relevant.
Well, of course, first of all, you need this for claiming the threefold repetition.
Yeah.
Then. Well, I was thinking about a very simple thing as a legal proof, because the score sheet needs to be signed by the two opponents.
From that point of view, Crisis 8-7, you're right that there's enough people watching this that no one can lie about the result. But there are a lot of top-level tournaments where there are, like the Grand Swiss, for example, the event that we helped organize with FIDE in terms of what qualified Alireza Firouzja to get here. Not every board has a camera and an arbiter on it. And without some sort of written record, which is that your opponent signed the score sheet that says that you won, there could be collusion, right? So having some sort of intellectual property that proves that it went down is something that's interesting. That, although even in that case, I guess if all the games are DGT, if they're online, it's true. It's not an unlike talked about topic. I think there is a topic that you could make an argument that even threefold repetition. Like we could evolve the rules and say, why should a player have to claim threefold repetition, right? If it happens and the DGT board tracks it, should they just be notified that they have the option, right?
No, because that means that there's third party which is interfering in the game. So, and the third point is which I wanted to talk about, just like you brushed upon, it's like that it's a different debate, but if one day we will talk about the intellectual property, you certainly need these games to be written. So it's like composers do, so.
Yeah, it's true. It could be, you could have a score sheet that, is worth a lot of something, I guess if you have the score sheet that Magnus Carlsen used to win his first world championship, I would bet that Magnus has saved that score sheet, if I had to guess. Anyway. All right, well, Jan is in a totally winning position here. In this spot, you could probably back up the bishop to a1. You could probably even take here and go to the endgame if you wanted. Bishop takes e5.
I don't know, could it be considered as a writer's manuscript? Like
the what?
The chess game. It's like the writer's manuscript, So it's, I don't know if this is a right example.
Yeah. But, it's, again, all that said, to be fair, like those are reasons, you know, to kind of justify the process. When what do we watch a lot of times? They play rapid tournaments and they don't have to keep score in rapid chess, right? And or even the World Blitz Championship, right? Like technology has evolved to the point where, you know, some of the practical reasons we used to have to keep score have gone away. But intellectual property is another thing, the value of the score sheet, you know. Anyway, it's a fun little debate.
So what happened? Well, I didn't have time to look at the board. So knight d3, knight d5.
Yeah, I guess I feel like we've stopped analyzing deeply because we're kind of just waiting for it to be over, and it could end any second, but it's not over yet.
Maybe
I mean, you can't play knight if bishop a1. You can't really put either knight on e3 because white will play knight e5.
So bishop a1. I was looking at bishop e5, but maybe you don't want to give this bishop, but you can exchange everything.
Yeah, you have to be a little careful though.
Yes, bishop f6 is coming.
Yeah, bishop f6 is coming. There's some fun ways for white to go wrong, right? If you do this, I think trading queens is bad because then black has knight c3.
Oh, nice.
So like, okay, like good example to go wrong. And if you do this and take with the knight, maybe Jan is worried about bishop f6. And of course, if the knight moves, okay, we know you can't do this, but again, just showing that like, so Firouzja is laying every possible trap he can to try to save this game. There's also, okay, bishop a1 was the move I was suggesting. Okay, and computer likes that. Whoa, wait. Jan plays knight f4? Oh my gosh. That might be the knockout blow. That might be the move that really puts the game away. What a move that was, by the way. That eliminates all the threats of knight c3, takes the knight off the board, and keeps the bishop. Alireza finds f6 to keep the balance. A good defensive move. But we didn't see knight f4 coming at all. We were looking at bishop a1 or bishop e5. This is a very strong move.
Well, he's exchanging one of the most attacking black pieces, of course. But on the other hand, Firouzja is still there. You know, he didn't lose like in 5 moves, like I predicted. Knight f4, and f6. He closed the big diagonal and he protected the pawn. But why can't I take on c4 now? Queen c4. Okay. You see, I would have lost.
Jan has played queen e2. Now that he's gotten out of the scramble of forced tactics, those are easy moves to find. But you know it's not that easy? Subtle moves when you have 50 seconds for 7 moves. And we see look at that. Jan gets up and walks. There's nothing more scary when you have no time on the clock than your opponent getting up and walking around. In fact, it's kind of irritating. So Alireza makes a move and then looks over at Jan. And he's like, hey, I'm working over here, and I've only got 30 seconds. Shaking his head. I mean, I will go back to that storyline and say that the fact that the kid has been able to hold on to this so well is fantastic, right? But it makes you look at the clock differently and feel like, wow, like, should have been playing faster earlier. He was mismanaging his clock, and from the perspective that, like, the position is not over. Yes, White's winning, but it's not over yet. And this time trouble is probably going to spell one more blunder before you reach move 40.
And how many moves do we have left?
He has 7 moves to make in 35 seconds.
Oh, that's okay, but I can take on b2.
Yeah, you can just take and win a pawn. You can also just move your rook to safety, and I'm not really sure what the knight is doing on b2.
But where are you going? The d6 pawn is under attack as well. So.
Oh, that's true. Okay. So you can move the rook to d2, maybe. That was my point, right? That's probably
maybe.
fine. So.
No, maybe you can go rook f1 and queen d6. You have bishop b5. You see this rook df1 here?
You want rook g1?
No, rook df1. And if queen d6, then you have bishop b5.
Oh, that's why. That's also winning. When we think about the preparation, you made a comment, Almira, that like he shouldn't be surprised by this idea because it's, you know, a common one. So then what's the reason this went awry? Is it just inexperience of you know, the pressure that Jan brought? Is it did he confuse his lines, right? So what do you think was the biggest reason he's spending? I'm looking back at this, Almira. He's spending 31 minutes on bishop takes f1, 29 minutes on a3, 10 minutes on king h8, and then if we jump ahead on rook b8, another 17 minutes, right? So I'm just like, I'm trying to unpack like where he just felt like it just got away from him.
Well, the first critical decision was, of course, bishop f1.
Yeah.
And starting from this position, it's all went wrong for Alireza.
Yeah, this was the decision that the computer didn't like the first time that the edge started to slide in White's favor, but you could argue that it was even less the move and more the fact that he took 32 minutes to do it. So I said 31. It was actually closer to 32. Anyway, obviously this is not over yet. Jan looking to put this away, but you're gonna be back to the drawing board a little bit. By the way, likes your move. Jan likes your move, Almira. Rook df1. Alireza sees the tactic, quickly plays rook to e8. I kind of like that Jan didn't take on b2, kind of keeping the pressure there. Maybe he'll slide the rook to h4 and now play queen h5 and go back to checkmate. Yep, he does it. Okay. 30 seconds. 30 seconds for 5 moves. Shaking his head. Firouzja knows this one got away from him, not just on the board, but on the clock. Pushes f5. Okay, but is rook takes h7 already a possibility? Probably.
Is it winning rook h7?
Rook h7 takes and then queen h5, and my point is that you can't play queen h6 because the rook hangs. Everyone crowding around here. This is definitely going to be the first game that finishes here in round 4, yeah.
You mean king g8, simply rook f5? Why is it winning there? Let's check. Rook h7, king h7.
Rook h7, king h7, queen h5.
Yeah.
I want to stay right here because I don't want to change the live position or the view we have on the clock, because that is some nice work there. We see the clock in real time. For 5 more moves, he has 17 seconds.
No, I think that after king g8, you have knight f5 and rook g1. Maybe something like this.
I was just saying rook h7 because it's not my rook, so I can just throw it out there. But there's probably other moves too. Like, you could probably even just put the rook on a safe square like rook h5, right? And then go back to taking things, maybe. But okay, yeah, rook h7 might be, that would be, how nervous are you playing a move like rook h7 when you don't need that move, right? It might be unnecessary to sack your rook when anything, as I kept saying, possession is all White needs to win this game to a degree, right? Like, just keep the advantage, keep the pressure, and Firouzja's time is going to be his greatest enemy.
That's where Jan is going to think for 1 hour.
Yeah, Jan's going to, in fact, he might. Look at him, taking some tea. All right. We've got the, he takes a look at Firouzja and kind of like, I got a lot of options here.
So
I guess
we can do.
Yeah, now we can look at it. Rook h7, king h7, queen h5. Okay, we were right. Okay.
So king g8.
Okay, and I assume we're just taking with the knight?
Yes, that's what I wanted to try. And then rook g1 is coming.
Game
yes,
over.
So what do you do?
But I want to see if, like, just what move I was saying, just rook h5 is also fine. Rook h5 is, yeah. Like, that's my point. Like, any move here, you just sit.
You cannot play f4 because of rook e5.
Well, I think I can just take it, right? Or rook e5. You're right.
Rook e5, yes.
So I was kind of kidding when I said rook h7, but it looks like rook h7 is winning. But even like the simple rook h5 is winning. Your point is exact. Rook e5. So this is definitely the most dramatic game of the round. Is this the most dramatic game of the tournament we've had so far? Possibly. It might be after that move. Rook h7, king h7. Jan's going to try to put this one away in style, everybody. He's not settling on the obvious or the safe rook h5. He's going all in on the most forcing variation. And I think after knight f5, we might even see a resignation rather than losing on the clock. Look at Jan. This is maybe the most dominant game we've seen to date in the 2022 FIDE candidates. The preparation from Jan was on point, and he's putting it away with a massive advantage both on the board and on the clock. Pausing, looking at Firouzja, plays rook g1, and the whole point is that king f8, queen h6 check. So Firouzja resigns. We have a massive victory for Jan Nepomniachtchi. What did you say, Almira? Catch me if you can. That's Leonardo DiCaprio right there, playing the white pieces. And everyone else is Tom Hanks from this point forward. Yeah, they're obviously discussing where it went wrong. Firouzja will be back to the drawing board on that one. Not the Najdorf he planned today. And I don't think that English attack prep Almira is something that Jan maybe had for the World Championship, because I don't think he ever would have thought that Magnus is playing in Najdorf. It's not really part of his repertoire. But that was a very, very impressive victory from Jan Nepomniachtchi, and he is, at this point, the clear tournament leader.
And also, if you're playing against Jan Nepomniachtchi, this is not the opening that you would want to play against him, because it gives him the opportunity to show all his potential. You know,
Yeah.
so you go, I don't know, for the Berlin defense.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
This is not the right opening for Jan, and the result says so. He now has 2 wins, Ding Liren, and now against Alireza Firouzja. This guy has shown that he's the man to beat. Perhaps we all need to check ourselves before we wreck ourselves, thinking that a Jan Nepomniachtchi who lost to Magnus Carlsen wasn't going to have it here in Madrid. I mean, hello, you just said this is exactly the type of opening that allows Jan to show what he's best at, right? Great prep in super sharp positions, gonna play fast and out-calculate you. That's not the kind of position you want to play against Jan Nepomniachtchi, and I don't know that we're going to see many more Najdorf Sicilians against him.
And how many rounds? Yes, we have 3 more rounds to go in this first half of the tournament. His next opponent is going to be Hikaru.
That's a great one. Playing black against Hikaru Nakamura is going to be quite the challenge after beating Firouzja. But before we move on from that, let's actually see how it compares to the other player who just finished. Of course, Alireza Firouzja. He does not have the same result in this round 4. It is a loss to Jan Nepomniachtchi. How do you recover your Firouzja? Well, I guess you have to be happy that you have 2 whites in back-to-back games versus Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Fabiano Caruana.
Yes, Alireza started with 3 blacks. Of course, it's a very difficult start for his first candidates also. So his preparation was tested, and now he will have to show what he has in store, with white pieces.
And that's a good point, Almira, that I think if you're in Alireza Firouzja's camp, the confidence booster, because it's all about keeping yourself in the right mindset, is like, look, you had 3 out of 4 blacks to start, right? And the one time you had white, your preparation was on point, and it took brilliant defense from someone to survive. So this tournament is far from over. You've lost a game. No big deal, right? Move on. NBD, that's French for move on, right? I think so. So he's gonna move on and try to use the white pieces in his next 2 games. And all that said, regardless of what Firouzja's camp is feeling, and obviously getting him in the right mindset is super important for the young player for the next couple games, you have to just tip your hat right now to the FIDE Candidates Tournament that Jan Nepomniachtchi is having. Just amazing stuff. And that is the only game that is finished. Everyone else, we are now looking back at Report and Nakamura. Wow, okay, that's going to be interesting. We got a lot of chess ahead, 3 more games to go, but before we dive back into it, we're going to take a quick moment to remind you that the 3rd annual Youth Speed Chess Championship, the Chess Kid Youth Speed Chess Championship, is just around the corner. And got going to be awesome. As I've always said, you never know when you're watching the stars of tomorrow. You got to know Alireza Firouzja in many ways in online chess events first, Junior Speed Chess Championships. We talk about Jeffrey Zhang holding down the commentary these days. Pretty sure one of the first events we had on Chess Kid, he won back when he was a teeny little kid. Shout out to Jeffrey, by the way. So who will be the stars of tomorrow? Sometimes they're playing in these events, and you can catch all the action starting June 20th on twitch.tv/ChessKid. Funmaster Mike and Happy Crocodile, Ketty Tetsalasvili, and Maria Rodrigo. So tune in to the Chess Kid U-Speed Championship. Let's see how this one plays out. I think we're about to see a finish here between Report and Nakamura. So don't go. This particular game, I think, is about to have a handshake for a draw. So we're actually holding on. We're gonna stay right here before we head to a break because we know that nobody wants to miss the handshake. I'm gonna get the board over there. My apologies for that. We see a smile from Hikaru, and the score sheets have been signed. And on that note, you knew Hikaru was ready to go home, Elmira, because he put his jacket back on.
Talking about the jackets, we know that Richard spends all of his prize money on the jackets, I think.
He must be, because he has got style. Report has been sporting a fancy, different suit on every single day so far. Hikaru just said he wasn't sure about the before idea. I read a little bit of lips, like jokes aside, not even bad lip reading. Okay, Report and Nakamura is immediately the second game done here in round 4. Hikaru gave a little bit of a push, but Report returned the favor on the queen side. They kind of say, yeah, let's go for sushi. Sounds good. I know a great place right on the corner. Cool.
You're repeating yourself.
What?
Sushi was yesterday, or before yesterday.
Sushi
You're repeating
was before
yourself.
Yesterday. Hikaru loves sushi, so I don't know how often he eats sushi, but I'm sure he's found the best sushi places in Madrid, if I don't say so myself. But okay, now as we take a look at the bird's eye view and 2 games that will not be ending anytime soon, we are going to take a very quick break. Jan-Krzysztof Duda is thinking about his game. And there's Ding Liren seeing, is there any way I could keep an advantage here against Fabiano Caruana, who is swindling his way to an ending where the extra pawn doesn't matter. So we'll be right back for the remaining 2 games here in round 4 of the 2022 FIDE Candidates from Madrid in just a few.
Want to hold a massive chess tournament with dozens of clubs or hundreds of players? Or maybe a small chess tournament with local but competitive clubs? With Club Arenas, you can. Club Arenas allow for tournaments of any size with any number of clubs and players. Customize the arena with any time control, with standard chess or mini chess variants, and with any starting position you want. Club Arenas are the most flexible tournament format on chess.com. Try one out today.
The FIDE Candidates is the most important tournament in chess. Taking place every 2 years, the candidates qualifies the victor to challenge the reigning world champion in a World Chess Championship title match. The 2022 candidates will feature 8 of the world's best chess players. They've all earned their spots through 2 years of fierce competition. They now head to Madrid, Spain, where everything will be settled over the board. One of those 8 spots is always reserved for the previous World Chess Championship challenger. Jan Nepomniachtchi would love nothing more than a second chance at the throne, but he has to get through 7 other great players in Madrid first. 2 spots went to the top finishers of the most prestigious open chess tournament in the world, the FIDE-Chess.com Grand Swiss. Alireza Firouzja won the Grand Swiss, turned the heads of everyone in doing so, and has become the youngest player in history to cross the 2,800 ELO rating barrier. He would become the youngest world chess champion of all time should he win the candidates and ultimately the World Chess Championship match.
Fabiano Caruana joined him, taking the other spot from the Grand Swiss. The US #1 and third highest rated player in the history of our game is also the only person to never lose a classical chess game to Magnus Carlsen in a World Chess Championship match. 2 of the spots were claimed by the winners of the dramatic 2022 FIDE Grand Prix cycle. Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura is a former world #2, a blitz and bullet chess legend, and the most popular chess streamer in the world. He was joined by GM Richard Rapport. The Hungarian #1 is one of the most creative and dangerous minds in the game today, and nobody is looking forward to facing him in Madrid. FIDE awarded 1 of the 8 spots to the wildcard invite Grandmaster Timur Rajabov. Raja missed the 2021 candidate cycle in consideration of COVID concerns. But as the oldest, most experienced player in the field, he's looking to use that knowledge and punch his ticket to the World Chess Championship title match. And finally, 2 spots go to the top 2 finishers of the world's largest knockout tournament, the absolutely grueling FIDE World Cup. Jan-Krzysztof, the Polish #1, punched his ticket by ousting none other than world champion Magnus Carlsen in the semifinals of that event. Duda would ultimately defeat Karyakin in the final to win the World Cup. However, Karyakin, due to suspension from play by FIDE, sees his spot go to China's #1, Grandmaster Ding Liren. Ding Liren takes the spot due to being the highest rated eligible player according to the May 2022 FIDE rating list. So that's how each of our 8 competitors earned their bids to Madrid. Inside the Palace of Santona, it's about who can sustain the mental endurance to secure the coveted slot as challenger for the world title. But we're not sure who that will be just yet. We do know this. We'll enjoy watching every minute of the Candidates with the Chess.com community as we see how the most important tournament in chess plays out together.
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
These players are stars everywhere they go, but especially here in Madrid, and perhaps none more so than Hikaru Nakamura. This guy is mobbed daily on his way to the Palacio de Santoña. Shout out to Chris right there next to him, making sure no one is like, all right, last autograph. That's Chris's job at some point to say he has to play a game. But Hikaru Nakamura, the people have turned out for this guy. And I wonder if he's going to have to start taking a different path to the palace on different days, right? Because at some point, if it gets a little bit too much, anyone following the news on chess.com, you've seen the thumbnail to some of our articles, you've seen pictures with fans. Those are not staged. Hikaru, his stardom, I'm not sure if he thought as a top chess player he would ever experience that level of fandom, but
to be honest, I'm becoming a huge fan myself because
Yeah.
I've seen Hikaru analyzing his difficult game against Alireza Firouzja once again for his fans. He took his time. Like when you are taking it during some other tournaments, well, I would feel that this is okay, but that's one of the most important tournaments in his life. He's still doing so, and I think this shows like how much he wants to give to his community.
No, you're right. I mean, the Hikaru, like, these videos where he's giving the breakdown of what was going on for him in the game, the level of analysis, the honesty with which he's sharing it, we've never had a top chess player doing that, giving that type of insight, that type of look. It's literally game-changing. And so you see his game this round is done. Let's take a look at how he's done through 4 rounds so far here in Madrid. Started out with a loss, immediately bounces back with a super impressive win. Now a couple of draws. Still, I would argue his most impressive game was the draw against Firouzja, Almira.
Of course, and now he has 2 whites in a row.
Back to back.
So it's very important for him.
Yeah, I had the Hikaru game upper. That was the final position he just had against Richard Rapport. But I'll keep this game right here. But I agree. I think the 2 whites coming up for Hikaru, Almira, very interesting storyline. We'll see. Maybe Hikaru could be the guy who catches Jan Nepomniachtchi, right? We said it's catch me if you can, because Nepomniachtchi's in the clear lead. Maybe everyone in the field is rooting for Hikaru to get a victory with white. But okay, we talked about Hikaru. Let's bring up Rapport's scorecard, if you will, so far. Rapport's report card. Well,
it reports that there are 4 draws.
The 4 draws, right? There you go. He's held on. It's funny. I don't think it totally tells the story. He had a really interesting game as Black versus Duda. Survived against Ding Liren yesterday, where Ding Liren was pushing and maybe had a crazy opportunity.
And he was completely winning against Firouzja.
And he was completely winning against Firouzja, but yet he stands with 4 peaceful results. So.
Yes, but all of these draws were very hard fought, and it doesn't reflect once again on how intense these battles were.
Yeah. No, I think that's a good point. So the scorecard for Rapport does not tell the full story of how he got those 4 peaceful results. He has the opposite of Hikaru ahead of him, though. 2 blacks back to back, where Hikaru has 2 whites coming up. So we'll see how he can hold up with the second move against Caruana and Rajabov, respectively. So here we've got the bird's eye view. 3 of the 4 games done already. We
haven't seen the draw between.
Yeah, we should find a way to just also quickly tell people that Duda and Rajabov drew their game. It's hard to say. It wasn't a boring game. It just I don't know. We didn't get a chance to look too deeply at it, and it ended while we were at the break. So apologies for that, but we'll find a way to give a quick look at that before the show's done, everybody. But okay, let's go to this Ding Liren Caruana game, because I feel like we've been saying it's just a draw.
You've been saying.
I've been saying that, but
it certainly has a lot of drawing tendencies. But a pawn is a pawn.
A pawn is a pawn, and it's an extra one on c5.
So, Fabiano needs to bring his king closer to the c-pawn, of course. White will probably continue with king e2, king d3 as well.
One of the funny things about the c-pawn as compared to like the b or the a pawn in this type of setup is often when you have an outside pass pawn, Almira, you're never threatening to take it and trade to the king and pawn ending because the opponent's king is too close. With the c-pawn, that's not the case. Right, you literally can put your king in front of the pawn and trade, and your king is more than close, more than likely to hold on in the endgame. So,
I was thinking about rook b2, but does it lose after rook c4? So white loses the c-pawn. That's because I want to play rook b7. But then after rook c4, rook b7, king f6, rook c7. How can you activate the rook?
Well, he likes your move, rook b2.
Oh no, that's not a good sign. Yes, the line that I was analyzing was rook c4 here.
Mm-hmm.
So rook b7.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. King f6. Mm-hmm. Let's have a look. Yes, rook b7.
Uh-huh.
King f6. You need to protect rook c7. And what do we think about this position here? Maybe e5 to play rook king e6 and king to bring the king closer.
Yep. e5 for black allows the king to come to e6 and over. The e5, king e6 is the idea. And probably, the more I look at that, black is potentially in trouble because the king is sort of frozen to the e6 square to hold on to the pawns.
Yes, but
which means the improvement of the rook on the 7th rank is that you can never get the king here to offer the trade because you'll lose the house.
Then I will also play rook c2 and keep an eye on all of your pawns.
That's fair. Maybe you need to play it right away.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Do you remember what we were? I was telling you about the rook endgames. The more I look at them, I have the feeling that I don't know anything.
Rook endings are just.
The more I get the feeling
tough.
that
You dedicate a lifetime to feeling like you know nothing when it comes to rook endings. Yeah, rook c2.
What can we do here? Can we play in the same manner like in the other position we try to play g4, h4? You need to do something here.
I think this is why they say all rook endings are drawn. Because
Or
it's
c6.
what to do.
No.
Okay, it's funny. Bobby actually doesn't like this setup. You know, with letting white get the rook to the 7th rank is not in his fancy. So he brings the rook back to a7 instead, and then plays king to d7. That actually seems even cleaner, because I think that if Ding Liren had controlled the 7th rank, that would have been tough. But now he'll get the king to c6. Even if white gets the king into d4 or c4, there's all kinds of threats like rook a4 check, kicking the king back. I think Fabi chose the right defense, which is weird because that was, by the way, that was not the active defense. That was the passive defense.
Well, but he's a pawn down already, so he would need to sacrifice another pawn.
I'm just saying that Dvoretsky is not always right. That's what I'm saying. All the craziness out there.
I agree with you, but here, let's continue. King d7, king d3.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. King d3,
King
so
c6.
king c6, king c4, just in case. So rook a4.
Yeah, rook b4.
Yes, rook b4, and then rook a2. Yes,
Yep.
something like this. So rook b6, you would go king c7. And what can we do here?
Offer a draw.
Which pawn?
Don't let black win.
No, but I'm certainly giving one pawn away, and then I will try to play something like rook a6. You can play king b7. I wanted to check you.
So you're going to give me a pawn and then play rook a6.
But you will play rook b7.
But then it's a draw.
Okay. So then that's.
That's actually a cool little idea there, because I think your idea is interesting, Almira. That if you don't play king b7, like rook a6, if you take, right? Now this check and takes, like this gets a little bit interesting. Maybe white has some weird chances. Although even here, what are we talking about? There's no way.
No.
This is,
of course.
This is a draw. This is probably we are on pace, knock on wood, for the shortest round we've had so far at the 2022 FIDE Candidates in Madrid. And not because they necessarily wanted or not. I mean, but at this point, we saw an incredible performance from Jan Nepomniachtchi, a dominant victory over Alireza Firouzja. A couple of other draws, maybe one a little more interesting than the other. But I think Ding Liren is down to his last
bullet.
Last bullet, I guess you would say. And Fabi has a shield, I guess. The point is, this is hard to.
What can we try? Because I can stop analyzing. So maybe Rook B8. If King D3, King C4 doesn't work, should we try something a bit more active? Rook B8 with the idea of playing Rook H8 and creating a weakness.
If Ding Liren plays Rook B8 in this position, the one you're looking at, that would mean he's here for the fight. He wants more than a draw. He's going to do everything he can to try to trick Fabiano. Will we have liftoff?
Oh, but he's going to lose the C pawn then after Rook B8. Yeah, well, he knows that this is a draw. No, I understand, because Rook B8, can you play King C6 immediately?
But I think if
Or
Rook
Rook
B8,
C7.
the first thing you should do is go after the pawn with like Rook C7, because if Rook F8, you can go back to E7.
Yes.
That's the easiest, right? Okay, well, we have liftoff. We do have Rook B8. We'll see how quickly Fabiano plays Rook to C7. I think that's better than getting the king too far away from the pawn structure. Although King C6 might also be drawing. The point is, if you keep the king over here, then, you know, when you go for the pawn, you play G6, Rook G7, you defend F7, you make sure you lose this pawn, which is the easiest pawn to lose. You regain the pawn, and now you have a new 4-on-3, but one that is very, very solid for black to hold in that kind of position.
Yes, but what I wanted to show is just in case. If you play King C6, let's say Rook C8, just wanted to illustrate something then.
Okay.
Let's say King D7, maybe now I can go Rook H8. You know, you're forced to play H6. Then I will play Rook G8. Okay, it's sort of artificial in a way. Or maybe something. No, I win Rook H7 immediately. Yes, you see, so you cannot go H6 here. No, I wanted to play G4, yes.
I didn't like H6. I was going to say, I still want to go for the G6 idea and just give you the pawn. Because I guess maybe there I play King C6 now.
Oh, King 6. Okay, but then can I play G4, H4, and
by the way,
continue?
he's going for your idea. So and we see the eval bar showing some spiciness. So hold the phone, everybody. Hold the phone.
But I'm trying to find something, you know. In
Yeah,
this
no, I
position,
think this is actually interesting. So Rook to B8 is played, and then Rook H8. Fabi did play Rook C7, by the way, which was best. So, okay. Well, maybe you're not holding the phone. I realized everything we were just looking at, Almira, was kind of based on not playing Rook C7,
exactly,
which is by far the best move, and Fabiano, big surprise, finds the best move. Because now I think on Rook H8, he'll play G6 first, or King E7 first. They're both fine. Because Rook H7, you play G6, which, by the way, is key, because it not only defends the pawn, it guards H5. So there's no way for the rook to defend the pawn and create any kind of mess. So Ding put up the best try, but Fabiano, his approach is going to hold. I think as soon as he plays G6, he's guarding the H5 square. Now again, I guess this game, you know, might be going on for a while. Right? How badly does Ding Liren want to get the W as white is the question here.
The W with white. Well, he wants to create the pass pawn. He wants to play G4, H4, and H5, and think for a while. You should be careful. Well, you're not losing your rook, but I can play King F8, King G8, and simply take on H5 then. That's also.
That's funny. It doesn't quite work, but it is funny. Like if h4, just showing some funny ideas. This it actually isn't good because h5 you're getting out.
No, not here. For example, h4, rook c5,
yeah,
g4, because you're
now king here.
King, so h5.
You're still getting out because.
Yes.
But okay, it's a funny idea to try to trap the rook here. That is one awkward thing to be aware of. Another thing to be aware of is, of course, time control. Even though the players are likely reaching move 40 with plenty of time to spare, they still have a couple moves to make with only 6 minutes if you're Dingley-Ren, so don't fall asleep, big fella. Don't get too distracted by the beautiful art in the Palacio di Sant'Antonio. You ever been so distracted at the board that you didn't realize it was your turn, like even while you were at the board?
Yes, it happened to me actually once, yes.
Because if it was ever going to happen, it would happen in a place like this. There's way too many things to look at here.
Well, actually, once we played the tournament, it was a part of the Women's FIDE Grand Prix, and we played in Monaco, but in the rooms which are not open to general public at all. These were one of the most old rooms in the casino.
Okay.
And it was in the same kind of setting and surrounding. First of all, you were looking at the at the frescoes, like they were everywhere. You couldn't concentrate, and then also there was some gaming going on on the side. So.
Yeah. It's happened. I've been at the board where my opponent moved, and I was just lost in thought. And then I looked down, and I was like, 2 minutes have gone by? What is going on? Usually not more than a little bit, but it happens.
I've been robbed, yes.
Move 38. 2 more moves to make for Fabiano to reach move 40. Same for Dingley-Ren. Getting a little distracted by the art.
Well, he doesn't look very inspired.
It doesn't look very inspired, but okay, this was an interesting one. I think Fabiano gets a lot of credit in this game for how this happened. I mean, remember, he sacrificed that b6 pawn. That was a moment that had us, little on edge there. Okay, you're down a pawn. The computer also says, hey, white's better, but it just tells you the advantage of players. The advantages players need at this level to get a victory is so much. That's a big decision to play f5. A lot of times in these rook endings, you tell yourself to just sit tight. What is the idea with this f5 move?
Well, first of all, it stops g4, and it.
Okay.
And
makes sense. You stop g4s.
Yep. And you have a few squares, extra squares for your king.
I like it. It's funny because is there a Dvoretsky rule for, so many times the recipe for disaster is actually moving your pawn in these rook endings, right? Keeping things together is often the best way to hold these 4-on-3, 3-on-2 sort of rook endings. But this position here, Fabi takes an active approach, if you will. He's going to put the king on f6. He does so already.
And he wants to play e5, I think.
Yeah, he wants to actively defend this thing, right? e5, e4. Maybe not e4. Be a little careful. Move 40 has been played by Dingley-Ren, not quite yet for Fabiano. Time control will probably have us, look around, take a break, meaning the players take a break from the board. Plays rook to c4.
And g3, yes. Okay, maybe e5 now, or he doesn't want to push it immediately. Maybe simply keep your rook on the fourth, like rook b4, rook c4, rook a4.
Yeah, fourth rank is how you hold.
Yes.
And there's no real way. In fact, I think if Fabi will probably just play a move like rook a4 here, and then Dingley-Ren has not gotten up from the board. He's aware that he reached time control, but maybe he doesn't have anything else better to do but stare at the board, right? Which is what you're here to do, so that's okay. Although, one thing we will do, for those of you who subscribed today on the show, you probably noticed that there was a face at the end of that notification That face was the tournament leader heading into the round. It was Fabiano Caruana's face. Tomorrow it's going to be a new face.
Well, I haven't seen that. You know, I haven't seen any of the
Someone will subscribe
graphics.
here in just a
Yes.
second. We'll see it. And when you see that face tomorrow, it'll be Jan Nepomniachtchi's face. He is officially the man to beat. Gets the black pieces versus Hikaru Nakamura, so I cannot wait for that. But anyway, don't worry, Fabi. Your face might be back there.
We just froze.
Huh?
We just froze.
We just paused because right now there's
Well, any move, I think, draws here.
there it is. You see Fabi's face?
Okay.
There you go. You see it?
Mm-hmm.
Gilby 3-2. Tomorrow that face is going to be Jan Nepomniachtchi. And we will keep it updated with whoever the tournament leader is throughout the event. Just little fun little kicks and gigs for all of our subscribers. We're doing what we can, being creative. Well, let's provide some instruction in this endgame. Might as well talk about why we look at this position and say it's just a draw. I think maybe take for granted there. In fact, look at that. We've already updated the face to a new smiling Jan Nepomniachtchi. Looking good, Jan. Feeling good, Hollywood. Okay, so one of the reasons why this is an easy draw, Almira, is we have to kind of we have to go way forward to help people understand, right? That rook endings, because of the geometry of the board, right? You're literally dealing with straight lines. The rooks challenge each other so well. They also limit the opponent advances so well that unless you have something to sort of distract a rook, it often is the piece that can set up the easiest blockade, just cuts off a file or cuts off a rank, to get really basic, right? If we're just talking about why so many rook endings are drawn, right? And so when you have a single pawn advantage, if you take everything off the board, what often happens is a rook is doing the same thing it's doing here. And eventually you get all the way up the board in a similar fashion where the rook has been cutting you off the whole way. And when you finally push one square too far, the king that is just sitting in front, meaning the black king, stays there, and this rook flips down and just starts giving checks. And the point is, because again, the geometry of the board, the king literally has nowhere to go. This is, I'm in a very abstract way, I'm describing the Philidor defense in a rook ending. But it's because of the geometry that there's just, the rooks hold against a single pawn advantage, as well as maybe any other single piece endgames besides an opscode bishop ending against a single pawn advantage. And it's just because of the dynamic of the straight lines that we play on, right? The map is limited, as the kids would say, right? This is not a video game Fortnite map where they're always doing crazy things to make you think that Fortnite's as cool as chess. Fortnite is not as cool as chess. I'm here to tell you, okay? This is a map of concrete maneuvering, and the point is, rooks do a very good job of defending progress because of the dynamics of a chessboard. Did I describe that well with a little bit of a geometry lesson?
No, I liked it very much. I think maybe we can do it also on the teleprompter, where we can show a Philidor position, because it's a very important theoretical knowledge that you should have when you defend your games. It's very important, so it could save you a lot of points. And here, well, we think that this is a draw because in order to make some progress, white will probably exchange some of the pawns, so we will inevitably come to this position
that I was talking about.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
So there is no way that you will avoid those exchanges. So, and Fabiano will simply wait and see. He will play rook a4, rook b4, rook c4.
100%. So, all right, well, hopefully you enjoyed that sort of abstract rook ending lesson. I think Fabi will probably give us that lesson on the board in one way or another today, but he's one of two players in the field who has won the candidates. The other one is now the clear leader. But let's remind everybody of who Fabiano Caruana is, the amazing career that he's had, in our next Chess.com player highlight.
No stranger to the candidates, Fabiano Caruana stands as a pretty popular choice for winning it all here in Madrid. Fabi won this prestigious tournament 4 years ago in Berlin. In his challenger match against Magnus Carlsen, Caruana came just one endgame moment away from his first World Championship.
I wasn't playing my best chess today, and Magnus, I think, played very well.
Soon to be 30, Caruana's chess resume is matched by few in Madrid. Born in Miami with dual citizenship, Fabi became the youngest grandmaster in US history at age 14. A decade ago, he made history at the Sinkfield Cup, winning 7 straight games on his way to a 28-44 rating, the third highest of all time. Precise calculation and deep knowledge of opening theory are Fabi's calling cards. The Italian-American used both to great effect in the FIDE Grand Swiss to qualify for this event. Caruana now aims to become the first player since Vichy Anand to win the candidates in non-consecutive years. But perhaps more importantly, Fabi looks towards another shot at the world title.
Fabiano Caruana, many people's pre-tournament favorite coming in, and for good reason. This is where he stood coming into this round versus Liren. And if he holds a draw, that helps that little that score deficit he had coming in here, Almira.
Well, of course. First of all, it's very important to win games in this tournament, but what's more important is not to lose. So when you see this result, +1, so it means 1 win and 3 draws is a perfect, start for this very difficult tournament. So the most important is not to lose.
Yeah.
So like in a poker tournament, the chips you are losing, they are way more important than those that you are winning.
No, that's a really good point. People always remember the sexy all-in push, right? But the chips you don't lose are just as important. The decisions you didn't make may be the best decisions that you made. But well, he's of all the people in the field, I think one of the things that's been interesting about following Fabiano is that it's not just that he's played Magnus before. I think a lot of people feel like of everyone in the field, he might be the best challenger to Carlsen if he got through. I know people want to see Firouzja, the youngster. Okay, Nakamura, Carlsen would literally break the internet with Hikaru's following. But I think pound for pound, people still look at Fabiano as the only guy to never lose a classical match against Magnus Carlsen in a World Championship match, right? And should a couple of other things have gone his way in 2018, he was close, right? So I think for my money, when I look at it, I feel like maybe that's one of the other biases people have about not just whether Fabi's the favorite here, but he might be the only person who could put the test to Carlsen. What do you think?
Well, from this tournament, of course, but I remember also that Sergei Karyakin had Magnus on the verge of losing the match. Of course, this match was also very tense, and Karyakin was leading.
Yeah.
So yes, and one element which is also very important is that Fabiano has improved in blitz and rapid. Because some may criticize him and say, okay, he will not stand a chance in the tie breaks, but that is no longer true.
I think so. I think that's a very important point. And by the way, as I say that Fabi may be the best challenger for Carlsen, that's no disrespect meant to other players. I even thought that Jan Nepomniachtchi, I gave Jan great chances against Carlsen. In fact, I even picked him as an upset winner in an interview I did for Chess Live. And my argument was that, Almir, I was like, hey, if Jan can get to rapid and blitz against Carlsen, he might be a very different opponent than Magnus has ever faced in tiebreakers. I think he would have been a bigger challenge than both Caruana and Karyakin were at that time, right? So again, and of course, if you talk about Hikaru Nakamura or Alireza Firouzja or anybody, they all have, I think, different strengths about their game that could give Carlsen a challenge. So again, no disrespect meant to the field, but there's a reason Fabiano has reached the 3rd highest rating ever in chess, behind Kasparov and Carlsen. So there's a reason Fabiano didn't lose a classical match to Carlsen, right? And that's why a lot of people look at Fabi and feel the way they do. So.
And we see Rook A4 being played on the board.
It's kind of what we predicted. He's just going to hold the 4th rank. And so again, on that note that and now Ding pops away, we've got that great moment in chess where neither player is at the board, and there's a lot of time left on the clock. The most exciting event in sports, right behind sudden death dodgeball. Anyway, to the point again that Almira said, to back up what I was saying, if you use your imagination and take all the pieces off besides one extra pawn for white, whatever pawn that is, you see that the rooks hold, and if the pawn pushes too far, eventually the rooks check forever and the floodgate opens. But the problem that Almira backed it up with is that that type of future we're forecasting in our crystal ball is kind of the only future you have here, because how else do you make progress? There's no, maybe you want to try to move the king around, advance the pawn exchange so that when a trade happens, you can change the structure, right? You kind of split the pawns in a way. That's one way to make a weakness, is to split the pawn group. Otherwise, the only way you would ever break down a perfect defense is to have another weakness. Principle of two weaknesses, right? So again, for the people watching who sometimes feel that, chess commentators jump too far ahead and say, oh, it's a draw. Like, that's not, meant in any bad way. Chess played perfectly sometimes is a peaceful result, and that gives us the appreciation and the love for when we see those victories like we just did from Jan Nepomniachtchi. But the reality is, you look at a game like this, and outside of some crazy blunder or someone, falling asleep, like this is going to be a draw. But all right, the players are going to play it out. We're going to learn some things along the way. But before we dive back into what's happening, let's remind everybody of another event that's upcoming. Blitz Champs, baby. I'm super pumped for this. And every time I think about how long and grueling and awesome the candidates is going to be, I get even more excited when I realize I'm flying home to the States to do commentary with my boy John Urschel for these superstars to play July 9th and 10th. It's Larry Fitzgerald, it's Micah Parsons, it's Amari Cooper, Kayvon Thibodeau. It's $100,000 on the line to charity. These guys are picking their charities. Often, many of them have their own charities already. But the money they win will go to their charity, and it'll be going down in the afternoon Pacific time, July 9th and 10th. Make sure you tune in to Twitch, to YouTube, all of our chess TV stations. You can go to go.chess.com/blitzchamps to learn more about the event. So,
Danny,
go ahead, what?
Yes, I wanted to ask you a question. For example,
Okay,
yes.
You want to ask it right now?
Just if we compare those football players to chess players,
Okay.
like how would you rate them? Because it's interesting to me, like.
I mean, Larry Fitzgerald is an NFL Hall of Famer.
Okay.
He never won a Super Bowl. God, that's an interesting question. I should be good at having a quick answer. I would say all of them are 100% grandmasters. Several of them super grandmasters as far as their stardom, and it'd be like someone like Larry Fitzgerald is like an Ivanchuk.
Okay.
Right? Or like a Korchnoi, or someone who has played at the top of the game for 20 years and just never won a championship. Is that a good comparison?
Okay, yes, I just.
So Larry's a bit of a headliner, and many of the others are pro. And I would say, if we're saying anyone who makes the NFL is a GM, if you're making Pro Bowls, you're like a super grandmaster. You're like the best of the best. And then there are people who are making Pro Bowls,
it's like
playing Hall of Fame
2700
level football for 15 plus years. That's like a Larry Fitzgerald. Those are guys that are. He never won a championship, but it's a team game, so it's a little bit hard to compare. But anyway, that's a good question. Okay, I like that. All right, all right. Well, we're gonna take a quick break while Fabiano takes a think, making sure that he doesn't do anything silly to mess up his blockade. But we will be back with more of the action. It's round 4 of the 2022 FIDE Candidates from Madrid when we return.
Chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join Chess.com today.
Que le dicen a los de Cádiz, ay Morita, mito del puerto. Que le dicen a los de Cádiz, ay que cuando vende la libra que de la Sarene, de la Nay, ay que cuando
This club is called Amigos del Retiro, Friends of the Retiro. The Retiro is the most big and important park in Madrid.
It's a very important park in the city because it's right in the center.
If you want to play chess, you don't know the place, this is maybe best one in Madrid.
Aquí tenemos, viene gente para aprender.
Y se hacen muchos torneos a final de mes y los domingos y pues es muy común venir aquí y echar unas partidas y sí.
Hoy, porque como se juega candidatos aquí, pues queríamos hacer algo especial.
Sí, hoy voy a dar la simultánea y a ver qué tal se da, a ver si juego bien y no consigo soltar puntos.
This is going to be a real-time breakdown of Danny Wrench's games all time on chess.com.
That's cool. Oh! In the last month, I am playing 83.12.
I'm less accurate than them in every stage.
Yeah.
Man, that stings a little bit.
You should do the more game review.
Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot. Okay, so
Tuesday sucks. I gotta stop playing chess on Tuesday. Oh, it's because it's Title Tuesday.
Look how many blunders there were back in December 2020. And now December 2021, 1,600. Don't look at this number. look at this number. Best.
Let's go to tactics. Mates. I'll probably need to work on these ones. Yep.
Every single rook fork that has presented itself to me, I have found. No one has a higher percentage of rook forks than I do. Yes, correct.
These are literally the knight forks that you missed.
I missed knight d6?
You saw it just now.
What the is wrong with me?
I could have done here and then taken this pawn, and I'm winning because my pawns get held together. That's probably the coolest part about this feature.
Like these positions against Hess? Rook there for rook e2! And he blunders mate in one! Oh my goodness! I'm awful!
It is getting late in the day here in Madrid. Many people right outside the Palacio de Santoña. We see a nice afternoon. The weather, oh man, the weather has gotten so gorgeous here in Madrid. It has cooled down so much for those who were worried about, about us. Thank you. Thank you for being worried about the scorching heat that was 40 degrees plus Celsius. But it's a beautiful, beautiful afternoon. We might even get outside today, Almira, before the sun sets.
Oh,
shocker.
I was not dreaming about it.
That would be the first time for any of the rounds we've had. We're right back here. You know, the one thing I observed at the break that was newsworthy, if you will, is that the moment Ding Liren played G4 and the capture, the table base said, I got you, babe. It's a draw. That eval bar changed from whatever it was. Previously, it had been sitting around the 50-50 mark, if you remember. And then the trade happens. Rook takes G4 was played. And we have a table-based draw. So, kind of cool feature to see. And you know, it's sometimes helpful to know that, you know what's really helpful, Elmir, is we've had exciting games where it goes to a table-based draw, but then somebody blunders and then it comes back, and that's when you lose your bleep. You're like, oh my God, what happened? And that's usually a fun moment because it's really instructive to break down, you know, what might happen. But okay, this is just following the the script that you and I laid out. The reason it's a draw is because white has no other progress to make besides advancing pawns and eventually offering trades, which gets us to the endgame that we talked about.
Well, e4, maybe rook g1 check first.
Yeah, maybe rook g1.
To try.
Maybe anything here, right?
Well,
I think
g1, king f1,
so,
rook f1.
Yeah.
King f3, rook f1. I don't know how you're going to defend this pawn. You will play king g3.
It's not shown on screen, but if anyone's following at chess.com/events, we encourage you to use our site while you're tuning along. Every single move in this position is a draw. Every single move in this position is a draw, including e5 for black, besides rook a4 and rook to b1. Those are the only two moves that lose. It's kind of funny.
e5 is a draw?
But
that's very interesting.
Even e5 is a draw.
No, but that's very interesting.
Yeah,
so
that is interesting. By the way, Twitch Guy 225. So what is the table base? That's actually let me explain this real quick because it's a very chess-specific thing, and it's kind of an interesting science project. So thank you for the question. Maybe the most interesting we have left in today's game is this discussion, because the table base is when the mean is something that was started by someone named Nalimov, and the idea, the project, was to solve chess backwards to forwards. So, obviously we spend a lot of time in openings and middle games and tactics and all kinds of stuff, but it's very much like a Soviet chess school thing to approach building your chess muscles properly. They often say you go backwards to forwards. You start by learning basic checkmates. Then you go to slightly more complicated checkmates. Then you go king and pawn endings, right? The Soviet school of going backwards to forwards. But he took that approach to actually using supercomputers to solving the game. We have currently, I say we, as in humanity, started by Nalimov and the work that is now done in actually don't even know how many different computers might be working on this project right now, but the table base goal is to just literally input every possible position backwards to forwards. So that right now, I believe we're at 7 pieces or 8 pieces. It's now at 8 pieces.
Oh, I didn't know that it was
I think it's at 8 pieces. So when the table base first started becoming relevant, it was that with like 5 pieces on the board, he had done enough just inputs that the position could just be solved. Like it was just known every possible way. Then it was 6 pieces. Then it was 7 pieces. And I believe, someone in chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that we now have table bases as far as 8 pieces, which is fascinating. Because it's just heavy lifting by supercomputers. That's all it is. Literally solving every position. None of this means that human beings can't mess up endings. So for those who hate that it feels like it's sucking the oxygen out of the room or changing the romantic math puzzle that is chess, I don't really think that's the case at all. I think it's just, it's fascinating when you think that chess is already a game of defined information and rule sets, yet we haven't solved it. And the table-based approach is to try to move backwards to forward towards solving the game. Did I summarize that right?
Well, I have nothing else to say as usual.
I think I summarized that right?
That was perfect. So.
So what do you? Let me ask you this, because here's a discussion that comes with me and Robert a lot. Although we're getting close to a draw here. Is how often do you think table bases are now being used by top players? We know that engines are being used in opening prep. Are players using table bases to study endgames yet?
Well, I'm not sure. They would certainly check their games, but I think that table bases are very useful also for the entertainment purposes, like while we watch, because it's very difficult to analyze during the game, and we're given the answers almost immediately.
Yeah.
That that gives us an edge, you know, also
Right.
like, okay, how many hours did Maxime Shelagraf spend on understanding how to defend the endgame against Fabiano Caruana in the previous candidates, and he still lost the game.
Right.
And we had a perfect setup, like, after like 10-15 minutes, so.
Yep. It's funny because, I mean, it's probably a discussion I should have had with Fabi when we were hanging out for a month, and I got a lot out of Fabi. I definitely took advantage of Fabi while he was in.
What I wanted to say that these positions are very rare, like, you know,
Yes.
where the top players would really need, you know,
Yeah.
to appeal to a table base.
Right. Exactly, because what I was going to say is, like, it's kind of adding more to that. It's that even if they could use the table base to know the answer in their own game, the places where you could actually use the table base to study and there aren't opportunities to go wrong, maybe there's not that many places, right? Because the patterns, the computers make it look easy. It's a supercomputer making table base spit out answer, right? But endgame technique, especially defensive endgame technique, is so difficult. Also, half the time you're defending an endgame, it's not like you have an hour left on your clock. Here they do, but a lot of times you're defending a drawn ending with seconds, right? So there's that human element, right? So again, the table base, it's a fascinating tool for us as entertainers, as commentators. It's I think, super instructive when you see it go wrong, especially if there's like a pattern that's not understood, where like you have a takeaway of an educational lesson to be learned. But yeah, it's still, I think, a very difficult thing to just say that a human can start looking at the table base I see before me, where every move is projected as a draw here for black, besides, like, you know, giving up the pawn, and, you know, and say that they can memorize every single move, because a human doesn't approach it that way. They memorize it in patterns, in techniques, in themes, right?
Exactly, that's what I wanted to say. But even when it illustrates when something is wrong or you went wrong, we will need maybe 8 to 10 moves to understand why, because you need to establish a pattern. So,
Yeah.
And this is not easy.
Yep. Yep. No, 100% agreed. Anyway, I wonder if over time, though, we're a generation, as we said, who didn't have computers and then has learned to use computers, even if we did, like, at a young age. There was a generation before us that maybe completed their careers before even having it, or very little. Now we have Alireza Firouzja and many in a generation that never knew how to think about chess differently than how Stockfish and the neural nets are thinking about, which is crazy, right? And it's changed the style. I wonder if there's a next generation topic where maybe there is something about using the table bases that we just don't think of because of how we were taught and how we learned chess from this backwards to forward pattern recognition sort of approach, where maybe they just, you know, they're able to see the forest through the trees in a way that we don't yet. It's an interesting topic, because I think that if we're talking 10 pieces solved, we're talking about, you know, ways that we start to see patterns within how the table base can project a draw. Like, you know, who knows, maybe it does become a part of their studies, right?
Well,
it's hard to imagine, but.
Well, you know, first of all, this is an absolute math, you know, but when this is a different algorithm, you know, in order to establish patterns, I think.
Yeah.
So it should be programmed a little bit differently.
Yeah.
So first of all, yes, maybe we'll go as far as 8 pieces, 9 pieces, 10 pieces, and then we'll see if it's helpful to revolutionize, you know, the way we study.
Yeah, because I think one way it might be useful is, even if it doesn't change that, there's no way they can just memorize all the moves. No way, right?
No
A
way.
human, we don't, I mean, maybe humans start to become half machine. That's a different discussion, Elon Musk, you know, chips going in heads and stuff like that. Calm yourself down, Elon. But what I'm saying is, like, one thing I could maybe see is, because they've just grown up around this information is power. They're already memorizing so many opening lines. I could imagine them memorizing, like, just that they know it's a table-based draw, whether you know how to do it or not. And as we always say, half of what can make a strong player cheat in chess is just having, like, someone to tell them that there's a good move in the position without even knowing what the good move is. And I think I could see an evolution of the fact that as they start to use table bases and they start to just know, like, hey, I don't remember right now, but I know this was a table-based draw, that confidence, right? That it's like a bird on your shoulder saying, hey, this is a table-based draw, could completely change a chess player's game. Just by someone telling you there is a good move without telling you what the good move is, changes the way a chess player can approach a position.
Well, I agree with you once again.
You didn't want to agree with me, but that was a good argument.
That was a good argument,
Okay.
yes. We will continue
That was
this
a breakthrough.
one tomorrow.
We just had a breakthrough there. I convinced you. All right. This is moments away from a draw, everybody.
It felt like a closing argument, at the court. So I didn't want, to to say anything.
I'll be honest, I didn't have that argument coming in. I just, as the discussion developed, because I generally agree with you. There's just no way a human brain, unless we're talking, chips, cyborgs. But then as I thought about it, I think that that's a pretty good analogy, because these days the reason we're so on top of cheating and so enforcing is because we know the power of someone just sending you a buzz that says, this is a position, stop and think. That's why we've invested so heavily in anti-cheating technology, right? So if the same applies for a table-based, where all they need to know is that they put enough work in where they know a whole bunch more table-based positions, they don't even need to know how. They just need to know that it was, and they'll probably be able to figure it out.
Well, that it means that we should probably also organize tournaments, well, if this would be the case, a little bit differently. So probably closed rooms, vacuum, so
vacuum.
We'll send them to space, to play the World Championship.
Suck the air out of the room. I mean, oh man. Well, this is getting closer and closer to the type of position we immediately foreshadowed in the 4-on-3, everybody. Table-based obviously agreeing, but again, notice what Fabi did. Fabi's doing exactly what we said the geometry of the rook ending would be. He kept the rook over here, cutting things off. And then what happens is this. Look, the moment the white goes too far with the pawns, what does the rook do? It switches behind and is now just going to check. And you could do it right away. You can also just take. But the point is, once the pawns eventually go too far, a.k.a. changing the rook's position from here, the rook will flip around and give checks here.
And if you come back to the Philidor position, for example, if you take on f5, a pawn takes, and if the rook would leave the 6th rank, that's where you need to keep your rook. For example, if you would that would be the perfect defense.
Sorry, what are you saying?
Take with the pawn.
Okay.
Of course, you will give checks, but
he gave check first, and this just shows, as we said, the king is in front of the pawn, as Almira said, and it's going to be a draw. What do you think, Chad? Is this guy gonna be on the camera side or the non-camera side? Oh, look, does he know we switched the cameras, or is he just psychic? Okay, chat. Over under chances this guy walks right in front of the camera the moment they shake hands. I need chat to get active for me on this one. Let's see. I think this guy's I think we're gonna get a good butt shot. His butt is going to stand right in front of the camera. Am I allowed to talk about this on Twitch? You never know with the TOS these days. I'm probably about to get canceled. I'm generally walking the line of getting canceled in general in life. But yeah, we're going to get a real tight butt shot.
But can we show something instructive while we're at it?
We can show anything instructive. I think we've shown it. Like, the pawn has to take.
Okay, just don't give checks. No, don't give checks. Let's say sit. Let's say a rook b7. Okay. Rook b7. That's what I wanted to say. That your rook has to be on the 6th rank to keep the Philidor's position. And when you push to f6, then you go back, of course, because now we have the perfect position for a defense.
It's about to happen.
Mm-hmm. Let's like this, you see?
Yeah, Bobby just played an active king, but the point Almira's making is this is exactly what we said. The rook holds laterally. You can't make progress. Eventually you push, and as soon as you do, the rook will come back around and give the checks for a draw. So I was trying to get back to the live board there, but again, it might happen in front of us.
Yes, we're going to...
Okay, he's not going to play king f8, though. King f8 would have been what Almira was talking about, which is also a draw, but they're just going to repeat 3 times, shake hands, over, under, chat. Oh, my team switched cameras. But look how conscious he is. Actually, so I was wrong. He was super, even when he leaned in on the other side of the table, he avoided walking in front of the camera. Shout out to our arbiter for thinking about the fans at home. I love it. Look at him here. He's like out of the way of every possible camera. Can we look at the other angle too? Is he also behind that angle? Look at that. This guy's a master. Well, I was wrong. We will not have a butt shot to end today's show.
So Liren is the only player who is rated above 2,800 in this tournament. Like so, because we just saw it, you know.
Yeah, yeah. Although ratings are just so weird right now, right? Because of COVID and, you know, the setback that it did over the board chess. I mean, you see it in different spots where players are underrated, overrated. Norbek Abdusaturov winning a World Rapid Championship, you know, despite people being like, oh, what's going on, right? Even though for the last 2 years he's been really flexing in a lot of online events, so. They're analyzing the B5 line. He's like, wait. Ah. Okay. So Fabi was suggesting that Ding had a better chance. Yeah. I totally agree. Danny Wrench is the worst commentator in the world. Yeah. No, he doesn't know what he's talking about. That's the dumbest stuff in the world that he would think about that line. Yeah, I know. What an idiot. He missed A5 for K6? Yeah. I'll never work with chess.com again. The World Championship was the worst experience of my life. That's so funny. That's so funny. Everyone thought you were having a good time. I wasn't. Danny was torturing us, making us do stuff behind the scenes. Well, I'm just glad it's over. Yeah. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with myself. Okay, good talk. We're out of here. Bad lip reading. It is the future of chess commentary.
But I think that you would do very well on the show with Jimmy Fallon, you know, when they're lip syncing and they all have to sing a song, you know, so they to perform. Like
lip reading song. I would love to do that.
No, it's actually lip syncing. You know, it's
yeah.
The other way around.
I would be better at lip singing than karaoke, that's for sure. But all right, this is how the day was won or drawn, depending on where you sat. 3 draws and 1 absolutely brilliant performance from Jan Nepomniachtchi. Biggest takeaway of round 4 for you, Almira?
Well, this is of course the win by Jan Nepomniachtchi against Alireza Firouzja. It's such an important win, especially at this stage of the tournament. It sets the pace, you know. So he's leading the tournament now. It's very difficult to win yet 1 game in the tournament, but 2, it's almost impossible. So he's at +2 after 4 rounds. So we will see how the tournament is going to develop tomorrow. But Fabiano, if he wants to catch him,
you might have to push.
Yes, he.
Yeah. No, what Almira is saying is really true. Like obviously, each game had its own storyline, but when you get an early leader like this, don't think the players don't know, right? All right, I can't lose anymore, right? And I can't keep drawing if he's going to continue to maintain the lead. So I wonder how much that was in the head of Fabiano. I mean, I don't think that he could have been thinking about anything but getting a draw as black against Ding Liren today. You know, there was really no other goal in mind. But tomorrow, what will it do, right? And as we move forward, if you want to keep pace with Jan Nepomniachtchi, you know what he might be doing? Fabiano might be rooting for his countrymen tomorrow with the white pieces against Jan Nepomniachtchi, because if Hikaru gets a dub, obviously that would shake up the entire standing. So, okay. Speaking of Hikaru getting the dub, he only got the draw today, but he's going to have a big battle tomorrow with Jan Nepomniachtchi. We'll see what his thoughts were about the game that he just played and anything else that he and Dina Belenkaya caught up to, as she did get an interview with Nakamura after his game versus Report.
Hikaru, it's great to have you here. Your game finished in a draw. Please take us through your emotions during the game.
Yeah, I mean, let's just say I lost a game in the Rapid Chess Championship. I mean, I think already it's many weeks ago now, probably like 2 months, 3 months. But I lost a game in this Bishop G5 line to Fabiano, and then I looked at this thing that I came up with in the game, this whole H6 G5 Bishop E6, thought it was interesting. Yeah, I mean, it was all prep up until about move 20. It wasn't very difficult to find moves, but then inevitably, like every other game so far, there was a moment where I got a little bit careless for 2 to 3 moves, and maybe Richard had some chance when I played this very strange king E5 and this whole Rook A1 thing, but again, I mean, with white not being able to ever push the f-pawn, I think it's always very close to a draw. So I didn't ever feel like I was in danger, but I mean, perhaps I could have been more precise.
We've quite seen sometimes here G5 in this tournament. Let's say if you were to explain to your audience why these moves are good, like pushing the pawn in front of your king, what would you say?
Well, luckily I hadn't castled my king yet, so it's not a complete violation of the rules because I can castle to the king side or the queen side there. But, you know, I think at the end of the day, there obviously are very many levels in chess, and essentially when you start out, you learn all the basic rules, and then eventually you learn how to break all the rules or when there are exceptions. And so that's kind of what I would say, is that as you keep improving, you learn which rules you can break and which ones you can't. But even beyond that, with computers nowadays, they pretty much say you can do anything, and it doesn't matter. You push the G pawn, you push the H pawn, you castle, who cares? I mean, it's all okay. So, I mean, sometimes you feel, I guess we as humans feel like we don't really understand the game. But overall, it's just there are different levels, and chess is a game where you learn the 1,000 rules, and you learn when you can break them.
Right, and speaking of Madrid, here we're in an amazing city. You arrived quite early. How important is for a player to, let's say, acclimate?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's quite important, especially if you're coming from another continent. I think, I suspect Fabiano had been in Europe for a while, but at least for me, coming from the US, where there's a 6-hour time difference, certainly makes a difference. But even beyond that, I remember when I played in 2016, I think I got to Moscow maybe 3 days before the event started, and I never really got on track, sleep schedule, or anything. I never had a good routine. So, yeah, I think it's important to come maybe a week and a half early. I mean, I know in the old days, people would come like a month early, you know, the times of Lasker and those guys, but I think a week's enough. But it's important to be on the time zone and feel like you're ready to play.
You have some great memories connected with Spain. You won your first elite tournament actually in Spain. Is there some kind of aura or some extra power that you feel here?
I don't know. I mean, San Sebastian was so many years ago now. I mean, that was, what, 2009, I think it was. So, you know, I feel like I've actually probably had my best results in Spain and in France, in particular, those two countries. So I don't know if there's anything special, but I feel like I play well in these places. So that's what it is.
Perhaps my final question for today, how has your audience been reacting so far to your 6 hours long games than they usually are used to see you playing 3 minutes?
Well, I mean, I think as long as you're competitive, it's always going to be hype. I think there's a certain view that the streamers, when they play tournaments, aren't going to do very well, or people want to see the sort of the car crash or the train wreck. But I think as long as you're playing reasonably well, then good things happen. That being said, I mean, every game, like I said, I found a way to make sure it goes longer than it should. I mean, today, luckily, it didn't cost me where the game went 6 hours. But I mean, there's suspense, and I think people always watch that.
Thanks a lot.
Sure.
That was interesting what he said about how a lot of fans want kind of a train wreck, right? A car crash. And I think there's some truth to that because they want Blunder's entertainment. But I really agree with the summary, which is like, hey, I'm here. I have a huge fan base, and as long as I'm competitive, I know that the fans are going to support me and be appreciative. And I think he's been pretty damn competitive so far, Elmira.
Well, I agree with this, and what I found interesting in this interview is the way Hikaru looks. He's very confident, you know.
Yeah.
And tomorrow we are having a game between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Hikaru Nakamura, and Jan is also feeling very confident. So this will be a huge clash.
Agreed. I can't wait. And as you see, again, it's almost like we've already forgotten that he started off with a loss, which is kudos to Hikaru, because he immediately made all the fans forget that with his bounce-back victory, and then 2 very, very interesting draws, the epic battle with Firouzja, and then today's game. I liked his thoughts there. I know we didn't have a chessboard, but I appreciated his breakdown of what happened there with the king in the center. But okay, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Hikaru Nakamura. I should say it the other way. For those who speak chess, you typically say the player playing white first. So Hikaru Nakamura, Jan Nepomniachtchi tomorrow. Are you going to sleep well tonight, or are you going to be too excited for that game?
First of all, I'm going to prepare, and I have to go through their games. I want to find out what are the openings, you know, they're going to use. I also had a glance at the stats. You know, they're even.
Yep.
So 2 wins, 2 losses. So anything can happen.
Jan Nepomniachtchi's at the top of the standing, so everyone knows that as of now, he is the man to beat. We were joking. That's Leonardo DiCaprio. Everyone else is Tom Hanks. Catch me if you can. And who do you think can do it, Elmira?
I certainly think that Hikaru can do it.
that's where it would start, right? And again, if you're Fabiano Caruana, at this point, you're only a half a point behind, so you're probably the only person in the standings who isn't changing their game yet. At this point, the psychology for Fabi is like, I just got to stay the course. I'm only a half a point behind. Nepo had a great win today versus Firouzja, but no panicking for Fabi yet, right? And that's where you need the smaller chair. So he's going to watch this game very closely. Yeah, he is. He's going to watch this game very, very closely. So that's actually interesting. Ding Liren's smaller chair does make it interesting to watch the other games. Well, that's what he said, that he can see. Yeah, and okay, so we've already said Nakamura versus Nepomniachtchi tomorrow. That's the highlight. Let's bring up the other matchups so that everyone knows that there will be more games than just Nakamura, Nepomniachtchi. And Caruana, speaking of a guy who doesn't need to panic, he's got a plus record against the guy he's going up against in Richard Rapport. Yes, so he leads 3-1, which also is like I glanced at 4-0. I couldn't. Don't judge yourself that you skipped past Rajava and Ding. We love them both. But I also saw the donut 4-0, and I was like, Firouzja's record is 4-0 against Duda.
Yes,
I did not know that.
And I wanted to say what, because we had different scores against all the other opponents, and especially there were no games played. But here you have 4-0. That's what I find very surprising. I was thinking, is there a mistake? No. So it's like.
Well, I mean, okay. Speaking of a storyline we didn't talk a lot about, the youngest player in the field getting his first loss. What's going through his head tonight? Well, I think you can't pick a better opponent to rebound against. And of course, all these guys are fantastic chess players. That can also be a trap mindset if you're too overconfident. But that said, Alireza Firouzja does have the white pieces. He does have a 4-0 score against Duda. And then, of course, as you already highlighted, Nakamura and Nepomniachtchi have both delivered 2 fatal blows to the other in their careers, along with 5 draws to go with it. So that's exciting. We got a nice little lineup tomorrow.
So?
Nice little slate ahead. I think so. All right. Well, before we go,
the tournament I'm not playing.
My partner. I was just about to throw you under the bus on this. The tournament. My partner here, having never played in one of our online events, Almira Skripchenko, will change that next year. We have 2 of the strongest women players in the world competing in our WSCC. The Women's Speed Chess Championship continues on Friday. It's the 2021 quarterfinalists. Katerina Lagno. She's taking on Vantika Agrawal, and Vantika has been kind of a surprise star here. She's a 15 seed, and she's rocking, and she's anyway. It's going to be interesting to see. I believe she qualified her way in, and has been impressive in doing so. So you're going to want to tune in on Friday. It's an early one at 5 a.m. Pacific on chess.com.
Well, I've been following those tournaments quite closely, and actually Katerina Lagno is one of the best players, Blitz players in the world. She's won the Blitz championships several times. So this match is, is very interesting. Yeah, going to be very exciting. So.
Well, Almira, it was a good day. It was a short day. We're going to get outside and see some sunlight here. I'm pretty excited about that. You can get at us on Twitter, get at me on Twitter, and Almira's official account, Chesscom, on Twitter. But jokes aside, this has been fun. We've got round 5 tomorrow, one last shot at the Palacio de Santonia. Dina Velenkaya catching up with Ding Liren. We're going to see that interview tomorrow, along with much more. Tune in for Chess.com's coverage of round 5 for the FIDE 2022 candidates. We will see you then.